Welcome to our FS2 coverage, America's Day at the Races. Hopefully your travel plans already made. If you're heading to the Breeders' Cup, this man, his plans are set. Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Potential for a big weekend from coast to coast here in New York. Tizzy in the sky. At her coming out party, it looked like in her last start, a dominant gate-to-wire score as she returns to Stakes Company. Krupe was a one-time Derby prospect for Pletcher this year. Is he finally ready to shine? He had a troubled trip in that Grade 1 Penn Derby that was better than looked. Out on the West Coast, here we go. Breeders' Cup set to get underway with Future Stars Friday, and Pletcher, chance to go back-to-back at the Breeders' Cup. Juvenile was Forte last year, locked. Looks loaded, coming in off the same Breeders' Cup prep as Forte won last year. All our action brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Welcome to our Friday action here in South Ozone Park, New York. Sun is shining, a little colder than it's been in the last few weeks, but perfect horse racing weather for today's card. We have a pick 6 carryover and a massive pick 5 carryover beginning in race number 6 with some unexpected results late in the card yesterday. Almost $150,000 in that late pick 5. We're going to get under action here in just 14 minutes. Today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. That turned back the alarm. That's where we'll see Tizzy in the sky for Pletcher, but we also have a big presence of multiple graded stakes winner Interstate Daydream for Brad Cox in that race. There's that late pick 5 carry. The pick 6 precedes that in the 5th, and the Discovery a little bit later on in the card. Fast main track. We are firm and good on the two different turf courses. The inner turf firm, the outer turf good. Greg Wolf, Sarah El Badwi. Excited to get going. It's been a long time getting here to championship weekend, and now we have the addition of this great Big 5 carryover today.
It's like our Super Bowl just got even better, and we have those carryovers coming into today. We don't see Pick 5 carryovers that often, especially in a late Pick 5. You have to get involved in some way, even if it's just a small ticket, because this could be some very competitive racing, and you could have a chance to make a pretty solid score with that over $100,000 carryover.
Let's talk early Pick 5, because this is part of the sequence. Early stakes action in the Turn Back the Alarm and Interstate Daydream. With the resume and credentials she brings in, she's the one to beat. She's won almost half of her starts, 6 wins from 13 starts, multiple graded stakes winner. She used to be a lot more forwardly placed. That is not the case at all anymore. In fact, in this race last time out, she was near last of the pack, but she was just too good for this group. She
was, and you have to respect a horse like this that gets the job done no matter what the inconvenience to how they started the race early, able to rally from so far back, that class shining through. She was 1-5 that day when she was successful over at Laurel. In a compact field like this, I worry about a horse that's lost some of her early speed, but there is no doubt that she is the one that has the class and is, of course, the horse to beat.
And she's proven, shown she loves a mile and an eighth as well. 9-5 morning line. Trevor McCarthy gets a big assignment here from trainer Brad Cox, who's going to have a busy Breeders' Cup as well. So that's race 3 on the card, 1:17 Eastern start time. You could play all the action, including Future Stars Friday, Championship Saturday out of the Breeders' Cup by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Plenty of incentive to do so as well. $25 free play in your account, plus that $200 sign-up bonus. To get that, punch in Cup 25 at sign-up for new members and bet any track, anywhere, anytime on the app or at nairabets.com. We're going to kick things off with 2-year-old Fillies, mile, main track, maiden special weight, and it's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day to kick things off here. And all the money on Catherine Wheel in this spot. 2 sprints stretching out for Chad Brown. In her debut, she faced a filly who's going to be not the favorite, but one of the top contenders in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Right, and that's Candide, who is your second choice on the morning line in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies and has legitimate shots to take on that big superstar, Tamra, that daughter of Beholder. But this is a horse that troubled trip on debut, kind of a strange run with starts and stops last time. And now you're seeing just the level of company she's been keeping and the talent she's shown so far, 1-4 at the moment.
A lot of love. 2 sprints now stretching out to a mile. Will she appreciate the extra ground? Let's check in with Acacia Clement for more.
And really looking forward, Greg, to seeing what these horses will do, these 2-year-old fillies in the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up, and starting with Catherine Wheel as she stretches out to the mile. I don't have a problem with that for her. I know that she did have potentially some excuses in her first couple of races. And last time out especially, she just really looked still quite green to me. She was a little bit erratic in the stretch. And when she did finally get some clear sailing late, she ran on pretty nicely. But as Sarah mentioned, some stops and starts, which especially for a 2-year-old filly can be really very tricky. And she is an opinionated type. They saddled her outside of the saddling stall, accompanied by the pony. She was kind of kicking out, but nothing too naughty. But you could just see that she really does have her own mind about her and maybe is still figuring things out. She has a very elegant frame to her. She's incredibly fit. Like I said, I don't mind the mile. I wouldn't really want much further for her, but she has some nice leg to her as well, as she was a $725,000 2-year-old purchase after that 9-4 workout at the OBS April sale. So she's definitely the horse to beat, but one that has experience at the mile is the one Backstretch Rose for Ken McPeak, who she finished second last time out, and I thought that she was against the track. And writing in my notes, it was a day that closers really seemed to be struggling, and she was off slow. Well, the winner, Caitlin Her Greatness, ended up wiring the field that day, and this one was, she had plenty of horse with Irene Ortiz aboard that day, and she was second best, but I thought really running on when potentially the rest of the field necessarily wasn't. Now, she's on the smaller side. She actually doesn't look like a horse that would necessarily get better with distance, but she's shown in her last 2 starts, both at Saratoga and last time right here, that she absolutely can handle it, and in fact is best going a mile on the main track. And she's been bright, she's alert, she's very well muscled here in the paddock, and I thought a horse that could potentially find a good spot today, being that she ran on well against the track last time out. The one with the biggest pedigree, of course, though, in the field is the 5 Paradise Lane, the first foal out of Paradise Woods, and she's had 2 starts so far. But last time out, it seemed to me like it was, she never really got a chance to kind of commit early on in the race. She broke sharply, but then wasn't able to clear and kind of slowly moved up to the front and just was flattening a little bit late to finish third. She looked to me like she never really kind of got into a committed running style. So I would hope that we'll see Jose Lezcano be aggressive from the get-go with her, but she's very laid back here in the paddock. Physically, she looks like a horse that wants all the distance. She's big, she's leggy, there's a lot of her. She's a very quiet, even tempered type. So distance is her friend for sure. Just hopefully she'll get a chance to show a little bit more oomph, potentially I think in the running of the race early on, to committing to that running style and see if she can break her maiden today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. There's Jose Lezcano getting a leg up. She's been forward for her first 2 starts at a mile, but she may have company on the front end today. You can follow along all the stats on the riders, trainers, horses with free Equibase past performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule and get your free PPs and play along. Post parade coming up. Pick 5 pool to kick off this Friday card here at the Aqueduct Fall Meets. And we'll start with Backstretch Rose. Didn't break great as well last time out and still ran on fairly strong, but now got to deal with the inside post again.
She's just really shown a lot of progressive improvement, taking steps forward on dirt, keeping some decent company, and she just makes sense as a second choice. Second
start, stretching out, Wake Up Lauren for the Rick Dutrow barn.
A horse that also debuted in that race where Ringing Dingy, Value Area, and Catherine Wheel come out of would have to show a bit more.
And here's the Mott filly out of that Star Paradise Woods, start number 3.
It seems like she's a horse that wants to be alone on the front end and might get a little intimidated by other horses around her.
Philanthropy for Shug McGahee. Dan produced Mr. Speaker.
And it goes back to the dirt after trying to route on the turf, so has that route experience.
A little overkill here at 1-9.
I would say so. Of course, they're going to overbet this horse, but she does make sense as your favorite.
And her stablemate, here's Halcyon. She actually has gone a mile before. She was 4th in that Backstretch Rose race, blinkers on.
And I think she's just one that really improved with getting more distance. She really took a nice step forward in that race. And while I think that she'll need to take another one to compete with her uncoupled stablemate, 16-1 on her versus 1-9 on your favorite, that's a pretty big discrepancy.
Well, we're going to look at the huge favorite. So there she is, Catherine Wheel, 2 sprints, faced Candide, who's going to be in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies in the debut, and ran huge against her. And then start number 2, she broke sharp, and then looked a little bit lost here in the running of this race late in the stretch, and we'll show it. She starts to do some more running.
she just really looked like she was done, and you thought that this race was over for her. She seemed to be backing up out of there, and Irad's asking her, and then finally, when she does switch out and get into the clear outside of horses, she starts to run again and put in that late kick and really almost get up for second in this race. So kind of an odd running from her. Second time out, she had a little bit of a trip on debut, but now perhaps third time out, she's finally putting things all together, and I like that she's getting away from the rail.
And more ground, you think, going to be her friend?
I don't see that it would be a problem. I don't necessarily know that it's going to be so helpful that she's going to improve all of a sudden. She's already shown that she's certainly capable, but there's no reason to suggest that she won't be able to at least handle it and get this mile distance.
And first two starts as well. I mean, both those fillies came back, obviously Candy in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, but both have come back to win stakes races. Here is Backstretch Rose. So last time out, as you said, this is start number 6 coming up. Each and every start, it's been a forward progression. That's a good sign. Last time out, only missed by a half length after not breaking all that great out of the gate.
And I agree with what Acacia mentioned about how this may have been a day where you did want to have that early speed and show that early interest. This race won by Caitlin Her Greatness, who was on the front end. And you see Backstretch Rose making up that ground late with a wide trip as well. And that she ran her best buyer speed figure that we've seen so far of a 72. The chances, they're starting to pile up, but she was almost able to get the win this day with a trip from off the pace. And I think that she's just the other horse that makes sense, especially if for some reason you don't really trust your favorite.
Big disparity between Backstretch Rose on the odds board and Catherine Wheel. 9-2 on this one, 1-4. The public just enamored with the Chad Brown filly. He's got 2 in here. He's got the 10 as well. Let's go back to Acacia.
And she definitely is the horse to beat, Greg. And the horses I talked about in the paddock, I think, are the most logical in this field. But the biggest price on the board is the number 3, Wake Up Lauren, who I know came out of that same race and did no running after breaking slowly as well. But this is a horse that was very green in the preliminaries. First time out, actually second biggest shot right now, was much more professional on the track today. And while I wish that she looked a little bit more fit today second out, I think that she's going to love getting more distance. I mean, she may have no run at all, but at a massive price, she's a horse that I think will benefit from added ground. Let's see if she's able to show something in here for whatever that's worth. As far as Chad Brown's other horse, the number 10, Halcyon, short cup cheater, blinkers going on second time out, as she actually broke pretty well last time, but she just wasn't necessarily quick enough to clear. And I thought was kind of working to keep up with the field, just kind of ran in place a little bit late, running kind of like a horse that needed blinkers. And it's entirely possible that Manny Franco rode her that day would come back and say, hey, probably adding a little bit of a blinker cup will help her to have a little bit more focus, especially out of the gate and then late in the running of the race as well. Responding, she's been eager, she's moved well out on the track. Physically, I prefer her shorter price stablemate much more, but we'll see if those blinkers, Greg, can help her have a little bit more focus today.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Pick 5 pool, 144,000 and growing as we get set to kick off this Friday card. All the money here, probably too much money. 1-4, we'll see. But she's faced, obviously, no question, the best company of everybody in this group. Right there with Candied first time out, and it does seem like going longer might be a little bit better for her. And she did start to kick it into gear in that second start. Which does that alleviate your concerns when she looked a little bit lost earlier in the race?
Honestly, no, because this is a situation where you don't want to see sort of that greenness and whatever it was where they're not fully clued in and giving you, they're all throughout the running of the race for kind of seemingly no specific reason. To me, it seemed like maybe an issue of her reacting to the kickback, but you thought that this was a possible different situation where she just didn't really seem as professional or aware of what her job was throughout the running of that race. And again, she did have that trouble first time out that was legitimate with having to steady and then make that run again. So maybe she thought that's what I'm supposed to do. Make this little run, be a part of things early on, and then sort of ease out of there and back off and then come again. So do I fully trust her? Not at 1-4, but I think she's obviously the horse to beat. And I don't see a Candied or a Value Area or even a Ringy D in a spot like this. I think that this is the softest field that she has faced so far.
Yeah, and let's even though she did face Candide first time out, it's not what Candide became in her next start. She ran a very good race, too, but it wasn't like it was this huge, massive stretch from, even backstretch Rose, which she ran last time out. She's in the ballpark at least.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just to have the level of disparity between backstretch Rose as well as Candide, you see things alleviate themselves a little bit here. And then to the rest of the field, it's like they've just decided that this race is already over.
See if that's the case. And if it was kickback, too, at least she's drawn outside. She probably, with her speed stretching out from sprints, won't have to deal with that today.
Exactly. I like her being outside more than I feel as though I can make a big excuse for last time.
So 1-2, she is the key for many in this early pick 5. Keep in mind, race 2, that is the only race today that's been taken off the turf. So that 32,000 claiming sprint coming up next at 6 furlongs, that is off the turf. Bunch of scratches in that race, but 3 main track onlys do draw into that race. And
it's kind of an interesting race on dirt now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier before we came on the air, and it's 2 print track Poppy's Pride that both want a gun to the front. It seems like they both have to go. So does it set up for a horse to come from off it?
I mean, I think so. I think that you want to sort of hope that those two ultimately cancel each other out and look towards the inside with a horse like King James, who's getting some class relief, has run well on both surfaces so far, and can sit a little bit off the pace.
Here's backstretch Rose. So start number 6. She's slow and steadily improved. Start by start. Will it continue today as she gets another crack here at a mile on the dirt after that runner-up finish last start for the Kenny McPeak barn. But the 3-5 favorite, it's one of the bigger numbers she's actually been, providing value for those playing the favorite. 3-5. 2 sprints stretching out for Chad Brown, her stablemate with the outside post. Telsia with Fergal Lynch, who was adding blinkers. We're set to kick off this Friday card. Let's go upstairs. Here's Chris Griffin.
Helsia goes in, all set for the opener. And they're off. Slow start for Wake Up Lauren is the trailer. Catherine Wheel has early speed, so does Helsia towards the outside, and Philanthropy from in between horses with Paradise Lane. They line up on the front end. There's Wake Up Lauren after the slow start, is now second to last in the early trailer. That's backstretch Rose. They work to the backstretch and come out of the chute. It's Paradise Lane and Jose Lescano. They've got the lead. They're up by, call it a half length here with the big favorite. Catherine Wheel at 3-5 is to the outside of Philanthropy. That's the leading trio. It's a tight hold there on Helsia. Wants to go. Is now taking the third spot as Philanthropy is losing some ground. Is now tightly bunched here. They went 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. They're still chasing Paradise Lane, who's got the lead. Catherine Wheel, with every shot, is stalking this pace setter. Is now within a half length of that leader. At the rail there is Wake Up Lauren. Helsia, a bit more rain now, is 3 wide coming after these leaders. Philanthropy is second to last, and the trailer is still backstretch Rose. 48.35 for a half mile time. They're well into the far turn, and Paradise Lane has still got the lead. Catherine Wheel is in the 2-path, 3 wide. Here comes Helsia with the run at 10-1. Backstretch Rose and Trevor McCarthy, they're on the move. They've taken fourth, and they're coming after the leaders now. 3 across the racetrack here with a quarter mile left to go. Catherine Wheel's got a fight on her hands as Helsia's ready to pounce to the outside. They're now 1-2. Paradise Lane is back to third. Backstretch Rose is making up mild ground, and now finding more. It's Catherine Wheel to the inside and kicks away. 113 flat for 3/4, and just opening up now, it's Catherine Wheel late. She's up by 2.5 lengths. Helsia is a game second, but Catherine Wheel is much the best here in the opener. The favorite gets it done at 3-5. Catherine Wheel wins the opener. Helsia then came backstretch Rose and Paradise Lane. Final running time, 1:37.3.
Catherine Wheel stretching out to a mile and breaks her maiden here. Start number 3 for Chad Brown with Kendra Carmouche.
It was nice to just see what she could do with a good trip now going out for the third time. She got a nice stalking position right outside of Paradise Lane and was able to really just assert herself pretty dominantly once she was asked for her real run.
And it was her stablemate that gave her the real test here.
Real nice Chad Brown exacta favorite over a 10-1, right?
A little surprising that Helsia went off that big of a number in here. Paradise Lane, she fades in the stretch. So you're backing up there, but no doubt about your winner. This is impressive here. Third time out for Catherine Wheel. 8-10-1-5. Acacia, 3-5 start to this Friday card.
And she very much, as we talked about, Greg, was the horse to beat as Chad Brown runs 1-2. But I think that there is still room for improvement with Catherine Wheels. We talked about how green she was in her last start and even today. And she sat that kind of good stalking trip under Kendrick Carmouche when she was able to take over Paradise Lane. And you could see her kind of switch her tail a little bit, maybe drift a touch. And then when she was able to level out off and pull away, that's when she did her best running late and really lengthened her stride so beautifully down to the wire. But she's definitely still improving. And this is a filly with a lot of talent, and the fact that maybe mentally she's still figuring it out, that's something to watch moving forward. But obviously a lot of ability as she gets it done at a short price.
3 to 5 beginning form holds to open things up on this Friday card here in South Ozone Park. And it's Kendrick Carmouche for Chad Brown, and a huge favorite to begin things. We'll get into the pick 4 when we come back. Again, race 2, the only race on this Friday card that has come off the turf. We'll set the stage for that when we return, and we'll talk Classic on Saturday. 3-year-old Arabian Night for Bob Baffert has been training lights out leading up to his Classic moment. Is he quick enough to get the lead from Saudi Crown? He'll have to deal with White Abario as well, who is an impressive Whitney winner. Can he get the 1.25 miles? We'll be back.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. This son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his first runners are hitting the track. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back on our Friday coverage, FS2, America's Day at the Races. And we're underway in this card with an odds-on favorite at 3 to 5. It's Catherine Wheels starting things off. We'll get into the pick 4 coming up. We have a pick 6 and pick 5 carryover later today. You can play it all right there with Nara Bets. Get signed up, started on the app or at narabets.com. Cup 25, that promo code to use. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And it goes to a 2-year-old who looks like she has some real promise. she stretches out in distance for the first time, going a mile for Chad Brown, Catherine Wheel.
And as Acacia mentioned before we took a quick break, she's just a horse that seems like she's still figuring things out mentally, but really putting things together in terms of this progressive improvement with her runs. So as you can see, once she's asked to get serious about her run, she really does draw away from this field quite impressively. And you get her stablemate, Helsia, at a pretty decent price, finishing second, and really 3 to 5 on her. One of the better prices that we saw throughout the wagering be available, much better than your 1 to 9.
She was 1 to 9 at one point. She was 1 to 4 throughout most of the wagering. So 3 to 5, be happy. One of the bigger prices you got on our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day goes to Catherine Wheel. Chad Brown 1-2, Helsia from that barn as well. As we move on to race 2, and again, race 2, the only race taken off the turf today. We have all that intrigue, which we're going to talk Breeders' Cup Classic in a moment, and that pace duel with Arabian Night and Saudi Crown. This race looks like it might have a very intriguing pace duel as well. Not as much on the line, but Print Track the 9, Poppy's Pride the 10. As this race moves to dirt, they both seem like they have to have the lead.
It's the $32,000 claiming rendition of the Breeders' Cup Classic, right? With Print Track and Poppy's Pride to the outside, both horses that we know they want to be forwardly placed, and this could set up for a horse to be coming from off the pace.
Who's quicker of these two in your estimation?
I don't know. I mean, I think that I would be more inclined to go with the horse that draws towards the outside in this situation rather than Print Track. So I'd gravitate towards Poppy's Pride. But I think with Print Track, you're looking at a horse that kind of has to be on the lead to be successful. So I think it will really come down to rider intention.
They're going to have to watch those two out of the gate, and the 9 and the 10 in this spot. More on race 2 in a moment. Let's talk Classic in the premier speed duel that everyone's expected to see with Saudi Crown and Arabian Night. Let's start with Arabian Night, able to beat older horses in that Pacific Classic and prove that it could last a mile and a quarter as well. It's just the 4th start of his career.
He was always really highly thought of going into the Triple Crown races and then had to miss some time, unfortunately. Comes back in the Haskell, goes off favored. You know that they like to bet this horse, finishes a good 3rd that day. He takes on older, he's successful, but to me, that was a pace that was softer than what he's going to have to deal with the presence of Saudi Crown going into the Breeders' Cup Classic. I just don't know that he's a favorite in terms of how fast he's run so far that I want to rely on when I look at the rest of this field.
And you see those first 2 starts and how he began his career. $2.3 million horse, all these expectations, son of Uncle Mo. He was really, after that Southwest win, probably the Derby favorite. Didn't get a chance to compete in the Triple Crown, but here he is. Sort of a rush job to get him here, but he's going to go in as potentially the favorite now in this race, still incredibly lightly raced in this spot.
And I think he's proven that he belongs in this field, but he doesn't need to be 3 to 1, at least not with my money. When you look at his fastest buyer speed figure of 101, that puts him right there with horses that are 20, 30 to 1. So in terms of a gambling perspective, I don't want him.
Meanwhile, Japanese horse, who these connections, I would say they made the right move. First 22 starts coming on turf. They switch him to dirt. He's now won 7 of 8, 6 in a row, including the Dubai World Cup.
And could this finally be the year for Japan? We've seen them be so prominent so far in our United States races, as well as just becoming this globally dominant force. And he's no exception to that. He's put together such an impressive win streak, and he's a horse that should be favored by the types of dynamics. When we have some speed, he's a horse that will be coming from off the pace. I just wonder if he's faced a field of this quality over his last couple of races. I don't know that Dubai World Cup was one of the better runnings of that race. And just the gait issues that we've heard about throughout our Breeders' Cup coverage. He's a big type of horse that seems to be uncomfortable breaking sharply from the starting gate in the morning.
That was the big drama earlier this week. They had to take him back again for another day, and connections say the gates just set lower here than they are in Japan, and so he's so big the doors kind of brush against his hocks, and then he kicks out those legs in an awkward manner, and it's been an issue for him. So they're going to put padding in the gate. That didn't seem to really resolve the issue as well. We'll see if he did behave a little bit better when they brought him back again, but is it going to be a factor? You can't have things like that go wrong against this kind of quality of a group.
No, and while it may not affect him as much as other horses that want to be forward, you cannot give up any sort of ground or any edge against your rivals in a race of this caliber.
Meanwhile, the most dynamic performance that anybody's produced coming into this race, you'd have to say that is White Barrio and that Whitney performance we saw this summer at Saratoga, Acacia.
It was sensational. And the big question, I think, for a lot of people, Greg, is can he do it again? And given the fact that he has not run since the Whitney, that was by design. Rick Dutrow saying they were going to train up to the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he's been out at Santa Anita since September when he's been training there. Now, one thing I will say is that I don't think that this Whitney is the only kind of big explosive race that he has on his form. I thought he ran very, very well in the Met Mile when making his first start for the barn off of a layoff, and he came in looking a little bit light, a little bit sucked back, as he sometimes can do when training and not carrying his condition well, and he looked so much stronger coming back into that Whitney. He also had a really impressive allowance win down in South Florida, went with Saffie Joseph Jr., nearly won the Cigar Mile, won the Florida Derby. This is a horse that actually has the credentials, and I think had been forgotten about a little bit when going into that Whitney. Obviously, the layoff is a little bit of a concern for me, and he will be stretching out to the 1.25 miles, but he's trained so well out in California. And given that pace tool that you guys were talking about with the presence of Saudi Crown and Arabian Night, I think it could set up perfectly for a horse like White Barrio, who will be in that ideal catbird seat. He's obviously coming into this off back-to-back good races, and we'll see if he can peak at the right time, Greg.
And his trainer, thank you, Acacia, Rick Dutrow, says he could not be happier with a horse, the way he's training, his mindset heading into this start. So White Barrio, Rat Ortiz Jr. for Dutrow. We'll see if he can back it up and if he could do it at a 1.25 miles as well. Classic for you, where are you going to wind up?
I was something a little bit off the reservation. I really think that the pace is going to seriously materialize in here. And I also looked at, well, who's a horse that will be coming from off the pace and has closed into races that the pace is actually held together pretty well. That's Senor Buscador, who is 30-1 on the morning line, the number 9 horse, and just he's kept good company throughout his career. He seems to be doing very well so far this year since coming back since May. He got a graded stakes win of his own, and he's done nothing but run pretty competitive numbers in the mid-90s. So if you like a horse like Arabian Night, whose top buyer speed figure is 101, as your favorite, why wouldn't you consider a horse that's going to get a more favorable dynamic and who also has that same top number? Now, there's other horses in this race that have run a little bit faster than both of them, but with the way that I think the race is going to be setting up for him and just how he's been able to overcome paces that held together, I think that he could be very dangerous if he gets a pace that is falling apart.
Swinging for the fences. Horse is going to be a massive price in the Breeders' Cup Classic. That's race 9. Not going to close out for the first time ever in the history of the Breeders' Cup Championship Saturday because of college football. Going to have 2 sprint races after that, including the Breeders' Cup Sprint. So the Classic.
And then there's more to go.
6:40 Eastern Time on Championship Saturday. We're going to take a timeout. We'll get into this early pick 4 with the only race taken off the turf on this Friday coverage here at Aqueduct. 6 furlongs main track now, and there is one of the major players and part of this projected speed battle. Poppy's Pride. Kendrick Carmouche will have the outside post just to his inside and have to deal with the speed of Print Track and Jose Gomez. Who's the quick of the quick? We'll find out when we come back.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. Fast horse, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. He could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Sun shining on a beautiful Friday afternoon here at South Ozone Park, New York for this Friday card at Aqueduct, and a lot to look forward to later on this afternoon. Race 3, we're going to have a stakes race, and the turn back the alarm pick 6 begins in race 5 today with that $37,000 plus carryover, and a late pick 5 carryover of almost $150,000 that begins in race 6. You can play it all through the NYRABets app or go to NYRABets.com to get signed up and started on a very fun card here on this Friday afternoon. Early pick 4 starts in the second race coming up, again off the turf, 6 furlongs. Main track, $32,000 claiming race, and this may be the horse that can best benefit this 2 King James from the pace stool that we should see with the 9 Print Track and the 10 Poppy's Pride.
I agree. I think that he's a horse that just makes a lot of sense with the type of setup he should get from how we perceive this race to flow with those 2 outside runners. Plus, he's been facing tougher horses. He's one that's been in against Starter Allowance Company through many of his last couple of races and has run pretty consistently well on both the turf and the dirt.
Well, the 9, the 10, they're both coming off gate-to-wire wins, and Acacia's going to start with one of them in her Paddock report.
That's right, Greg. We'll take a look at the 2 speeds, both of which are main track only runners coming in here. And Print Track, we know the name of his game. He goes out to the front and is able to wire the field. He did that 2 starts back at Saratoga on a speed favoring track. And then last time with the new barn when claimed by Rudy Rodriguez. I was not in the paddock on that October 4th race. So I don't know if he had the same kind of equipment that day, but we've had a lot of discussion about the equipment that Print Track wears because he wears an extension blinker that he's had all along when with Pat Quick, and Rudy has opted to keep that on as well. The right eye is totally covered because this is a horse that has the tendency to bear out, to lug out, even to kind of bolt in his races. He used to wear a cage bit or a Houghton bit where it gives the rider a lot more control and is particularly useful for horses like that. They took it off one race and he bolted in the race. Now seeing him here, he's wearing a ring bit, which is a little bit softer than a Houghton bit, which is probably the most extreme that you will see as far as equipment is concerned for horses that have the tendency to drift out. It still does give the rider more control and is a bit that Rudy Rodriguez often does favor, but just something to note. Now, last time out, he went right out to the lead and he was always in control and seemed to be minding his manners throughout the running of the race. So we'll see if he can do that yet again today. But he will have pressure to his outside, and that comes in the form of the 10 Poppy's Pride, who also comes off of a gate-to-wire winner. He was dueling on the front end and was able to pull away last time out. He has a very quick horse to his inside, but Poppy's Pride is a horse that just has really, really done well in the second half of the year. He's got great energy yet again. He looks the picture of health. His coat is dappled out. He's always a horse that really kind of wears his heart on his sleeve, so to speak, and he's doing well right now. I just wonder if the pace dynamics may not be in his favor. And then we get to the 2 King James, who would love if there is a quick pace duel on the front end. The front wraps do go on, but you will see that sometimes with horses coming in and an off the turf race. And he ran quite well, I thought, 2 starts back when running on the main track after tripping a little bit at the start and being last early and taking a lot of kickback running in between horses. So he's pretty versatile. He looks great in here. He's very, very fit. And we'll see if he gets the pace dynamics to set up in a way that he'll be able to make his late run, Greg.
As well, that it sets up beautifully for King James, who's the 2-to-1 favorite to kick things off right now, is going to inherit this inside post. As we kick things off with Chuck Willis, who is not slow himself.
He's not, but he's trying this surface for the first time. He's run okay on both turf and synthetic, but you don't know what you're going to get on dirt.
Turf sprint speed, usually greater than dirt sprint speed, so we'll see how quick he is. Here's Handsome Cat, Katie Davis.
Another one that should benefit from some pace in front of him. I just don't know if he's quite good enough to compete with the rest of this field.
Bronx Bomber. This is a main track only. Ruben Silvera with a pickup mount can sit off the pace as well.
He can, and he should get another great setup in here. Also been facing tougher but state breds.
Here are the speedsters. First with Jose Gomez, Print Track.
And he's a horse that, as Acacia mentioned, that equipment, you know that he needs to have that extension blinker on.
First or second in 11 of his 20 starts as well. And the other speed to his outside, Poppy's Pride with Kendrick Carmouche.
I'm just excited to see how these two hook up early on in this race. And you know that Kendrick is a jockey that you can rely on to let his horses go if they show some speed.
And he becomes the 5-2 favorite now from that outside post. Want to remind everyone you can bet the Breeders' Cup with a $40 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $200 each at Aqueduct and at Santa Anita. Future Stars Friday, and you'll get that $40 bonus in your account whether you win or lose. You do have to opt in. Don't forget that part of it at NairaBets.com or on the app. 5 minutes away from this early pick 4. Let's get back to King James. Favoritism back to him now, and he's coming off a win. He was favored. That was a turf race where he got up to win by a nose in a 50,000 starter allowance effort. Start before that, though, race taken off the turf, was closing and ran a very big effort on dirt.
He did, and Sugar Gray Leonard, who beat him that day, isn't necessarily a winning type of horse, but he had a pretty big performance in that start, and he was able to make up some ground on him late. And when you go back, too, for a horse like King James, he's one that has been in these types of off-the-turf races on multiple occasions and run very consistently well. He usually gives you the same type of effort, whether it's on grass lately or on the dirt. So he's just a very trustworthy type that should really benefit from how we think this race is going to set up.
And, you know, that last start on dirt, so that was 2 back, stumbled a little bit in there too. He doesn't usually want to be that far back. So it's not like he's going to be as far back, I think, as we saw in that race, because he does have at least tactical speed. He's not as quick as the 9 or 10 and probably the 1A, but he could sit right behind him.
Yeah, I agree. I think that he should just be in a good kind of position. And a horse that I would love to have made a case for would have been Handsome Cat, but I just don't know if he's faced horses like this over his last couple of starts as we take a look now at that horse trying dirt for the first time with Chuck Willis.
7-1 right now, and you don't count him out of this speed equation too. Turf sprint speed is usually quicker than dirt speed, so he's going to be forward as well, you would think. We'll see what we get from him in his dirt debut coming up. But there's Print Track, back-to-back wins, gate to wire in both, with the reigning Eclipse Award champ as top apprentice. Jose Gomez adjusting to life now as a journeyman.
Leading rider at Aqueduct so far still, after yesterday?
Yeah, a couple of wins early on the card.
Really smart ride on that first-time starter for David Donk, who won at a huge price, 50-1. Part of the reason why we have that pick 5 carryover today that we do. He's just been riding extremely well, but yesterday was very, very impressive.
Well, going to be a tough task here now with this pace still up front with a veteran. Kendrick Carmouche now to his outside when both want to go to the front. Let's go back to Acacia for more.
And the wild card of this race is the 1A, Chuck Willis, the lone Jacobson entrant that does stay in here because he has a lot of speed, but he's only ever run on turf and synthetic, and this will be his first start ever on the main track, which at the age of 7 is surprising. You would feel that somewhere along the line, if one of his trainers, as he spent quite a bit of time in the Mark Cassidy barn, felt that he could have handled the main track, maybe would have tried it. And while he does have that win on Tapeta up at Woodbine, synthetic doesn't always transfer over to the main track. That said, from a physical perspective, I didn't see anything that led me to say absolutely not. He warmed up beautifully in the preliminaries. He was sharp, he was on his toes, he's all sprinter, very round in his build and very strong in his hindquarters. If that speed can transfer to the main track, and it's a really big if, and I'm just always a little bit reluctant to take horses that are older like this, doing something for the first time. He could add another interesting layer to a race that already looks like it could be pretty quick on the front end. As far as the 3 Handsome Cat, I guess he knew that today's theme was equipment in this race, but he is a horse that used to wear that bit I was talking about, a Houghton bit, and he comes back in here making his first start for Chris Englehart with an extension blinker. No more Houghton bit, but the right eye fully covered, as he does have the tendency to break out and to lean out, and we'll see if that will help him. I do like, if anything, that he is cutting back in distance because he's built a little bit more like a sprinter. But as Sarah said, it's really tough to trust him just off of the last couple of races where he just hasn't shown much, and it kind of felt like a let's try him on the turf. He had a little bit of turf pedigree on the bottom side as well. That was a no-go. He's back to the dirt, and it seems like all of his connections have been searching recently to find the right spot. He's back to basics today, and I touched on the equipment change. We'll see if that'll wake him up, but if anything, he's going to be running late and hopefully have enough punch in the last stretch. Greg?
8-1 on Handsome Cat right now. Katie Davis, Chris Englehart first off the claim with this 6-year-old. Has some efforts, though, that if he can get back to him, the recency doesn't give you a lot of faith that he will, but there's races in the resume.
They're there for sure. I mean, if you look at who he used to face earlier this year, you have horses like Today's Flavor, Seas Get Degrees, Silly Key when he was in very good form. I mean, he was just facing horses that would be that 1-9 that we saw briefly from Catherine Wheel in a spot like this, but we just haven't seen that over his last couple of races.
King James, the 2, has been favorite. The 10, Poppy's Pride, has been favorite. And now Print Track, the other speed, the 9, is favored. And as I say that, it shifts back to the 2. So it's those 3 kind of swapping back and forth. Public unsure of where to go.
Yeah, I mean, do you take the speed of the speed? Do you take the horse that you think is the speed of speed who's the other one? Or do you take the horse that's likely to get that class dropping type of trip where he sits just off of both of them? And I think both Handsome Cat and Bronx Bomber. I mean, Bronx Bomber is the horse that's really being ignored that has an opportunity.
And again, we don't know what we're going to get from Chuck Willis first time on dirt. There is a chance he's the true speed of the speed in this group.
Right, exactly. But should he really be a shorter price than the 2 horses that are proven on this surface? I don't think so.
No, he's not.
He's 7-1 versus Handsome Cat, who's 8-1.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the speeds.
Oh,
yeah.
no. Just other dirt horses.
Let's see what happens with him. Drawn in post 2. King James with the rail. Some of these riders that don't get as many opportunities with these big names out of town, great chances for them to get their pictures taken, get some wins with Breeders' Cup out on the West Coast. We're set for the pick 4. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin.
Print Track and Poppy's Pride. Last to load is in. All set. And they're off. Broken an even line except for Handsome Cat, who's the trailer. Poppy's Pride is hard set, but has plenty of company. There's Poppy's Pride to the far outside, has now put a neck in front. Print Track is right there with Chuck Willis, and they fly in the early stages as Poppy's Pride has now secured the front, is up by a full length. Chuck Willis moves towards the outside into the 2 path here for second. Then comes Print Track, who's back to third. In behind them, that's King James, who's watching the action from the 4 spot. Big gap, about 6 or 7 lengths back to Bronx Bomber, and Handsome Cat is the trailer, 21-3. They rip through that opening quarter. It's Poppy's Pride who's got the lead. Here comes Chuck Willis is in pursuit, Print Track, and from off the pace, it's King James to make it 4 across the racetrack. Also, Bronx Bomber is launching from far back. Handsome Cat has trailed throughout, top of the stretch, and 3 of them across the racetrack now. It's Print Track who's trying to kick on. Chuck Willis is down towards the inside, losing ground there with Poppy's Pride. King James is trying to catch Print Track, but Print Track is now opening up on this field in the final furlong. It's still Print Track now 4 lengths in front inside the final 16th. Print Track is just striding away. Bronx Bomber will get up for second, but Print Track gets the victory. Print Track over Bronx Bomber. Chuck Willis holds on for third over King James in 1 minute 10.51 seconds.
Prudent decision. Jose Gomez was not going to get the lead anyway. And here, Kendrick Carmouche intent to go 21-3 to be in front. And Print Track pays off. That horse backs up, gets the win pretty easily.
And I don't know what happened to Jose Gomez over the past couple of days. Not that he didn't always ride well, but just the decisions that he is making over some of his rides yesterday and then today. When you have a horse like this who wants to be forward, who needs really the lead to be successful, he senses how fast Kendrick Carmouche and Poppy's Pride are going and sits back with him. And that's what allowed him to have the kind of success that he did. He was able to realize just how quick they were going. Think, I don't need to be a part of that. Have his horse come from a little bit off the pace and end up being much the best.
Big test for a young rider in here because he'd been on this horse each of the last 2 starts in gate to wire wins and now has to do it differently. And it pays off. I mean, as big as he ran, as much as he won by, who knows? Maybe nothing would have mattered the way this horse easily handled this group today. But yeah, nice job from Gomez, no question.
Exactly. If he engages Poppy's Pride, where does he finish? Who knows?
9-8, 1A2 is Print Track at 5-2 to start off this early pick 4, and that is now 3 wins in a row from 12,000 to now 2 wins at 32,000 in a row for this 4-year-old.
Yeah, just a very smart ride and able to reap the benefits of making all the right decisions.
Nice claim for Rudy Rodriguez, who immediately jumped him up in class off the claim, and now 2 back-to-back wins against tougher company. Again, wins at 5-2. We're going to take a timeout. We'll look ahead to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher had the 2-year-old champ last year with Forte, and he has one of the horses to beat again this year. Locked. His looks sensational, especially off that Breeders' Futurity win at Keeneland. Can he do it again? We'll be back.
Trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside. And Elite Power and Gunite, Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Early, the classic sire.
Dominant from day one. At $5 million, $5 million, $5 million.
The one and only Monomoy girl.
Oh my goodness, right here. What do you ask for one like her? Here is Gamine, the $1.8 million 2-year-old. 9 career wins and 11 tries. She was off the board just once in her career.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our Friday FS2 coverage. Thanks for being with us. Show brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Jose Gomez, back-to-back wins on this 4-year-old gate to wire. now sits off the pace to win, not getting involved in that speed duel up front. 3 in a row for this son of awesome again now.
And just such a smart decision that he sensed how fast they were going in this race. He knew that he didn't want to cook himself and have something left for the end of this race, and he was able to just sit right off of that pace that developed as we thought it was. It just developed without him, and he was able to reap the benefits and really pull away from this field. Bronx Bomber making a run to get up for second from off the pace, but this was impressive, and I think a lot of it has to do with the kind of ride that he was able to execute.
9-8, 1-8-2, print track at 5-2 after a 3-5 start. So very formful first couple of races to ease into things here on this Friday card. Turn Back the Alarm is next. Mile and an 1/8. Fillies and Mares 3 and up. An Interstate Daydream multiple graded stakes winner. Loves his distance at 1 mile and an 1/8. Brad Cox has Trevor McCarthy to ride.
And this is a horse that is likely the class of this field. I just worry that she hasn't had as much early speed as she used to. And she came from very, very far back to win the Twix last time out. She's just one that, I get it, I respect her. But at the same time, you're taking a very short price on a horse that will have other speed in front of her and not that bad of speed either.
Yeah, she used to be very, very good winning graded stakes. Excuse me, when she won some of these races, but she's running even bigger figures now, sitting off the pace. You wonder where that speed has gone, but she's still being very effective.
She is, and it's worked out for her. I mean, she's been able to defeat the competition that she's been put in front of, and you have to respect her coming into this spot with just the class that she has. But at the same time, I think that you could be looking at horses that are improving now, have been facing tougher company with Bellamore and even perhaps Tizzy in the Sky in general, and they'll both be in front of her early.
You didn't even have my back. You just watched and saw me get attacked.
I didn't want you to be alarmed. What if you go to squish it and it stings you?
He's gone, right?
He is gone.
Let's take a look at the Breeders' Cup coming up. Future Stars Friday, and some big names, and probably the most heavily bet favorite we're going to see all weekend long in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies and tomorrow. Start time 5 Eastern today with that Juvenile Turf Sprint. Concludes today with that Turf Sprint. Juvenile Turf Sprint. Let's take a look at the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. And tomorrow, 4 to 5, morning line, Hall of Famer Richard Mandela, Mike Smith, and we'll get 2 turns for the first time.
And everybody's going to think of Beholder. She's the first offspring of hers that's really shown us that she might have that same type of talent and ability. And she's very exciting, and I get all of that. If she runs her last race where she absolutely crushed in the Del Mar debutante like this and earned a 91 Beyer speed figure, she's going to win this race. But I wonder as well about the kind of company that she's been facing, and I think this could be a serious test with some of those East Coast invaders.
Well, you can question who she's faced, but she's done it so easily.
She has.
Doesn't get Richard Mandela seems just, and he's usually, this is who he is, but he is so calm and cool and so excited about her ability. When asked about the 2 turns, just does not seem to be worried about it at all. 4 to 5, she may be shorter than that, but remains to be seen. She's getting 2 turns for the first time, even with that monster pedigree by a multiple champion, but there's a lot to like about her.
Exactly. She's the type that I respect her quite a bit. And favorites win this race. A lot of short prices have been successful in the Juvenile Fillies, and she seems like she's going to be pretty exciting moving forward.
Getting out of the gate an issue for her?
Not to me, really. I mean, I think that she's just done so much in her 2 races so far that I don't really see it as a negative until they prove to me that it is. You know what
Stumbled
I mean?
a bit first time out, got bumped a little bit, had some, not the best, cleanest break. It was a little better than the debut, but getting more ground, maybe it won't be an issue. Candied, meanwhile, for Tom Pletcher, inside post. We saw her win at Saratoga first time. She was 5 to 1 for Pletcher when she won that debut, and then she wins the Alcibiades at 4 to 1 next time out, jumping 10 points forward on the Beyer scale.
And stretching out for the first time as well, and it was kind of a similar run, even with more distance. You saw her sit towards the inside about mid-pack and then really make this wide move into the clear and just start picking horses off pretty impressively. And Vivi's Dream, who she's able to beat in here, pretty good horse herself. So I like that progressive move forward from her. I like that she's shown that she can handle getting a little bit more distance. And I just think she could be pretty good while still figuring some things out. You saw her hanging on that wrong lead in the stretch there. So you know that there's room to move forward even more than what we saw from her in her first 2 starts.
Sixth race on today's card, out on Future Stars Friday, 2:40 Pacific start time. You can take a look at all the 2-year-old hopefuls for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, locked in that juvenile. As noted, it's been working exceptional, pretty much head up with locked for what it's worth at a huge price. And then Fierceness, so much expectations, ran so huge first time out and then struggled next start, but that ability is there.
It is, and won't he be kind of ignored now off of that poor performance in his last start over that muddy track?
Yeah, you could give him an excuse, maybe put a line through it. I don't think it would shock anybody if he steps up and runs like he did first time out. Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Pletcher with a chance to do it again. He won with Forte last year. Locked, one of the 3 he will have in this race. It's 7-2, but Baffert expected to take plenty of support with who he's going to send out in this spot. For more on the Juvenile, let's go back to Acacia.
Strength in numbers with those 2 big powerhouse barns when it comes to this Breeders' Cup Juvenile, Greg. And as far as Todd Pletcher's locked, he was, I think, the most impressive maiden breaker we saw in Saratoga this summer. Fierceness took a lot of attention as well, but he didn't necessarily move on into that Champagne, whereas Locked went on into the Breeders' Futurity and overcame adversity that day. It is a shame, unfortunately, the wine steward going to be scratching out of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile today, so we will not get a chance to see them rematch. But Locked had a wide trip. He wasn't necessarily settled early in that race. He was dueling with the wine steward in the stretch and able to show some tenacity and get that win in the Futurity. And I thought, though he maybe regressed a little bit on the buyer scale, I thought it was a very impressive win and definitely one that you like to see coming forward, as he's been consistent all along. Obviously has appreciated some more distance, and the fact that he's coming off of 2 really solid races and shows a little bit of versatility. He was a little bit more forwardly placed when breaking his maiden and then coming from far off of it with an outside post in that Breeders' Futurity. I think that he could potentially be the one to beat. The question is, of course, can he keep the momentum going? Can he build off of those last couple of big races? But I think it's going to be an absolute throwdown in this year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile with some really talented 2-year-olds, making it very exciting of what we might have for next year's 3-year-old picture, Greg.
All right, Baffert with 3 as well. Prince of Monaco, Wind Me Up, and then Muth, who all look like they have big ability. Prince of Monaco, obviously, that huge effort, but then regressed in a win next time out.
He did, and I like him the most of those entrants for Bob Baffert. I think that he is the one that I want to take the most seriously coming in. But at the same time, I think that these are some serious East Coast invaders, and I know we may be accused of being a little bit East Coast biased with the types of horses that we have seen here in New York, as well as over the Kentucky circuit. But I think that they all, for the most part, have a very legitimate chance.
Take a look at where you're going to wind up with your Future Stars Friday selections. What do you have for us?
I have a couple of prices, as I tend to do. I'm looking at a big upset in that juvenile turf sprint. I think Shards is a horse that could take another step forward and ran pretty well last time out with a little bit of traffic. Candied, I'm playing against Tamra a little bit. I like her. Forte Fortuna, one of the European invaders that I respect quite a bit, though I'd use Galibrand in there as well. Locked is where I'm landing in that juvenile. I think Todd Pletcher is loaded for that race. And then I have a huge price that I like in the juvenile turf. Of course, your favorite coming out with River Tiber, but Tok Tok. Brutal trip last time out in the Bourbon. Had to steady his run in traffic, and I think that he's a type that could do well with a cleaner trip.
All right, Future Stars Friday coming up a little bit later on today, 5 Eastern start time for those Breeders' Cup races out at Santa Anita. We're going to take a timeout. We will get into race 3 stakes action when we come back. The turn back the alarm, and there is Interstate Daydream for Brad Cox. Multiple graded stakes winner, and coming off a stakes win in Maryland last time out when she was very far back. She was able to overcome a wide trip that day.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance.
1,200,000 right there. 1,200,000. 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you.
450. 75. 475,000.
Race Lens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. Race Lens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Factor, a perennial leading sire of winners. He was third in the nation by winners in 2021 and 2022. His progeny include Grade 1 winners Sistron and Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia, and millionaires Bound for Nowhere. And factor this, with dozens of six-figure yearling sayings, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back the alarm in front as the field turns for home. November Snow is down inside. Nannerl on the outside. Coming down to the final furlong. And now Antley asking, turn back the alarm for everything she has. And she's holding on to the lead by a length and a half. November Snow under a furious drive at the inside. On the outside, Nannerl. It's still turn back the alarm. Nannerl, November Snow, here's the line. And turn back the alarm goes wire to wire.
Valley View Farms 5-time Grade 1 winner, including that incredible run in 1993 when she went back-to-back-to-back Grade 1s in the Chuvie, Hempstead, and Gopher Wand.
She's such an ultra-consistent and impressive type that really was able to bring that form over 2-year-old, 3-year-old, and beyond. And we don't see that quite as much as we used to when this win in the Gopher Wand was a Grade 1, and she's just been so talented and really almost hit that $1 million mark as well, $960,000 in earnings, and great to see those races at any time named after horses like this that we can look back on.
This year's edition up next. Mile and an eighth going to kick off our stakes action on this Friday card. The Discovery later today. Here's the rest of our stakes action over the weekend with a Nashua and Tempted on Sunday to close out the weekend. But here we go in a compact but very competitive field. Not only do you have Interstate Daydream, multiple graded stakes winner, you have the emerging Tizzy in the Sky, as we look at the favorite right there for Todd Pletcher, who went gate to wire, which is dominant at a mile and an eighth. And Bellamore went very good off about a 3-month layoff last time out against the Fillies. Probably going to be the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, Idiomatic. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And we'll start with the Brad Cox trainee not Idiomatic. We'll get to her, the horse that faced her in a moment. But Interstate Daydream, multiple graded stakes winner. And I think that she's been very well and carefully managed by Brad Cox and his team, because maybe she's just not quite up to the level of the horses running in the big Grade 1 races. But with being well spotted, she's able to pick up stakes and graded stakes victories in races like the Indiana Oaks, the Twix last time out. She won the Black Eyed Susan as a 3-year-old. She obviously has a lot of ability, but as a 3-year-old, as we were mentioning earlier on the show, she was showing a lot more early speed than she has recently. Last time out at Laurel, she did kind of hit the gate a little bit coming out, and she was keen and wide into the first turn and just not really settled. She was just so much the best over her competition in what was really not an ideal trip at all. She's probably, with the exception of Fireline, one of the quietest horses in the paddock so far, starting to perk up just a little bit now, but I'll watch her on track and curious as to how Trevor McCarthy will warm her up, as he usually does give a big warm up, and she looks like she's carrying her condition well. She's filled out as a 4-year-old. Just wondering if she will get a little bit of an easier time of it and not have to overcome so much adversity she did last time with leaving herself so much to do. The number 1, Bellamore, first time seeing her. She is a bit of a new face and a treat to see her. She's the one that ran against Idiomatic and La Davida last time out in the Grade 1 Spinster. And She was a little bit keen early when Martin Garcia had a tight hold on her. Idiomatic obviously wired the field. She has so much speed. And this one, well, she got passed for second. I thought really ran on well to dig in and finish third. She just looks like a horse that wants the 9 furlongs. She's got a lot of substance to her, carrying great condition. She's been marching around the paddock here. I've been impressed with what I've seen from her. The horse that should be setting the pace early, though, is the 2 Tizzy in the Sky, and she's once again acting like one that wants to show early speed. She's in very sharp, kind of throwing her head around in the paddock, and she's typically one that gets a bit hot prior to her races, and obviously it's cooled down significantly this week, but she hasn't gotten too sweaty or washy, which I appreciate. But she's been on the muscle, and she's very energetic. She went right out to the lead and was never challenged last time out. We'll see if she's able to do that yet again, but physically she looks like she wants the distance, and off of that last race she's shown that she certainly can handle it. Greg?
Keisha, thank you. Post parade here coming up. We're going to start with Bellamore, who she put in a move trying to tackle Idiomatic, who again is probably going to be the favorite in the distaff this weekend, and then just flattened out late.
I think she's just been facing the best horses. She should get the jump on Interstate Daydream right behind Tizzy in the Sky.
Speed of the race. She was dominant. Mile and 1/8. Tougher test today, though, but she is quick. She broke incredibly sharp. She'll be in front.
She will be, and she should be alone up there and get pretty comfy.
6-5. Here's the multiple graded stakes winner, Interstate Daydream for Brett Cox.
And the money makes sense. She's a horse that has been able to prove herself, but at the same time, she will be behind it in terms of pace.
Morning Matcha. Butch Reed went by.
She did, and she's been ultra consistent too. I just think not facing quite the level of horse as the others.
And Chad Brown filly, who competed in the Alabama, she was 8th in that 10-horse field and has come back to run a distant second to Tizzy in the Sky.
She's just never really run a race that's fast enough to compete with what some of the top horses have done, but a 3-year-old that could eventually be improving and take another step forward.
So let's look at her favorite, Interstate Daydream. 6 of her 13 career starts she has won, including 2 graded stakes win back in her 3-year-old campaign. This race, she was towards the outside. She was 6 wide on that first turn, and she was still able to get up and win this race.
She was, and look, she's a horse that obviously has the talent, was able to get to your pace setter in here. She was 1-5 that day. She had a lot of work to do, but at the same time, with a field like this that's so compact, I worry about horses that need to come from off the pace, as she has shown lately. If she can refine some of that tactical positioning that she used to be able to show, I'd like her a little bit more.
Well, the up-and-coming filly used to be in a couple of different barns, now at Todd Pletcher, and start number 2 in the Pletcher barn stamps her arrival with this performance. Like a rocket out of the gate, gets to the lead, and just doesn't look like she's ever slowing down, going 1 1/8.
And maybe you forgive the start coming off the layoff before this at Saratoga. She was a horse that we hadn't seen since November of 2022. Prior to that, when she was running in graded stakes. And this effort, a 91 Beyer speed figure, the best that we've seen from her before, it's not as though it completely came out of nowhere. She was running numbers in the mid to high 80s prior to going to the bench, and that was a biased racetrack that she was running in on August 30th. And I know that she's a horse that had shown some speed and been forward, but she wasn't quite as sharp that day coming off the layoff behind Olga Isabel. That's a horse that we've seen come back and run very well too. So she's one that she has been keeping some good company, even though she hasn't been facing stakes horses.
And then you have Bellamore on the inside, who has competed against some of the top distaffers in the country, not just Idiomatic last time out. Played hard. She was second beat a length to in the Fall City last year. Adair Manor, distant second to earlier this year at 1 16th. And this was off some time away, about 3 months off. And you can think, well, maybe one of the bigger figures she's ever run. Can she improve off this effort? Second start back off the bench.
Right, and a horse that hasn't really run on dirt that much throughout her career. She's run pretty consistently well on all 3 surfaces, and she's dropping from a grade 1 against a horse that is going to be one of the heavy favorites going into Breeders' Cup weekend with Idiomatic. So I think that you have to respect a horse like this, getting some class relief, and also has the ability to put herself in the game a bit more than your favorite.
Let's get back to Acacia.
I just wanted to circle back to what I commented on in the paddock with Interstate Daydream and the way that she warmed up. Trevor McCarthy took her right away from the pony, and she had an exuberant solo warm-up out on the track, and she really perked up a lot. So I will be curious to see if she will try to be kind of right on the hip of Tizzy in the Sky, as I was wondering about her energy for a horse that hasn't shown much speed lately. I was impressed with what I saw in the warm-up, and especially as she really picked up the bit and really seemed much sharper out on the track. But talking about the two others in this field, Morning Matcha comes in for Butch Reed, and she's an interesting filly because she's Pennsylvania bred, but New York sired. So she's been able to have some restricted races that she had the opportunity to run in. Last time out on that very, very wet day at Parks, she was on the rail for pretty much all of the race. And I don't know if maybe that wasn't necessarily a place where she was comfortable, because she's a very big filly and she still ran pretty well, even though beaten as the favorite that day to be second best. She'll get some class testing here, as Sarah touched on, facing some tougher competition, but she stacks up physically, and I think sometimes she does have the opportunity to run some good races, and hopefully she'll break sharper than she did last time as well, as she was off a bit slow and left herself with a lot to do. As I'm behind the gate and Trevor McCarthy is just keeping Interstate Daydream circling nonstop behind the gate here. She is really having a strong warm-up, and I think will be aggressively handled. But back over to the 5, Fireline, distant second behind Tizzy in the Sky. She was the one that I was a little bit intrigued by coming into the Alabama, because she's very laid back, physical in demeanor to suggest distance is her friend. She hasn't really quite stepped forward much last time out. She was chasing last time, and she did manage to get second, but might have just been running against some others who weren't able to sustain late runs. This is a chance where we'll really get to see if she has much ability to hang with these graded stakes types and pick up another good effort going the mile and an eighth, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Both you and Sarah agree going with Bellamore in this spot at 5-2.
If she wins, is your opinion on Idiomatic even changed, though? Because I think that I already respect Idiomatic, but I wonder if she's going to face some pace pressure in that distaff from Randomized.
Yeah, she may. I initially, we first saw that Alabama, and I wasn't as impressed with that performance. Then going back, seeing how she backed it up, and you look at the field she beat too when she tackled Olders in the Beldame, the numbers she got, she's a major player in the distaff. Yeah. It's going to make life difficult potentially for Idiomatic. I love Idiomatic. I think it's going to be very tough. But it's a question for sure.
Yeah, I think that the pace in that race is very interesting, just like the Breeders' Cup Classic. We'll, of course, talk about that in a little bit. But I think a win by Bellamore here elevates Idiomatic as a horse that you have to take seriously if you weren't already.
Interstate Daydream, multiple graded stakes winner, the even money favorite from post 3 for Brad Cox, the one to beat here in the turn back the alarm. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Fireline, last to load. All set. And they're off, and a stumble at the start for Bellamore. Jose Lescano is still aboard, but a stumble at the start for Bellamore is the early trailer. Tizzy in the Sky will take him into that first turn, and Tizzy in the Sky with an easy lead right now. Interstate Daydream is going to stalk this pace setter. They're 1-2 into that first turn. Morning Matcha is now back to fourth. Gets passed by Fireline to the outside as they challenge for the third position, and the early trailer after the stumble, that's Bellamore at the back of the field. Field of 5 works to the back stretch and on the front end to the inside there. It's Tizzy in the Sky. Tizzy in the Sky now gets pressure here from Interstate Daydream. And these front two have cleared off now 7 lengths in front of the rest of the field. Fireline, Morning Matcha, Bellamore with the tall task is in the 3 path there with the trailers as they approach the half-mile pole. It is still Tizzy in the Sky with the lead, is up by a neck. Interstate Daydream has had a nice journey so far. They went 47-4 for the half-mile time, and they've got set to move into the far turn, and Interstate Daydream is now called upon for the effort. Tizzy in the Sky is still in hand and traveling nicely enough. Morning Matcha is starting to inch in closer, now within 4 of the lead. Bellamore, and dropping back gets Fireline, who's the trailer. 1 minute 12 flat for 3/4 of a mile. Now Tizzy in the Sky gets the cue. Interstate Daydream starts to push on by. Morning Matcha is making up some ground, now within 2.5 of the leaders as they reach the top of the stretch. Tizzy in the Sky and Interstate Daydream, they go at it shoulder to shoulder. Morning Matcha's trying to join them, but still 3 lengths off of it. Bellamore is 4th. Interstate Daydream is now put ahead in front. Tizzy in the Sky is game to the inside as they approach a 16th to go. Interstate Daydream is almost there. Tizzy in the Sky comes back one more time. Interstate Daydream wins the turn back the alarm. It's Interstate Daydream over Tizzy in the Sky. Then came Morning Matcha. Final running time, 1 minute 50.34 seconds.
Interstate Daydream outgames Tizzy in the Sky. She broke so much sharper today, and good thing she had to, otherwise this race would have been over.
And a great warm-up indication from Trevor McCarthy that Acacia touched on of what he was going to try to do with this horse. Get her more in the game, get her to be more involved, and that made the difference in this race because Tizzy in the Sky was not coming back to the rest of this field. It was a very nice show from these two down to the wire.
She has gotten really good. Tizzy in the Sky, runner-up finish here, but she gave Interstate Daydream absolutely everything she could handle in this spot. She comes up just short here in stakes company. Credit, though, Interstate Daydream. Gritty effort, and just to see her break a lot sharper today. Good sign.
And show more of that speed that we touched on that she used to have, because if she was coming from the clouds today, it wouldn't have happened. Trevor knew that he needed to keep her right there and involved, but we did also see a stumbling start from Bellamore, who we thought would be a little bit more forwardly placed and was really behind things to start this race out.
Now we're going to go back to the beginning. Take a look. Keep your eyes on the one. She goes down to her nose out of the gate here.
And you knew that she was going to have a hard time recovering from that, and still just ended up being so far back in kind of the trip that I was worried Interstate Daydream might end up getting just too much to do late against some horses that were really, really controlling things on the front end.
One more look at what Interstate Daydream had to battle down the stretch. Tizzy in the Sky, she might have some big races ahead of her.
Yeah, this was a game effort. She did not want to let this horse go by, and these two really put on a nice performance in the turn back the alarm.
And, you know, getting towards the end of her 4-year-old campaign here, she's only the A start of her career for Tizzy in the Sky.
Exactly. There's plenty of opportunities for her going forwards. We don't necessarily know how good she could be if she's able to string back-to-back performances together.
So Trevor McCarthy, Brad Cox, Flurry Racing, with 4-year-old filly by the 2-year-old champ. Classic Empire has now won officially half of her starts. 7th win from 14 career outings. Wins at 4-5 as form continues to hold. Early on this Friday card, we'll get into a middle pick 4 when we come back.
What's better than one fill? 2 fills.
That was a keen turn of speed.
2 stakes wins at 2.
And it's 2 fills.
2 5.5 Ragazins.
And the son of hard spun.
2 105 buyers, including the Kentucky Derby.
And a passion run by 2 fills.
In the last 15 derbies, no horse has been faster.
This is a serious 3-year-old.
And at 12.5, you'd better book fast. 2 fills, this year's fastest 3-year-old around 2 turns.
Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As we just saw, a throwdown in the Turn Back the Alarm Interstate Daydream, emerging victorious. As I'm so happy to be joined by winning rider Trevor McCarthy. Trevor, you and I were just talking about the warm-up you gave this filly. You were not letting Tizzy in the Sky get away from you early, and that paid off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the plan was to get a really good break with this filly today, and you know, watching her previous races, she's just been left with a little bit too much to do, and seems like it kind of can affect her in a way. And I thought, well, I'll be really aggressive with her in the warm-up and be really aggressive. If the rail horse wants to go with Kendrick, then that'll set up great. I'll just sit there. But if nobody goes with him, it's a two-horse race between me and him, and I'm going to make him work for it. And sure enough, I gave him the first turn, and when we turned down the backside, I picked the pace up, and I stayed on him the whole way. And this filly was really game all the way through the wire.
Those two fillies, they put on a really good show today, and you had to work for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all credit to the filly that runs second. I mean, she put up a good fight. It turned for home, looked like we were going to run away from her, and kind of gave my filly a left-handed encouragement, and she came to come back on again, and Kendrick and that filly seemed never to give up, and they gave us a good fight, but we got there first.
It made it for a really fun show to watch too. And you're a rider. I've noticed you give good warm-ups. You kind of get your horses going and are more aggressive in putting a horse in the front end when need be. How important and beneficial do you think that is?
Yeah, it's really beneficial, and I give props to my father who taught me a lot about warming horses up and just really getting them to stretch out and get their blood pumping, get the heart rate going. And you know, as a runner in high school, I kind of always was real aggressive with my warm-up and stretching. So I kind of try and do the same thing with the horses here in the afternoon.
I like it, and it paid off today. Congratulations, Trevor.
Thanks, Acacia.
Interstate Daydream winning the Turn Back the Alarm. And Greg, fun fact, she was the workmate of Timberlake, who will be one of the main players in today's Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Interesting. Horse who took a big step forward in a prep here in New York. I believe 4-1 morning line for Brad Cox.
And a horse that you could make some excuses for when he was running in that hopeful at Saratoga. Really, really rebounded in his effort in the Champagne, and a nice little piece of information to know that he's been working with a talented workmate.
$3.90, 4-5. Interstate Daydream, now the 7th win of her 14-start career. Had to battle for that one as we move into a middle pick four in this 6-furlong sprint. $25,000, they're all for sale for that price in this claiming race. Horses who have not won 2 lifetime, and shows you how wide open this group is. Your favorite 4-1 outside. Very modest favoritism to Will Be Famous, the 10.
It is a gift to everyone playing our late carryovers, the pick 6 carryover and the pick 5 carryover, that this race is not included within the sequence. I don't have a strong opinion here. Neither does the wagering public so far.
We'll get into this a little deeper when we come back from a timeout. We will talk Distaff when we return. Chad Brown, Klarovich, they have search results every now and then. She runs a huge effort. Could she surprise this year? Stablemate randomize. She is on a roll with an Alabama Bell Dame double coming into the Distaff.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For the last few years, thoroughbred racing has been taking vital steps to make our sports safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians who check every horse before every race, strict anti-doping and medication controls with severe punishments for violators, uniform safety standards for every track, and a single national authority empowered to create reforms and enforce new standards across the board. With each important measure, more data is gathered, accountability is demanded, and while we've made progress, we are committed to doing more, so that at every track, in every race, safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Digs down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
And randomized turns for home, very wide, but still in front. Wet paint will have to come through along the inside, but it's randomized, still loaded with a furlong left to go. And she has a 3-length lead. Wet paint is trying her best, and so is Defining Purpose. But today's the day for randomized. It's her coming out party in the Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales.
She's the now 3-year-old filly heading to the distaff and sort of late developing on the scene to get into this picture. Now 3 wins in a row, all of them gate to wire, including back-to-back in the Grade 1 Alabama and against Olders in the Grade 2 Beldame.
And while she did have an easier time of it in the Beldame, this Alabama performance was legitimate. She was able to not totally just get away with some soft fractions on the front end. It was a great ride by Joelle Rosario to get her engaged and be able to set the pace in this race. And she beat a pretty good group of 3-year-olds, backed it up against Older last time out in the Beldame.
But maybe you can make the argument this year's group of 3-year-old fillies a little bit cut below some of the stronger ones we've seen in recent years.
Well, that's completely fair, and she's going to be facing some pretty good older company in here, but just the way that she did it, the thing with her, I respect her. I don't think she gets the right kind of setup in terms of the pace of this race. I think that she's going to have to deal with some other very legitimate speed.
Got to deal with her stablemate as well, who can be forward. That's Search Results, who has every now and then, and it's not even that infrequent, huge performances that make her a major player in this race.
And which one will Chad Brown want to be more forward, to challenge a horse like Idiomatic early, and a good position for him to be in with 2 horses for the same stable where he gets to kind of choose. Are we sending Search Results? Are we sending Randomized? They're likely not sending both. And at least with Search Results, you know that she can sit right off whatever pace is going to develop and still be right there for you at the end.
2 very talented filly and mare from this barn of Chad Brown and for Klarovich Stables. It's randomized. You look at her and it seems like she has to go, doesn't she?
That's what I think. I think that if you want one of them, you'd gravitate towards Search Results with more of a proven resume overall. You know that she can withstand taking some pace pressure. She was able to duel a horse like Latruska when she was good into the ground in one of her races where she came up short in one of her best performances. And at the same time, though, with her, you kind of wonder if the pace might be too hot for even her.
Yeah, the problem with anyone who wants to be forward in this race is the emergence of Idiomatic for Brad Cox. She's won 4 in a row and back-to-back Grade 1 wins now at the highest level on the front end. That's how she does it.
Exactly, and maybe you thought that she was a little bit aided by the racetrack at Saratoga. That was a course where you wanted to be forward. You needed to have some early speed to really be competitive. But this spinster, she backed it up as not being just a function of the dynamics of the surface. She's able to show that she has that speed. She can bring it from track to track. And I really respected her last 2 efforts where she has shown that improvement. I just wonder, too, with her, now she takes some pace pressure from a horse like Randomized. That probably sets it up for somebody else to come from off the pace.
Will this be the year? Steve Asmussen at Stone Street, a mare that's been so special to them and delivered so much with that huge pedigree. 3-time over millionaire. Brought her back specifically to try and get a championship and to try and finish in the distaff. Beware, beware before riding off Clairiere. Is she going to finally get that pace to set it up for her this year? Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale, who we welcome in for the first time today for more.
Yeah, Greg, she definitely could, right? It would be kind of just icing on the cake for what has been a sensational career for Clariere. She's taken on waves of generational horses, such as the Malathats and the Nests and so on and so forth. And she has beaten them at times, but has yet to really kind of get that big performance in the Breeders' Cup, as she has been out in California preparing for this since the sound defeat going back to the Grade 1 personal incident, which was contested over a sloppy racetrack in which we saw Idiomatic wiring the field that day. And I guess you could say she is a horse that doesn't necessarily love a track that wet. Well, she's not going to get it on Saturday, that's for sure. She's going to have a fast surface to compete over. We'll see how the track plays. I'm always interested to see what's going on out at Santa Anita, and sometimes we do see it a little bit more favoring to those speed types where it plays against those ones that want to close, like Clariere. So I think we'll have to kind of watch some of the racing out there to see and gauge what we think of Clariere, Greg, but there's no doubt about it. If the 3-year-olds don't show up, if Idiomatic gets pressed too hard, she's going to be the one that's picking up the pieces late.
Thanks, Maggie. And yeah, don't just pay attention to how the track's playing. Pay attention to how these trainers and their horses are doing early on in the card, because that sometimes is a big predictor of, are their horses running?
That's a really good point to bring up. And I think that when you look at all these horses that are coming in from the East Coast, you also have to look at how did these horses ship over? How much time have they had to acclimate to the new surface at Santa Anita if they haven't been there before? And it will be an interesting trend to keep an eye on whether these trainers are really bringing a strong contingent to face other horses that have that home court advantage.
10 minutes away from a middle pick 4 coming up on our Friday card here at Aqueduct. Again, non-winners at 2 lifetime sprint at 6 furlongs ahead. Still the favorite. The price has actually come down quite a bit on this one. Public settling in on Will Be Famous. It was a 4-1 favorite just a few moments ago, now down to 5-2.
I don't know how they're going to ultimately end up wagering this race, but she's one of the ones that makes some sense in here and comes out of a race just like Now Showing does as well, where she ran quite a bit better than that rival. And we'll take a look at it now. With her, she was further back. She had to make that wide run, but you see right there, Now Showing, she was up close and steadied towards the inside. So any sort of little excuse or anything that I can forgive about a performance from a horse at this level of competition, I want to be able to do that and maybe perhaps make an argument for them next time that this might not have been the most comfortable position for Now Showing. I think she's a better turf horse. I wish that maybe she'd shown a little bit more once she finally did get a little bit more clear sailing, but I think that this was just not necessarily how she wants to run overall. And out of all the people to have on this time, Jose Gomez now getting aboard, he's making all the right decisions.
And we saw that earlier, sitting off the pace in that victory back in race 2. Will Be Famous, who winds up 3rd in this race, who is your favorite right now. That was off a 4.5-month layoff, and there she is. She had a 4-wide trip most of the way around the racetrack, and she's come back to work a bullet drill too. So you can see with the public gravitating to her from that outside post.
And maybe you just think, oh, she needed a race and she didn't run that badly either. Perhaps now with that sharp workout, she's showing that she's going to run a bit better in this start, now second off the bench.
But she's no standout, having said all the positives for her too. No one is in this race.
Exactly. This is a pretty evenly matched group. You can make a little bit of a case for several contenders in here, and I think that's why you were earlier on seeing such a wide open betting board.
This young man that's going to be aboard the favorite Will Be Famous. Saw him with a win yesterday, Luis Rivera Jr. He'll be on the 10. And he's all smiles right now. We'll see if he's that way after the race. Now Showing, who was in that race with Will Be Famous. First start back since that meeting.
And she's just one that I know that wasn't off the turf race. I wish she had done a little bit more running, but I think that she's a horse that perhaps like to have a little bit more clear sailing and be more forwardly placed like she was before she lost some of that position and did have to steady. I think that now with Jose Gomez up in a field like this, she could have an opportunity to get herself into a better position overall.
Post parade here coming up shortly, 7 minutes away from a start. As we're set for riders up in just a moment, there's Katie Davis. She'll hop aboard, just a 3rd-time starter, undefeated on the dirt after a win at Saratoga at a low level against State Bred Company. You could play all the action, including a middle pick 4 that starts here with Cup 25. Punch that in for new members at sign up when you go there at NYRABets.com or on the NYRABets app to play all the action here, Breeders' Cup, and everywhere. Any track, anywhere, anytime. We're going to get a look at this field here in just a moment. Pace-wise in this group, is it kind of a murky call who's going to get to the front?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, it's kind of a murky race overall, so I don't see anybody as that type of standout in terms of speed. And I guess I'd probably think it would be Best Coast, who's a horse that's projected to be in front at least by Timeform US.
Yeah, turf sprint speed last time out, and that usually translates to being quick on dirt as well. Here's Altarina. So dirt debut, it was a win at Saratoga.
It was, and obviously this could be a tougher group. Now she faces winners for the first time.
Alice Cramden, 16-1 Romero Mirage.
I don't know that she necessarily fits with this level. She has some good performances and some that wouldn't make her competitive at all.
There's Kendra Carmouche, My Girl Jow.
A horse that maybe had the excuse of a biased racetrack last time, but again, I don't know that she quite competes either.
We both thought Best Coast, the 4 major player. She's 8-1.
And she was against the track 2 bag in her dirt race. I know that she won on turf last time, and she's stepping up hypothetically, but I think she's a player.
Long shot Karen's Honor went by. She went gate to wire going long, and blinkers come off. Here's Now Showing.
Just a horse that I can make a little bit of an excuse for in her last trip.
Shazi at 9-1. Blinkers go on.
One that's kind of dropping in class a little bit, but again, I don't know how consistent this horse is, and I don't trust her either.
Bustin' hot, intriguing. She's been off, though, since early February.
She does come in off the layoff, but she's been facing tougher horses in her last start.
We jump to the 10. Will Be Famous, the 5-2 favorite.
And a horse that, again, dropping in class, has made some things that you can make a case for her, as she does have some excuses.
And another from the Rudy Rodriguez barn, and a filly that wants to be forward in the 9 Baby Sox.
And this one's stepping up in class, facing $16,000 non-winners of 2 last time out, now jumping to the $25,000 level.
5 minutes away from a middle pick 4, still ahead. The best yet to come on our Friday card here at Aqueduct. A pick 6 carryover that starts in the next race, $37,682. And then a late pick 5 carryover, which you don't see very often on this circuit. Almost $150,000 in a late pick 5 pool that begins in race 6 on the turf in a New York bred maiden special weight.
It's a tough sequence. I mean, I think there's a couple places that many will likely lean, but overall, I think that you're going to get some of your money's worth, particularly in that last race. I think that that's a situation where you could get at least a fair price. I'm kind of against some of the favorites in there, and I think that it'd be tough to have a lot of really confident leans within our 5-race sequence, and even within the pick 6 starting in the next race.
Well, for Will Be Famous, the best race this filly ever ran. We talked about potentially the 4, maybe the 9 want to be forward. Best race this one ever ran was when she went gate to wire.
Do you think that she has enough speed to end up being in that position with that outside post? Do you think that that might be the intention with her, or do you think that she's not quite fast enough?
I would lean to not quite fast enough, but you see that bullet drill coming in. That shows intention. They want to be forward, don't you think?
I would say so. I think that maybe realizing last time she was just much further back than she needed to be, she will, in all likelihood, be more forward than that. I would have a hard time believing that she's going to be that far back.
3 minutes away. This 4th coming up in a middle pick 4. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, guys, Will Be Famous was really sharp so far in the prelims, in the paddock, and out on the racetrack. Really kind of bowed herself up quite nicely. But I do want to talk about Best Coast, who or I should say 2 back when she was making that first start for the Joe Sharp barn. She didn't look like your kind of typical Joe Sharp runner, you know, great coat, really well muscled. She just didn't look fit, didn't look together. And today it's a completely different story, as she did go to the Meadowlands to break her maiden, albeit on the turf. But given the number, it's kind of like she runs the same race no matter what surface she's running on. She's improved greatly from that start 2 back. She's now been clipped, so she looks better in that sense. But she's just a lot more defined looking, a lot more intensity about her too. So I do like what I'm seeing from Best Coast, and I'm going to take her as kind of a somewhat new face, if you will, you know, one that's just broken her maiden, and I think a very logical spot here for her to try winners for the first time. Taking a look at some somewhat layoff runners, now showing, not the biggest layoff, but last time, as Sarah was talking about, she got very rank while down on the inside behind the pace, and she was never in a comfortable spot along the rail. I do think she is a little bit more turf meant, just based upon the way that she looks. But again, this is the softest spot she's never been in. Now she's drawn a little bit more outside, and she looks okay for her. You know, she's never one that's going to wow you. She's a little bit of a smaller, unassuming type, but pretty good conditioning for her, all things considered. As we'll also take a look at number 8, Bustin' Hot, who comes back here off of a long layoff and switches to Rudy Rodriguez. She was always a very petite, very tiny filly early on, going back to her 2-year-old season and early 3-year-old campaign, and she's grown and filled out a lot. I really like the improvement that I see from her now as a late 3-year-old. She's much stronger behind as well. I think she's quite interesting, and she shows up, you know, based on figures in a very logical spot. I don't take this as a negative kind of drop down. I think this is where she belongs. I think she'll make some noise here as she is taking some money at 7-2. And then there's a horse that I don't know why, but my eye just kept going back to her, and I can't make a case for her at all on paper, and that's number 5, Karen's Honor. Blinkers will come off of this filly for the first time. She looks spectacular. My eye immediately drawn to her in the paddock. Looked great out on the track under Trevor McCarthy, who looks to cap off his own little rolling double here. And she's taking some nibbles, Greg. I don't know. Like I said, there's no rhyme or reason to like her necessarily on paper here, but I like what I'm seeing from her out on the track, that's for sure.
Well, it comes in fresh. Did go gate to wire. That was going long at Monmouth, so going to be hard-pressed probably to try and get the lead in here, but does take the blinkers off. In the past, has shown some sprint speed.
And I like what Maggie said, and of course, I don't have the same type of eye for horses that she or Acacia or Richard Migliori have, or many others, but I looked out the window as we're up here on the set, we can see the track, and I thought, who is that? And it was the same horse that she was talking about. So I feel a little bit validated that she gave this horse a mention, Karen's Honor, because I like her on paper. I saw nothing to recommend, but I was also a little bit intrigued.
16-1. And, you know, these lower level races, sometimes it's just a little change that you look for that maybe can wake them up a little bit.
Best today?
At least fresh, at least makes an equipment change to try and do something different. It looks like she's had blinkers on for every single start of her career. And you see one very quick work, you got to assume, with them coming off.
Right, and with that cutback in distance, and she did break her maiden going longer, able to show some speed. Route speed, though, so not quite the same, but perhaps she's a horse that, hey, took a long time to break the maiden, but now could be one that could make some noise in here at a huge price.
Loading up, middle pick 4 starts here, our prelude to a pick 6 carryover that starts in the next race, and favoritism to Bustin' Hot now, the 8, who becomes the 5-2 favorite, who has not raced since early February for Rudy Rodriguez. There is the 8 stepping in with the recently returned Eric Cancel, who's out quite a while with an injury. Set for the 4th. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Still a few more left to load here as we get set for race 4. Alice Cramden. Here's My Girl Jow. My Girl Jow. This is Alice Cramden. Touch reluctant here, backs away.
No, it's not on. It's not on right now.
Now goes in. My Girl Jow back there. There's Best Coast as well. Karen's Honor still waiting to load. Still a few more here. There is Best Coast. Karen's Honor. There's Will Be Famous to the outside. Will Be Famous hesitates briefly. Now goes in. All set. And they're off. Will Be Famous breaks very well. So does Bustin' Hot. It's Bustin' Hot who's up by a half length. About to be joined to the inside here from Best Coast, who's right there with Karen's Honor in the lime green cap and making it 4 across the racetrack. There's Will Be Famous to join them. They're 4 across the track here in the early stages. Just off of them, about 3 lengths back to My Girl Jal, and also driven along there is Chassis, who's in the orange cap. Progressing up on the outside of them, that's Jose Gomez with Now Showing, going to be mid-pack. Altarina is down at the rail as moved towards the back end of the field. That's Alice Cramden and Baby Socks, who's the trailer. 3 wide battle for the front now is down towards the inside. It's Best Coast. In between horses there comes Bustin' Hot. And 3 wide move, that's Will Be Famous, is in hand here in the red cap as they approach a quarter mile left to go. It was a pressured opening quarter. They reached the top of the stretch. Will Be Famous is kicked on. They went 46-1 for that half-mile time. Luis Rivera Jr. and Will Be Famous now trying to sprint away. My Girl Jal is in full pursuit, and here comes My Girl Jal after Will Be Famous. Will Be Famous softened up by those fractions, approaching the 16th pole. My Girl Jal and Kendrick Carmouche up on the outside. My Girl Jal pushes by. My Girl Jal, Kendrick Carmouche with another one. Will Be Famous there second. Late run there, Karen's Honor comes back and gets third. Then a photo that was now showing with Bustin' Hot. Final running time, 1 minute 11-4.
My Girl Jal taking advantage of 3 of them dueling up front, 7-1. Kendrick Carmouche here on a 3-year-old filly wins for just the second time in 10 starts.
And a horse that I will say was at least against the track last time. There's a little bit of a bias that day on September 14th. I couldn't have come up with her, but got a pretty good stalking kind of trip in here. And it seemed like the pace was really going to come apart, but you saw a couple horses sort of regain a little bit momentum. And a horse that was forward, got that good position, kind of tailed off, and then came running again is one that Maggie and I had touched on, Karen's Honor, that really interested Maggie and was one that I'm glad that she pointed out, getting third at 19-1.
3-10. And yeah, back there, distant third at a big price to help this trifecta at 19-1, as you mentioned. Karen's Honor, Trevor McCarthy. My Girl Jal steps up with this performance in the slight drop down from 40 non-winners of 2 to 25 to get this win.
Yeah, got a good trip in here. Kendrick Carmouche able to produce this late run. I think we think of him as a rider that's very aggressive and goes with his speed horses. He can ride all types. He's not just that one-dimensional type of jockey.
Will Be Famous, a big move going wide into the turn. It looked like she had plenty left, but then just too much from this filly who comes and gets her here under Kendrick Carmouche for the victory and our first real big upset of this afternoon here on this Friday card.
Yeah, and a race that I'm glad was not a part of those later carryover sequences because this is not a horse that I would have had on my tickets.
3-10, 5-8 finish, 7-1 on your winner. And a middle pick 4 begins with a 7-1 upset after a formful first 3 races here on this Friday card. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. Get into the pick 6 carryover that begins next with a New York bred first allowance condition race sprinting at 6.5 furlongs. And we'll talk Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, a man who's won 5 of the 15 runnings as a major player once again. That would be Chad Brown with a Miss Grillo winner hard to justify. We'll have a preview ahead.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Reds start with an advantage. Our New York Reds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all on Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the Naira Bets app to get signed up and started. Fourth race, middle pick 4 back here at Aqueduct. It's My Girl Jow off the pace. Kendra Carmouche with the victory here at 7:01.
Yeah, a horse that I could not have come up with, but a great ride and a nice stalking position for this one. About mid-pack, we saw some heated fractions early in this race. A couple of them really wanted to show that type of forward position, and Kendra Carmouche able to time this ride well to get to Will Be Famous, who ran a pretty big effort when sitting right as a part of that pace.
There she comes. Gonna roll right on by Will Be Famous, who ran a pretty big race here in defeat under Luis Rivera Jr. But My Girl Jow gets the money after breaking her maiden back in May at Belmont for 40 maiden claiming $17.60, by far her biggest price of the day here. 3:10.5 finish as we get set for a pick 6 carryover coming up next, and all the remaining races on the turf stay on this afternoon. 6.5 furlongs, main track, and a New York bred first allowance condition race to kick off the sequence, and another wide open one. Right now it's Big Bean Christine, 2-1 favorite.
And outside of her, there's a lot going on in this race. You can make the case for a lot of other interesting horses, some class droppers as well in terms of who they faced in the past, just as far as the company that they've been keeping. And Big Bean Christine, she does what she does, but she's not exactly an overwhelming star in terms of the rest of this field.
And she's had her chances at this condition as well. Maybe she finds the right field today. Feels like there's a couple of others that might be, at least in terms of this group, emerging a little bit and can step up and run a better race than her. We'll dig deeper in a minute. Let's get back to Future Stars Friday. And all the action today kicks off in terms of the Breeders' Cup races with that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. That's race 5, 5 Eastern start time. There's the lineup. Concludes with that Juvenile Turf. And a common race for a few in here. You don't necessarily think of Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen with turf sprinters, what he's done in his career, but he has a good one here in Committee of One.
He does, and this is a type of situation where sometimes he can surprise you because they do show some pretty good speed out of the gate. He had another one, Detective Tom, that actually faced a horse we'll see later on in our card today, but Committee of One, I think, got a pretty good setup in his last race, the Indian Summer Stakes, when he was able to get the victory. A little bit of trouble for the two that finished behind him with Midst Waves and Shards.
Yeah, Miss Waves, one of 3 for George Weaver that's going to line up in this race, including the filly going to Royal Ascot. Crimson Advocate is going to get the rail, but Shards winds up in here third as one. You like Shards today, right?
I do, and I think that you're going to get a very fair price on a horse that, while he didn't have a ton of trouble in this race, he was starting his run a little bit after Midst Waves. They end up finishing so close together, whereas Committee of One, he got that nice unhampered outside trip closing. So I felt as though I could make enough of an excuse for him having to perhaps overcome a little bit more than his 2 rivals that will be shorter prices going into the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
Meanwhile, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, couple of big names from the Euros. 5 Euros are going to line up in the race this year. Porta Fortuna for Donica O'Brien, bred by his parents, Group 1 winner. Going to go beyond 7 furlongs for the first time. Going to go beyond a straightaway for the first time. Carla's Way is going to take a lot of attention. And then Hard to Justify and She Feels Pretty right next door to each other for Cherie DeVoe and Chad Brown, major players from the U.S. contingent. With more on this group, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, I find this Juvenile Fillies Turf quite fascinating, to be fair. Now, Hard to Justify, she did not get the most ideal draw to the outside with post number 12 with 1 outside of her. But what a big step forward as far as professionalism, as far as tactics go when stepping against winners for the first time in this Miss Grillo. She put herself in the game a bit more readily for Flavian Pratt, who does retain the ride for Chad Brown, and she was just always there for him when he came to call on her, and it was a gritty performance. Physically, she's a big, imposing filly by Justify, who we've seen a lot of his progeny take very kindly to the turf. They've actually made a bit more noise, I think, personally, on that surface than what they have on the dirt. for me, it's kind of a wide open affair a lot of times, as it is in these fillies or in these turf races for the young horses. But again, I think Hard to Justify solidified herself with that Miss Grillo win. We'll just see if she can overcome that outside pose with this flat mile around the 2 turns at Santa Anita, Greg.
And she's got at least tactical speed, which might help her a bit and not have to get drawn quite as wide early on with that turn coming up fairly quick. Chad Brown won 5 of the 15 runnings of this Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf, so you have to take an extra hard look at any filly he sends out in this race.
You do. You know, this is a race that he knows how to win. Of course, the one that comes to mind for me most recently is Newspaper of Record. She was brilliant as a 2-year-old, a horse that we saw have such a big performance in this race a couple of years ago. And I take Hard to Justify seriously, but I do think she is one. That was a race where it was dominated on the front end, and she was the one controlling the pace in there. So out of that race, I'd actually want Galibrand,
who apparently has been working pretty big, too, for Bill Mott. Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, race 9 on the card today. And the biggest scratch of anybody on this program this afternoon, that's River Tiber for Aidan O'Brien, comes out of the race.
He was a horse that was going to be your favorite, one that had shown a lot so far over his career, but he had never gone a route of ground before, and Aidan O'Brien doesn't have star numbers when making that move, when stretching his horses out in the U.S. He's 1 for 14 over the past 5 years. That one was Meditate, last year's winner of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. So I was always looking to play against, but he's a horse that I respected and was going to take quite a bit of money.
All right, well, let's look at a horse you're interested with in this race, and that's Talk Talk, who had a very tough trip last time out in the Bourbon.
He was a horse that was kind of making that same run as Can Group, your eventual winner, except that he was trying to weave around traffic and go to the inside of horses, and he wasn't able to have that sort of a flowing run that Can Group was, because he had to start and stop so often. And so I think that with a clear outside run in that race, he might have made a little bit more noise, and while I don't know if he was always winning, he would have definitely finished better than the 5th place finish we did see from him. I think he'll be underestimated, and I like him quite a bit at a big price.
15-1 Shards, 20-1 Talk Talk, couple of big prices for Sarah's Friday Future Star selections.
And Greg's like, you're crazy.
Not at all. Anything can happen in these races. Certainly, this is, we talk about how you structure wagering, and such a big edge to be maybe a better than handicapper in some of these things, but the all button has its purpose, especially on days like this.
It would have had its purpose yesterday, right? At the end of the card, where we saw Your Game of Silk's horse Bertrill get the win at more than 99-1. If you were live to all in that last race yesterday, you would have been pretty happy with how things played out. But look, it definitely has its uses. It's not a button that I like to press unless I really have no opinion. I think you could be looking for a pretty big price, and I have some better opinions throughout, but I think each decision you make depends on all of the other decisions throughout whatever sequence you're playing.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We're going to get into the pick 6 coming up. Race 5, going to kick it off. 6.5 furlongs, and one of the major players in the first leg of the sequence, Ray Handel, having year by year a better year every single year on the circuit, and now he's becoming a household name here in New York.
Trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside. And Elite Power and Gunite, Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Herman, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
We watched his career. You know, the speed he had was tremendous. So we bought 2 or 3. Underbidder on several. Really nice volatile colt in this last sale that I think maybe 600,000. Beautiful colt.
Tom, $600,000. Thank you very much and good luck.
Perfect sire for 2-year-old sales, and so we'll be bidding against some of our peers, no doubt. So we're looking forward to it. We like a little competition. You know, it's fun.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
It's been quite an unorthodox journey. My dad was a gambler, took me to the racetrack when I was a little kid, and I just fell in love with the game, and it's all I'd ever wanted to do at a young age. Started going to the track and meeting some people, learned how to groom, learned how to ride. Started like a janitor at a corporate company and worked our way up to being a CEO now. I went out on my own in 2014. Second horse I ever bought was English Soul. She's still actually my career high earner. And Promise Her America, she's been so special to me. You know, she got me my first graded stakes win because we'd been knocking on the door in graded stakes company, but I felt like it was one thing that was kind of holding us back a little bit and showing people that we can really do it at a higher level. Winning races and kicking butt helped me kind of keep getting better and getting better stock and bigger clientele base that's kind of helped me elevate my game to the next level. Dad calls me after every single race. He's my biggest fan and my biggest critic. You know, I'd be like, what the hell happened out there today when one doesn't run good? He's the first one to call me before I get to the winner's circle. I'm a competitive person in nature, so to go out there and compete against these guys, it's fun and it's very fulfilling when you claim a horse and seeing them do better and improve and then perform on the racetrack. All of it combined is just everything that I could imagine.
Certainly a trainer on the rise. He had a terrific Saratoga this summer. He had his first graded stakes winner at Promise Her America that launched him into that Kentucky Oaks picture. There he is. He's got maybe the filly to beat in this field. Certainly a major player with the 2, Big Bean Christine.
And just a horse that you kind of know what you're going to get from her, and you can expect that she's going to run her race every time. And at levels like this, it's what you want to see. And we had an angle work a little bit last week. Constitution Lawyer is a horse he sent out. We played our Ray Handel feature. Yeah, he ended up in the winner's circle. So perhaps an indicator of things to come.
Pick 6 starts here. Will that man start things off with Big Bean Christine? We approach the 8-minute mark to post. We'll get to a post parade in a moment. I'm going to head downstairs and get more from Maggie.
Well, guys, the one thing I found interesting about this race is it looked like on paper, pretty much everyone kind of almost had the same amount of early speed. There was no clear-cut front runner to suss out here. And so sometimes I like to look at who's acting sharpest, who's tipping their hand that they're going to at least break running. And that would definitely be the one in here, Iced Mocha, who arguably could be the fastest based upon Timeform US speed ratings. And she comes in here from Finger Lakes, in which she won a pretty slow race. P.S. Love the name. Daughter of Frosted Out of Chocolate Smoothie. Ice Mocha. Love me a Ice Mocha. She wears a hood yet again. She's probably a little bit one that is a bit nervy, a little bit, you know, kind of excitable at times, and she kind of walked in that way, but since they've gotten the tack on her, she has calmed down a bit. But while I got the impression she was a little bit on the smaller side, and she is, there at least is enough of her. It's not like she's a slighter frame. She's just a bit shorter in stature because she's really well muscled behind. And I think it's interesting her coming in here is kind of a little bit of a new face and a possible and very potential pace factor in here, as we'll take a look at number 4, Clover Street, who's kind of second off that little bit of a freshening. Last time out, she was favored that day. Now, Sikkim, while she closed from off the pace, she did spend a lot of time more towards the inside, whereas Clover Street was incredibly wide throughout the running of that affair. And I just thought she kind of needed a race to come together. She looked fit enough, but she just lacked a bit of strength. And today it's there. She looks, and sometimes it's all about who you're facing relative to what your foes look like on that particular day. And on this one, at least, she looks as though she's at the head of the class, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. There again, Ray Handel. Busy tweeting or taking a look at maybe how this race is going to play out with his rider.
Definitely tweeting.
He's on Twitter, let's be honest, or X, sorry. Here's a look at Big Bean Christine. She does not deserve to be, she might win this race. She's certainly one of the major players. 2-1 seems way short.
Right, and I get it. You have to go somewhere in this race, and Clover Street was favored last time and didn't quite deliver. I know that we kind of agree on the track situation there, but Big Bean Christine, says dueled lost crop. I don't think that made a difference. Do you?
I do not, no. And she ran the same kind of race, figures-wise, that she runs just about every single time out, and it's not necessarily a race that's even good enough to win against this field.
Right, it just doesn't make her a standout, and I get you want to gravitate somewhere, and you have some horses that might be coming into this race off of performances that weren't necessarily their best, or what we had seen from them in the past, so I get that they're a little bit tough to trust, and maybe she does seem like the reliable type within this field, but I don't really want to take a short price on anybody in here.
Riders up here momentarily, leg up to the rider of Solib here. I thought was a big player in this spot. It's put together back-to-back paired up figures in here, and now off the claim for Linda Dixon. And as a result, yeah, taken off of Mike Maker. So many times we hear people say, oh, taken off of Linda Rice, taken off of Mike Maker, downgrade because of that. It's not always a bad thing at all.
No, just any type of new situation for a horse, a new barn, a new atmosphere, a new way of training could help them, but I get it. These are lower profile connections.
Here's Ice Mocha. So the only start, it was a win at Finger Lakes in a maiden special weight.
And she will have to get that 6.5 off the 6 furlongs. And it was a slow race, but you can always think that a horse might take another step forward in their second start.
Here's Ray Handel's filly.
And she's had plenty of opportunities. She always seems to run her race. She's a very reliable board hitter. I just don't want her as the favorite.
Solib at 8-1, excuse me.
And you're going from Mike Maker to Linda Dixon, Manny Franco to Alicio Ruiz. So I get it, but she ran very well last time.
And she just ran for Maker on October 22nd, so you don't have to do much training. Clover Street, 3-1.
Favored last time, small bobble at the start, maybe against the track that day.
Dashing Della with Isaac Castillo.
This is one that was definitely against the track last time. Good rail day. She was wide. She has speed.
Fancy Pants Juliana. It's David Donk, Jose Gomez.
Another horse that's lightly raced, facing State Bred Company last time out, and it was off a little bit of a layoff as well.
Reigning Chick, back on July 27th. The last time she ran, she got, in terms of this group, a very strong figure doing it. We haven't seen her since.
And that was against $16,000 claiming types. It was a voided claim after that, but she had run pretty consistent races against some tougher horses before.
And Duck Fat, Ruben Silvera to the outside, trained by Robbie Davis.
A horse that ran well last time, finishing second, but that was an off-the-turf race over a muddy sealed track, and one that I just don't know where she necessarily fits from a class standpoint.
Pick 6 carryover, $37,682. An additional $60,000 plus has already been bet into this pool. We have a late Pick 5 carryover coming up next of almost $150,000. You can play both, plus all the Breeders' Cup action and beyond with Naira Bets. Cup 25 new members. That code to punch in at sign up on the app or at nairabets.com. So 4 minutes away from this Pick 6 that begins in this race coming up. And Dashing Della, what'd you like with this one?
This is a horse that's just shown some pretty good speed over her last couple of races, and she was wide last time on a day when you wanted to be on the rail. The winner of that race was Carbon, a horse that was stretching out in distance, but she drew post position 1 that day. She was a horse that was able to take advantage of the type of racetrack that she was dealing with, whereas Dashing Della was caught wide in there. The start before that, it's an off-the-turf race, and I thought that she ran pretty well. Again, a little bit against the track that day, coming from a wider position in a race won by Sweetest Princess. Sailwood, the win was second. Those are some good horses that she was facing, even though it was one of those off-the-turf races. You go back to some of her claiming races. She's right there and involved at huge prices over her last couple of starts, 22-1, 20-1, 13-1. Now she's 9-1. And I think that with a fair racetrack, I just wanted to give her one more opportunity.
All right, so 9-1 cutting back in distance. She has not gone shorter much in her career at all. Maggie going with the 4 Clover Street. Let's go back down to Maggie now.
Yeah, I'm going to chalk it out a little bit here. But let's take a look at Reigning Chick, who is coming off the back of a win, but avoided claim two for the 16,000. Now, that day up at Saratoga, she looked better than ever. I mean, she looked as though she was moving great. She was carrying her best weight and conditioning that I've ever seen. And while she's warming up well, I just don't love the fact that she's coming back, and at least, you know, she's coming back protected. So that's always a positive sign. And doesn't look quite as good, but is warming up just as well as what she did that day. So maybe Peter Walters kind of figured her out and can round her back into form a little bit. Maybe that last one a little bit of a confidence booster. She was right on top of, and like those fractions, they get kind of miscued, I think, because of the 6.5 run-up distance that we have up at Saratoga. But hey, I would not knock anybody wanting to take Reigning Chick at 5-1. Number 6, Fancy Pants Juliana. She's a big price. She's the longest shot on the board, rightfully so. She hasn't done any running as of yet on the dirt. All of her good races have been on the main track, or excuse me, on the turf course. She does get Lasix though, and Lasix will often, especially for the first time, kind of take the edge off of a horse. And she's a lot more settled than what I've ever seen her in the past. She is one that can get wound up and washed out. And that's not the case today. So second time here off the layoff too. She was hot last time, also an indicator of a horse that needs a race. But now second time in the barn of David Donk as well. And like I said, she might not be any good on this surface whatsoever, but I thought there were some things to like this time around, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Minute to post here coming up. And Clover Street has become the favorite, the 4 here, 2-1 over Big Bean Christine for Ray Handel. Pick 6 starts here. That late pick 5 carryover next for you in this sequence today. Did you see standouts anywhere on the card?
I don't know about standouts, but I think that there's some horses that you can rely on quite a bit. And for all intents and purposes, I'm not getting involved within the pick 6, but I'm definitely getting involved within the pick 5 just because I don't have a very strong opinion in this race. I think it's a wide open affair, and I wouldn't feel overly confident only going with horses like Big Bean Christine and Dashing Della. So I would probably skip the pick 6 and end up playing that pick 5. But within the pick 5, I think in the next leg, you can really kind of narrow it down to 2 horses with hard par as well as Instamatic. Those are the 2 that I want, and what many might believe are a pretty wide open affair. I think that the race after that, the next leg, is one where I'd want some coverage. I think that a couple of horses have some big chances in our 7th race. I'd want to make sure that Flamingo Hawk is on my ticket, a horse like Big Engine with the drop in class. I'd also use one like Air Show, who, while I don't totally trust, he's run 2 big races last time, and Podium will take a quick moment here. Iced Mocha making a break for it.
Yeah, one horse getting loose. We've been told through Matty Olver, Ice Mocha, but did not get too far away. Outrider already has caught up to this filly, whose debut race was a win at Finger Lakes, and this was start number 2, coming up 11-1 on the board. Wait and see what is determined with her, and there's Matty Olver.
Seems like everybody's okay. Quickly apprehended, so that's always good.
Was forward that first time out, potentially part of the pace in this race, and we'll see what the verdict is if this filly is going to stay in.
Yeah, we'll find out, and in the meantime, I'll return to the pick 5 while we wait to see what we're going to do here. The 8th race really decimated by scratches. I think that now you have to sort of include that Chad Brown entry with public sector and unanimous consent. I'd also want Call Me Harry in there. Many will likely rely on Croupy. In the Discovery, I'd also want a little Army Times, a horse that I think will be your pace setter. And then I have no opinion really in the last race. I'd want plenty of coverage going into that finale. And I feel like when you see a big upset in the last race, you're always kind of left with that thought in your mind going towards a sequence like today. So I'd want to go pretty deep within that finale.
Matty Olver back aboard Ice Mocha. So this filly staying in the race here. Good sign. She's tossing her head around and unhappy right now.
She's ready to make a break for it again. Great job by our outrider and Matty Olver herself, keeping her as cool as possible heading towards the gate.
So an additional over $100,000 now bet into this pick 6 pool with this carryover.
Little Breeders' Cup appetizer, right?
See how it's gonna be fun to see how big this pool gets in the pick 5 too. She is not happy, Ice Mocha.
She is certainly feeling herself out there.
She was an odds-on favorite when she won that debut. It was back on October 10th at Finger Lakes with, even though it was a maiden special weight at Finger Lakes, a little bit softer circuit, she'd need, and certainly can, she'd need to take a big step forward to compete against this group. And that's why you're seeing double-digit odds.
When you see something like this before a race, what would you do if you liked her prior to this?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not a good sign.
Cancel your bet?
You got to take it on a case-by-case scenario. I mean, it makes you
apprehensive.
Yeah, I mean, if you're singling here, I probably would say, no, I don't want to single a horse acting like this. If it's one of several on a ticket, but you can't judge it. It's not a blanket statement. Let's go to Maggie for more on how she's acting.
Well, guys, as I said back in the paddock, she wears that hood. So obviously she's one that's prone to doing this. And I kind of like the fact that you brought up the case-by-case basis. I would, and even though this is our first time seeing her, as we're going to see Maddie Ulver, it looks as though either they're doing a saddle adjustment or are they scratching her? I'm not sure. Anyway, she has a propensity to do this from what that hood represents, and it feels like she's one that can be that way. So maybe I would say it's normal for her. So in that case, I wouldn't take it as such a big negative. Looks as though, guys, they're just adjusting the saddle on her and trying to do it on the walk. These assistant starters and poor Maddie have their hands full with Ice Mocha.
I had my hand full of an Ice Mocha right now.
Well, Maggie, if you're nearby, feel free to help out. What a tough job they have to try and get this done with a filly and adjust that saddle on a filly who's not happy right now. Well, apparently this is her MO, so good info there from Maggie. If you do like this filly, don't be too concerned about it.
Right. It's always just good to know what is normal for a particular horse and what is abnormal, and that's the way to ultimately judge how severe a situation like this might be in terms of their behavior and what it might indicate about the performance that we're about to get from them. And I see some good teamwork there, everybody trying to keep her as calm as possible while they make those adjustments, keep everybody safe out there.
Meanwhile, the rest of this field has to wait and put up with her bad behavior and stay calm in this situation. Luckily, it looks like nobody else, domino effect here, acting up. These are some veterans who have a few starts under their belt. And it's still Clover Street, the 4, who is the favorite in this spot, with Jose Lescano for Mark Hennig. And she is just
having a
handful
day
right now.
Yeah, I see that they've started to load, so hoping to get things underway. And I think it's a good idea to not have her be the one that's the first one to go in the gate and have to wait in there.
A gate open on both her and the 4 to try and have her be able to see that open space and not be confined to that closed gate. And maybe, yeah, that's the idea, get her in last, and then she doesn't have a lot of time to spend in there. 5-2 favorite, still Clover Street. Big Bean Christine for Ray Handel. We showed you that feature on him. She's at that price as well. Very slight. Second choice, pick 6 starts here. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin.
Ice Mocha stepping forward. Is in. All set. And they're off. Iced Mocha broke with the speed, and Iced Mocha quickly sprints clear, is up by a length and a half. There's Fancy Pants Juliana and So Lib as they're bunched up in behind the runaway leader, and they're about to join her. Big Bean Christine is in the 2-path, 5 across the racetrack as Reigning Chick will join them as they move up the backstretch now. In the pink cap, there is Clover Street. Second to last is Dashing Della and the trailer. Duck Fat. Iced Mocha is 11-1, and Iced Mocha went 22-3 for the opening quarter mile with 4 furlongs left to go. Iced Mocha takes him into the far turn. At the rail is Big Bean Christine. In the 2-path, there is So Lib. 3 wide is going to be Fancy Pants Juliana, and 4 wide is Reigning Chick. 4 across the track chasing the leader. It's still Iced Mocha in front. Also, here comes Dashing Della. Isaac Castillo in the blue cap looking for a seam. Clover Street losing ground, and Duck Fat is still the trailer. 5 across the racetrack once again at the top of the stretch. 46 flat for a half-mile time. The rail opens up, and it's Big Bean Christine who's got the lead. So Lib is rolling down the center of the racetrack and trying to join them as Reigning Chick. Big Bean Christine has got a nose in front. So Lib is trying to push on by. Duck Fat from out of nowhere in the orange cap, and Reigning Chick in the hunt as well. Inside the final 16, 4 with a shot. So Lib has got the lead. Big Bean Christine back to second. So Lib is your winner. So Lib gets the victory over Big Bean Christine. Then Duck Fat is in a photo with Reigning Chick in 1 minute 18.57 seconds.
So Lib, Linda Dixon claims off of Mike Maker. Quick return to the races, and it's the 3rd win of her career now in 19 starts.
And this is a horse that you pointed out to me throughout the day as really being one that had a good race on this surface last time, kind of an accident, and then fresh off the claim, they decided to keep her on the dirt. And this could be a really good horse for this barn going forward if they do end up keeping her today throughout the winter here at Aqueduct, because she turned in a pretty good, solid performance once again here, running right back.
Yeah, almost like they never really wanted her to go back on dirt, but it was washed off, and they saw, oh, wait a minute, she can actually run on this. And now she breaks through with a win in her 3rd try on the dirt, first off the claim. It does so at 7-1. So back-to-back races now after the first 3 were so formful to start this card, where we've seen 7-1 shots win.
And good luck to you if you're live going ahead in that pick 6. I know that we saw a lot of new money come in, so always great to see that, especially for Breeders' Cup Day. And she's a pretty good start to the sequence because it was a fairly wide open betting board through the majority of the racing, and you got a nice fair 7-1 on a horse that had that good race coming in.
I think obviously this is difficult. The rest of the way, I think incredibly difficult. This is a tough sequence ahead. The good news, if you're out of the pick 6, pick 5 next, you can start again. So good luck. Back to the drawing board for many. 3-2-9-8. Alicio Ruiz, Linda Dixon off the claim, claiming off of Mike Maker the win here at 7-1 to start this pick 6 carryover on our Friday card. We'll have these prices for you when we come back. We'll set the stage for the late pick 5 that begins on the turf for New York bred maiden special weight company. Back with more right after this on our FS2 coverage.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back in our FS2 coverage, America's Day at the Races underway in a pick six carryover with a 7-1 upset. Solib, Linda Dixon first off the claim. Felicia Ruiz to start us off.
A sharp claim off of a race that she had run very well in for the Maker Barn, getting onto that dirt surface. As you mentioned, kind of a mistake in there, and just shown that she's certainly capable of running on the dirt. And I think that she might be staying on the dirt moving forwards, don't you?
Yeah, it looks that way. Two pretty big efforts in terms of the figures she's run in runner-up finishes back-to-back on dirt. Now the win to break through. So Solib, daughter of American Pharaoh, the win, 1660 the victory. Ray Handel's Big Bean Christine. We saw that feature on him. She winds up second. Duck Fat put in a good late run to get third.
A horse that had shown that she could be sort of competitive with this level in the past. We hadn't really seen that kind of performance from her lately, and then did run well last time, so was able to pick up some pieces at a pretty nice price in there. Spice up your exotics.
Things get even more interesting now. Late pick 5 carryover. We don't see it much on this circuit. Almost 150,000 carried over from yesterday. It starts here. Mile and a 16th inner turf in this New York bred maiden special weight coming up.
I think this is our second pick 5 carryover this year. We had an early pick 5 carryover earlier this year. Were there any others that you can think of off the top of your head? Is this it?
We'll have to kick that down to research to find out. That's your department, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Everything's my department, isn't it?
You thought this race was a 2-horse race. Yes?
I did kind of see it that way. I mean, there's 2 horses that I would want to use on my tickets moving forwards, just to narrow things down going on. I'd want to use the 7 Hard Par as well as number 12 Instamatic. They come out of a race where both of them, I think you could make an excuse for their last efforts, but Instamatic, he needs to get out of the gate.
Going to be quick regardless, too. Even if it doesn't break big, he's still rushed up in that 5.5 furlong sprint last time out and has the ability to be forward, but a far outside post for him this afternoon. That's going to do it for Sarah and I. We got the next crew ahead. Lafitte, Mig, Acacia, all coming up on the desk after a timeout. They'll have a look forward to Brad Cox and Timberlake. Won't be a Crimea River situation with him later today. It's going to be a fast track. Got that wet track when he was so good in the Champagne. Preview next.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
War Saichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
War Saichi has scampered well clear. War Saichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Driller along the inside in second position.
Here they come, spinning out of the turn. Sixth period now by 5 lengths.
Few horses have stood in esteemed stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm, and all of them champions, legends of the sport.
And down the stretch they come. Unbridled takes command.
who influenced the generations that followed. Today, stall number 1 belongs to Run Happy, who is looking to create champions in the generations to come.
Bold ruler, secretariat, easy goer, unbridled, and then Run Happy. Each of those horses were North American champions at one point in their careers.
All in line, and they're off. Secretariat by 7. Secretariat 8 lengths. Fente just hand-riding onto the wire. He takes this in power by 2.5 lengths.
You got to basically be a champion to live in that stall, and certainly Run Happy was. Whoever's after Run Happy will have to make sure he was a champion as well. Hopefully Run Happy will be able to keep his name on the door and add to the list of great horses that live in that stall.
The legends who've occupied that space. Stall 1, Claiborne Farm. Look at those images. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well here at Aqueduct alongside Acacia Clement. Champion jockey Richie Migliori, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Acacia's been brought in to rein us in, right? This is like broadcast babysitting is why she's here this afternoon.
It's a tall order, really. Yeah, we all know that. But yes, happy to be up on the set with you guys. This is a rare treat.
Great to have you on set.
We have to be a little more mature today.
Again, a tall order. She has her hands full. And the racing world, a massive day of thoroughbred racing with Breeders' Cup 40 getting underway this afternoon. Future Stars Friday. 5 Breeders' Cup events, all for 2-year-olds this afternoon. 3 races on grass, 2 on dirt. And we're going to start with the Juvenile Turf Sprint post time around 5 Eastern. Actually starting with the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Early favorite for next year's Kentucky Derby? Maybe. Wide open. Number 6 Locked, who is the 7-2 morning line favorite. A big defection. The horse who was second in the Breeders' Futurity is out. The Wine Steward, a significant scratch. Locked at 7-2. And let's go back to that Breeders' Futurity, Acacia. Last month, Keeneland Locked and the Wine Steward battling to the wire. Again, the Wine Steward scratched this morning.
A shame we won't get a chance to see them rematch, but I thought that even though he regressed 3 points on the Beyer scale, I thought that this was a really big effort from Locked because he overcame adversity. While he didn't have the best start in his first 2 races, and he was a little bit slow out of the gate this day as well. He was wide early in his first time going the mile in a 16th. He was dueling in the stretch. He was overcoming a lot of things that oftentimes 2-year-olds don't really have to overcome at this stage. You'll see one that's maybe very quick early out of the gate, Richie, and able to set the pace. But when you see a 2-year-old that's able to overcome adversity like he was, to me, that's a big benefit at this stage of the game.
I agree with you, Acacia. It defines their quality. A lot of horses have speed. Things go their way. They look like world beaters. It's when they have to reach down and fight for it and find something more. And Locke's already proven that ability.
Yeah, he's not going to win with that trip today. So we'll see how Jose Ortiz negotiates things with Locked early on. Trained by Todd Pletcher. Yeah, that's a good thing. Pletcher in the Juvenile. The 3 wins. Uncle Mo, Shanghai Bobby, and Forte last year. Pletcher also with fierceness and noted. And of course, it is predictable. The Juvenile, Pletcher representing the East, Bob Baffert out west. And here's Prince of Monaco, undefeated in 3 starts. The Del Mar Futurity, Richie. He's 5 cents on the dollar, but he wins by a measured 3 parts of a length.
Yeah, I'd rather have him make this regression, that step backwards, the race before the Breeders' Cup, right? You wouldn't want to see this step backwards today. Maybe he can spring forward off of that effort. I prefer the East Coast horses, and the fact that this horse is going from a 7-furlong race to this mile and a 16th. I like the fact that horses like Locked have done the mile and a 16th at 2 turns, Acacia.
I agree, and you have then his stablemate in Muth, who he beat pretty handily and pretty impressively in the past pal, but then Muth would come back to win the American Pharaoh at the mile and a 16th, and this is a horse I remember seeing at the 2-year-old sales that doesn't necessarily look like an out-and-out sprinter and has the benefit of a win at the distance, whereas Prince of Monaco is going to have to stretch out for the first time. But as is to be expected, 2 powerhouse barns, well represented by some talented young colts.
Yeah, and who's going to question Baffert in the Juvenile? 2-time Triple Crown winning trainer. The 5 wins in the Juvenile tied for most with D. Wayne Lucas. Like Pletcher, Baffert will saddle 3. Muth, Wind Me Up, joining Prince of Monaco. Maggie Wilfendale is with us. Maggie, New York's traditional Breeders' Cup Juvenile Prep. The Champagne, how productive do you expect this year's edition to be?
I'm hoping very. Two colts that finished first and second in the Champagne. I was really impressed with both of them. Their names, Timberlake and General Partner, throughout their brief 2-year-old campaigns. And Timberlake, we saw such a big step forward in this Champagne because they opted to take the blinkers off. Now, I was awestruck with what I saw from this guy in the paddock when it was the first time I was laying eyes on him for the Hopeful. But as it turned out, he was rank in a pace that ultimately collapsed and was still the only one kind of hanging around late. So taking the blinkers off this day, he was far more pliable for Florent Giroux and just really powered home. As a physical, he's by far the most impressive horse that I have seen so far, at least on this coast. And Brad Cox has said that he's training beautifully. He continues to get stronger, and he's one that he's really thought that could step on to that Triple Crown trail as we move forward from this Breeders' Cup Juvenile. I don't see any reason why he shouldn't be okay going the 2 turns, though I will say this, it feels like there's enough pace to ensure that they're doing some running out in front of him. The only thing is now it's 2 turns where sometimes that pace can back into one's face a little bit as opposed to the 1 turn that he had in the Champagne. But again, I'm a big fan of Timberlake, and although I love Justin Timberlake, I was far more of a fan of his acting career than his musical talent. I don't know about you guys.
Well, I am currently listening to the audiobook of Britney Spears' new book, and she is not kind to Justin Timberlake in there.
Not holding back.
Highly recommend, by the way.
Incoming fire, yeah. Timberlake, the horse. What are you expecting from him this afternoon?
I'm a fan of him as well. I thought that the Champagne was impressive, and I actually was really intrigued with the horses coming out of the Hopeful. While it wasn't necessarily the quickest race that we've seen from 2-year-olds, I thought that it was one that was going to be productive, and it did turn out to be that. Timberlake was in that position of chasing, of waiting to find some clear run, and he was able to do that and really seemed to relish the added distance. And I don't think it was the wet track that moved him up. Like Maggie said, he doesn't look like a horse that's kind of lightly built.
No, I agree, and I just think in the Hopeful, he was just too keen. And Maggie talked about it. He took the blinkers off. He was much more easy for Florent Giroux to handle, and I think that's the key. There's plenty of speed signed on in this Juvenile. If he can just find that trip where he drafts in behind them, and he's already shown that ability to take kickback and run through traffic.
And had been the workmate of Interstate Daydream, who we saw win the turn back the alarm earlier here today.
Bump in stock, Timberlake. See how it all unfolds. The Breeders' Cup Juvenile Future Stars Friday. Breeders' Cup 40 for the 11th time at Santa Anita. Now it gets serious here at Aqueduct as well. Often running in the Pick 6 carryover. Now the carryover in the late Pick 5. We had that $200 winner in the nightcap yesterday to trigger the carryover, and a nice easy race, Acacia, to kick off the sequence, the 6th race, New York bred 2-year-olds.
Yeah, it's very straightforward. You have a 5-2 favorite right now with Instamatic, who is stretching out for the first time. There's not a ton to sink your teeth into. This one does have a good last out race, albeit sprinting up at Saratoga.
Maggie's still with us. Maggie, what about a first-time starter we're looking at there, the Paddock Pastor at 9-1. What are you seeing?
Ooh, yeah, he's a little bit chilly on the board. Lafitte, I hadn't had a chance to run inside and look at the monitor, even though now I have one on the camera, which I need to get used to looking up at. But the Paddock Pastor, a son of Get Stormy, gelded, and I can kind of see why. He's a bit of a heavy dude still as a gelding. He carries some serious conditioning here. And on top of that, Get Stormy, while a great influence when it comes to the turf, is not very precocious. He only gets 2% with his debuting 2-year-olds. Now, he is a 3/4 to a 2 for 12 turf runner, so that's good. And look, this is the right spot. I just think he needs one. He just does not look as fit as he needs to be. As number 7, Hard Par, he's going to get to stretch out on the turf finally, and thank goodness, because I've been waiting for this horse to do this. He's a turf horse. I appreciate them keeping him in when it was rained off last time. And each time that he ran short, I said he wants to go longer. So I'm getting my wish here. He's taking a lot of money. He looks sensational here for Ray Handel. And maybe the future angle, while it didn't necessarily get Big Bean Christine to the winner's circle, maybe it'll happen here, work its magic in the next race. As number 12, Instamatic, once upon a time, Danny Gargan said, this was the best 2-year-old in his barn. Okay, as he'll stretch out in distance, which I like for him. He's actually incredibly laid back, so he has the right demeanor for getting a little bit longer. And 2, he's kind of more even frame. He's not really built downhill. My thing with him is that even though this is his 3rd start and he has a little bit of a break, he still doesn't look that fit. I want this horse to look fitter than what he does. Maybe it's just him. Maybe that's how he's always going to look. But long story short, Lafitte, I think the stretch out helps him.
The added distance. Maggie doesn't love what she sees. Instamatic. Get another look at him in the post parade. Late pick 5, the carryover. You saw Sweet Tone trying turf in his 2nd start, as is Brown Don't Stop.
Brown Don't Stop actually ran on to be 4th on debut on the main track. Never switched leads, though.
Robbed the bank. Bruce Brown saddled that $200 winner yesterday, followed by Dunedin Causeway, turf debut. Better than looks on paper.
Yeah, I think he's getting back to the right surface. Sprinted on the main track last time, too. Now back to long on turf.
Dylan, tough sledding thus far.
Yeah, the Paddock Pacer first-time starter here by a mare that actually, out of a Royal Academy mare, some turf pedigree deep in the female side.
That's Dylan.
Dylan is easy to spot. He is of a family that they all are very flashy, almost paint-looking on the bottom side.
Hard par, the first route on grass, followed by number 8 in Solo Ride. David Donk saddled a $100 winner yesterday.
That was a big price. This horse had been very green at the start of his career. Gets back on the turf.
Frozen 4, betting all 3 starts.
And then last time out, just didn't have any punch when got some clear sailing. We'll look to get a good trip and finish a little bit better today.
Charging fast, betting his debut.
Yeah, betting his debut, but from the Chad Brown barn. Adds blinkers, is going to have to improve.
Instamatic, favorite in both starts, and the current choice at 5-2.
He had been taking so much attention at the beginning of his career, as Maggie said, because he was working in company with Dornock, the full brother to Mage. Both of these colts who Danny Gargan was really high on. We'll see what Instamatic can do as he stretches out.
Late pick 5 starts here. The sequence, did we mention the carryover? 147,000 plus gets started in around 5 minutes. Acacia, how challenging did you find this late pick 5 sequence?
It's very tricky because you do start off with a 2-year-old race, and as you can see on the board right now, it's pretty wide open. I am really looking forward to the 8th and 9th races today. I think they're super competitive, but it's hard really in either of those unless you are a really big fan of Krupe, who's coming out of the Pennsylvania Derby. That's in the Discovery later today if you decide to lean on him, but I thought it could potentially be a little bit more wide open, though he's the one to beat. I would guess he's probably going to be one of the shortest prices in the sequence, but then we round it out with a New York bred maiden race, maiden special weight on the turf as well, and another tricky one to decipher.
2nd to 2 stakes races later, the Discovery. Richie, what are you seeing here from Instamatic and Kendrick Carmouche trying to throttle, harness some of that energy?
Yeah, big warm-up here. He's trying to give him a hard time, and you can see his head up in the air. Steers him to the outside fence, kind of put him out there and try to almost put him back to sleep a little bit. He really jumped in the bridle. He's your favorite, but what a tough post.
And it's a tough post. And his 2nd start, late August, Saratoga, he's 7-5. Instant. What happened at the start and then in a race eventually that he just ran too good to lose?
Yeah, I mean, he ran terrific. He was a little bit slow. I mean, I thought he broke cleanly, but he was having to be hustled to kind of get up in there and get his position. He really didn't jump with it before he finally kind of caught stride, and then he put himself in the race.
And they went 1-2 around the track. Detective Tom, who was actually a generous price that day, debuting for Steve Asmussen on the turf, and they kind of dueled with each other in the stretch, but this horse, Instamatic, broke slowly on debut as well. He actually spotted the field at the beginning in his first start and ran on late pretty impressively, thus taking a lot of attention 2nd time out as far as the debut trip. Now, with a horse that maybe doesn't necessarily break as well, Richie, going a further distance should actually help him because he's not going to be run off his feet like in those turf sprints where the paces are going to be so much quicker and you have horses with legitimate gate speed.
Well, exactly. They went 21-4 in the turf sprint last time, and he needed to be hustled to get up in the bit. Now being from the outside, stretching out, they're probably going to go 24 and change. You're talking about 15 to 20 lengths difference in the type of pace.
Maggie still looking at Instamatic and Kendrick Carmouche, trying to keep him relaxed as best as he possibly can.
Levine, what a 180 he did once he got out on track, as he was practically wanting to take a nap in the paddock, and then really woke up, little wind under his tail, as it is a bit chilly and crisp out here too. As Richie said, it's a tough post, especially for a horse who's projected to be the speed in here. So, yeah, I can't necessarily be too enthralled or overly endorse him as a favorite. There's a lot of question marks he has to answer. As number 11, Charging Fast, he does have the distance experience, and it's not something that Chad Brown often does. He isn't a trainer that adds blinkers a lot of times with any horses. But this was one that I thought really could use them based upon that first time out effort. He broke forwardly, in which he is sharp and keen today, and he is very strong behind the saddle. So thinking that he will be more forward, but then he kind of ran and stops and starts throughout the race. And then when the pack swarmed him coming down the lane, he got intimidated, his head kind of came up, and he just really didn't level off and fight for it. So I think blinkers and just a short cup that he's adding today will kind of maybe assuage all of those things that happened first time out. And it's Chad Brown, and so, I mean, you're getting a decent price on him at 6-1, Fergal Lynch into ride. Long shot, just want to mention, I was kind of charmed, as his dam is very charming, charmed by him last time out in solo ride. I thought he could handle the dirt, but it was a sloppy track, so let's throw it out. He ran better from a figure standpoint on the turf first time out. I like the distance for him. I think it makes a good deal of sense, and he's just one that continuously kind of caught my eye. Maybe one to use underneath at a big price, but if the 2-year-old races that we saw yesterday, Lafitte, were any indication of what we might see here, maybe it's worth taking a shot with a bomb.
The female equivalent with a $202 winner yesterday afternoon. The reason for this late pick 5 sequence in the carryover, 147,000 plus. Richie, you wanted to touch on a couple. You went with Dunedin Causeway, who's 11-1, but also Dylan, the third-time starter, number 6, 33-1 outsider.
Yeah, you see the color of Dylan, but he's registered as a bay. That's by the Jockey Club. I actually got a picture of him as a baby from the horse's owner, Jan Derschmidt, and she put in that on the registration papers as white. And they said he had too much brown in him to be considered white. So the Jockey Club said he's bay. They don't recognize paint as a color. And Jan Derschmidt has done a really good job with the horses she's bred. She actually owns the former Jimmy Cagney estate. Hence, she had a horse named Cagney that was pretty successful on the turf earlier this year.
The brother to this one.
Yeah, the brother to this one. And so there's 2 foals out of that mare that are registered as white, but he's actually registered as bay. And when you look at him, that isn't the first thing that would jump out at you.
Yeah, I'm not a horseman or anything, but that ain't bay.
No, but it's interesting. And, you know, you look at horses that turn gray, that become almost that white look. And sometimes, to me, the wildest thing is when the chestnuts become bay. Yeah, Richie's showing me some pictures of him as a baby, and it is amazing.
Wow.
And he's gotten more gray. And you will see them do that because as they get older, they have more white hairs come out in the bodies. I mean, you even look at a horse like Frosted. I mean, he's almost pure white now when he was like a dark gray out on the racetrack.
I could totally relate that gray coming out.
Wasn't going to say anything. Wasn't going to say anything. The Paddock Pastor, the first-time starter at Acacia, trained by your father-in-law. What can you tell us about him?
He probably needs a race from a fitness standpoint, but as Richie touched on in the post parade, there is actually plenty of turf pedigree. He's by Get Stormy in the second dam. Miss Kazan was a 4-time turf winner and actually a Group 3 winner on the turf in Germany. So there's plenty of pedigree for this, and he's had the opportunity to work on the turf up in Saratoga. He's being a little unfocused out there on the racetrack today. So I think that this first race is just going to be a learning experience for him.
See the pool inflating, swelling with the carryover coming in for this late pick 5. Instamatic, Richie. Wow, even money. What does Kendrick Carmouche have to do to navigate from that far outside and find what would you consider a decent spot. What would you consider a win as the field makes their way into the clubhouse turn?
If he's no more than 3 wide into that first turn, but the way he warmed up as aggressively as coming out of those 5.5 furlong races, I think Kendrick's going to be looking to clear and make the lead here. I don't think he wants to get caught wide. And horses stretching out like this, I think they're most effective when they're able to control things, not when they're put into a chasing mode.
Pedal to the metal. We'll see. Kendrick Carmouche on Instamatic, the late pick 5, the carryover. The sequence begins here. Couple left to load. Chris Griffin standing by with the call. Post time, race 6 from the Big A.
Goes in. 2 left to load to kick off this late pick 5. Charging fast and Instamatic. Even money to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Squeeze at the start, the Paddock Pasteur. Speed down towards the inside from Luis Rivera Jr. and Rob the Bank, and their challenge to the outside here from Dunedin Causeway, who's going to be in that early mix. Also joining them, that's Hard Par. Dunedin Causeway in the yellow blinkers has got the lead. Hard Par is tracking and now puts a nose in front of this pace setter as they move towards that first turn. Rob the Bank is now taken off the pace, is going to track in third, is moving up on the outside. That's Instamatic under a tight hold there, is now challenging for the third spot. In between them, that's Dylan, who's going to take 5th. At the rail is Sweet Tone, is in the 6th position. To the outside of that rival, that's going to be Charging Fast. Towards the back end of the field there comes the Paddock Pasteur, who was squeezed at the start but has made up some ground. That one's in front of Brown Don't Stop. Then comes Frozen 4, and not keeping up right now, far, far back. That's Solo Ride, who's got to be about 15 lengths now off the lead. It's 23-3 for that opening quarter mile. Dunedin Causeway at 12-1 with Hard Par. They're engaged. They're head and head and watching all this action at even money. That's Instamatic and Kendrick Carmouche just stalking these pace setters right now from third. At the rail there still is Rob the Bank. To the outside of that one comes Dylan, progressing through the field. Up on the outside, that's Charging Fast. And Virgo Lynch, and they're making up some ground. They're about to challenge and take the 4th spot. Under a full drive, the Paddock Pasteur. Trying to launch from the back, that's Brown Don't Stop. Losing some ground with Sweet Tone. Also running on there is Frozen 4, and still far, far back is Solo Ride. Frozen 4 is looking for a way out. They reach the top of the lane. Dunedin Causeway is still in front with Hard Par. Now Instamatic gets the cue, and Instamatic quickly sprints for home. Here comes the Paddock Pasteur, who's making up big ground on the grandstand side. It's Instamatic, but the main danger comes from the Paddock Pasteur, who's rolling now. The Paddock Pasteur now passes on by. The Paddock Pasteur opening up. The Paddock Pasteur will kick off the late pick 5 at 9-1. The Paddock Pasteur gets the victory over Instamatic, then came Charging Fast. Looked like Frozen 4 will be in a photo there with Hard Par. Final running time, 1:46.4.
Shaking things up in the pick 6 and kicking off the pick 5. Paddock Pasteur still full of run. The debut in gelding, 9-1 for Christophe Lamont. Congratulations, Acacia.
Very exciting finish, and he was very green still throughout the running of the race, but knew he had some ability and thought that this was going to be a learning experience for him, but it's obviously nice when you can see them do that, and he got plenty of pace to run at as well. Vincent Chemino, who primarily is based now in Kentucky, but I know Christophe Lamont, a fan of using him. He's a talented rider, and especially when you have some of the other guys out of town. He will be going down like to Tampa throughout the winter, and the stable will be using him quite a bit then as well. And nice to see him give this horse a great ride. Got him to settle when he didn't break that well, squeezed back, and though he finished on that left lead, he was able to run down a Instamatic who was part Richie of that quick pace.
Yeah, it was a very quick first quarter. You know, things moderated a bit, but for these horses, it's quick, especially with given the ground. And this horse really finished, though. And you love when you see a horse that's green finish like this because there's improvement there. There's room to grow. Came on the last 16th of a mile in just under 6 seconds. That's running.
Pinned his ears. You saw the acceleration in the stretch. The mechanics, he was on his wrong lead. Yeah, when young prospects win, when 2-year-olds win while they're making mistakes and still learning, it's that if they do everything right, well, how much more improvement is there? You watch that as well as he came home, as impressive as that was, and yes, lots of room to still improve.
It's kind of what we were talking about earlier with Locked. The fact that he was able to overcome some slow breaks, having to duel with another horse, overcome adversity. To me, those are the performances that are more encouraging because you know that they're able to show you a little bit of something. It's not just that they were able to go out on the front end and run away from the rest of the field. So obviously the Paddock Pastor still figuring things out, but with a nice turn of foot.
9-1 to kick off the late pick 5. The Paddock Pastor Elkstone Group, Christophe Clement in his debut, 5-12, 11-10 results when we come back. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Join now. Get a $25 free bet for the Breeders' Cup. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. We've started this late pick 5, and the Paddock Pastor in his debut with Vincent Chaminade, winning pilot. He's in the saddle there. He took a picture, dismounted, and now standing by with Maggie.
The magic of television, Liffy, and pleased to be joined by Vincent here. And as you were just telling me, only your second time here at the Big A, but coming home a winner with the Paddock Pastor. And Vincent, watching the warm-up, watching him during the race, he was green. Talk a little bit about the feeling he was giving you for, let's say, the first 3/4 of the race.
Yeah, exactly. It was very green, but it was a big horse too, you know. I think the soft ground helped me a lot for this race. The piece was perfect. I think he will progress. He finished very well. I was happy with him. Yeah, just it's 2 years old, you know, green horse, and no, it's okay. I was happy.
Yeah, rightfully so. And we see you riding for Christophe. We also see you riding some for Joe Sharp. Obviously, you're more Kentucky-based, but you'll be riding Winter's Lion coming up in the feature Discovery. A horse that you have yet to be on, but has Joe told you anything about him? I know he's one that's a bit of a deep closer.
Not yet, not yet. He's not here, but I will see after, before my race, you know. I don't know yet.
I love it. Just just play the break is what we say.
Exactly.
Talk a little bit about your career, though. We see you in Kentucky. Where are you going to be based during the winter?
I think I will go into Florida for this winter. I will switch between Gulfstream and maybe Tampa Bay. I have a few assists too for Ignacio Corras at Fairground, but I will stay in Florida for this winter.
You have a great rapport and relationship with Nacho, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. But now, yes, I think it's my plan with my agent, and we will see.
Well, congratulations getting the win here, and best of luck a little later.
Thank you so much.
All right, Vincent Chaminade getting the win. The Paddock Pastor. I got to catch up with Stuart Grant. I want to know where that name came from. Acacia, you have any ideas?
I do not, but I know that there is some story behind it if I know Stuart at all, so I can't wait to hear it.
And these opportunities, Richie, when some of the bigger name riders are out of town and riding in an event like the Breeders' Cup and having a chance for Vincent Chaminade to ride here for Christophe Clement and to take advantage of that opportunity moving forward.
No, it's huge. It's an opportunity for him to showcase to a whole different set of horsemen and fans his abilities, and he gave this horse a tremendous ride. I really am impressed with the way this horse finished. This last 16th of a mile, the way he leveled off, even though he was on the wrong lead, he dropped his head and he really ran to the wire.
And I always like too, Richie, we saw Vincent do this, even though if a horse is being green and hanging on the wrong or left lead, if they don't decide they want to switch, but they have such good momentum moving forward, and Vincent didn't trouble him. He just left him alone. He let him close, and he let him pick up that ground and that momentum. And I think he's going to learn more from an experience like that than if he kept after him to try to switch leads.
I agree. You ask them once. You try to help them. If they don't want to do it, but they're running, they're going forward, don't keep shifting their weight around. You're going to just slow their momentum.
Very Louis Saez-esque.
Yes. Yeah.
Same?
Yeah, Louis goes forward.
All right, so a 7-1 shot to kick off the pick 6, a 9-1 shot in the late pick 5. Doesn't get much easier in the 7th with 21 minutes out. As for that star jockey, Johnny Velasquez, he is at his best when it matters most. Riding in all 5 Breeders' Cup events this afternoon, a stage he's simply dominated, and he's not done yet. That's next.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, now making his mark as a sire. With Grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll in his first crop, along with Grade 3 winner Hidden Connection, and stakes winners The Alice Look, and Implicated in his second. With a full book bred last year, there is more quality in the pipeline. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning Juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
'Tis the law is gonna win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's gonna win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.TV today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
John Velasquez is in the Hall of Fame and has captured 2 editions of the Belmont Stakes. He has 2 Eclipse Awards as champion jockey, has earned more money than any of his colleagues, and has won 3 Kentucky Derbies. However, his legacy continues to grow, not for what he accomplishes on the track, but for his actions when off the track. Honored as the 2009 George Wolfe Memorial winner by his peers, Velasquez never fails to lend a helping hand, words of wisdom, financial support,
or a smile to anyone he encounters.
John Velasquez is a role model for our industry, horse racing. And it's not only himself. He always tries to share for somebody else.
He's the person we look up to when I was on the jockey school. But when I get here, I get to know him. He played a big role for my career. He teach me a lot on the track, but he teach me a lot off the track.
Everybody knows how good he is in the track, doing his job. He's a great jockey. He wins all kind of races. But besides of being a jockey, he's a great person.
Velasquez, who is second in Breeders' Cup victories with 18, also tirelessly promotes safety for jockeys. He has been the chairman of the Jockeys Guild since 2006 and has been on the board of directors for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund since its inception that same year.
He not only himself, he always look out for somebody else, safety first, and always looking for making progress, helping the industry, helping horse racing.
He's hard on me about the way I was riding, you know, a little too aggressive. So he started telling me, try to don't do that because you're gonna lose more in the long way. So he tried to teach me good things. So thanks him.
I think, you know, he's going to have multiple legacies. One of them is going down as one of the greatest riders of all time, but also someone who gave a lot back to the game, you know, and especially with the Jockeys Guild, contributes so much to his fellow riders.
The first jockey to win more than 2,000 races at Belmont Park, Velasquez continues to ride high. His impact on the industry, however, transcends his performance in the saddle and will do so for decades to come.
Well, it's a lot of sacrifices and a lot of discipline, you know, to stay, you know, year after year after year. First of all, you have to be healthy and be blessed, you know, to be here, though, you know. And also I'm being blessed with the people that I work with and the people who give me opportunity to stay here, to still here. So I think that's all it takes.
Not much to say that hasn't been said. John Velasquez, what's safe to say, he's not done. Riding in 10 of 14 Breeders' Cup events, all 5 today, and contenders today. She feels pretty. Juvenile Fillies turf, fierceness in the Juvenile, and this filly, Crimson Advocate, who defeated no less than 25 rivals in the Queen Mary at Royal Ascot, Richie. Can she do it again in the Juvenile Turf Sprint?
Well, she's very fast. She drew inside. It kind of simplifies strategy, I believe.
Yeah.
And what she did, you know, going to Royal Ascot and winning this race, and you can see how they, you know, split in divisions. And, you know, usually horses will run to the level of the competition in the pack they're in. So, you know, there's a lot of separation between her and the far side. But she was very game and just fought it out all the way to the finish. And watch how desperate it gets here late in this race.
Real
the
close.
Colors. Man, I actually called this photo wrong, Acacia. I thought she got nailed.
Crimson Advocate by that much. Massive win on a global stage, Acacia. But that was in June. She hasn't raced since. What's the story?
Per George Weaver, this has been the plan to give her a freshening after the win at Royal Ascot. Obviously, shipping can sometimes take out a lot from a horse, and there had been a short discussion about potentially running her in the Bolton Landing in Saratoga, but he said a non-graded race would not necessarily add anything to her value already. She's a Royal Ascot winner, and they're looking for the Breeders' Cup, so they decided to give her a break in the summer instead. Then there was conversation about potentially running in the Grade 3 matron here during the Belmont at the Big A meet, but as we know, with all of the weather, and that race ended up being taken off the turf, they decided to just wait for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, which had been the plan all along and the ultimate goal. So she does have the layoff to contend with, which can be some of a hurdle, particularly, Richie, with horses coming back from an overseas trip, but she is good. She's got a lot of talent.
A lot of talent. And some of the other speed sign on here are hailing from the same barn, George Weaver. Now, different ownership, separate betting interests, but I've been in that position as a rider, and the trainer tells you, take care of each other, don't chew on each other, don't set it up for somebody else. And I think Crimson Advocate having the rail, I don't think they're going to try to engage her very hard early, at least her stablemates.
Let her rip. This race has been dominated by speed. 4 of the 5 winners in wire-to-wire fashion. That's the first of 14 Breeders' Cup events. The Breeders' Cup Classic for the first time, not the last Breeders' Cup event. And for John Velasquez, he'll be riding the Jockey Club Gold Cup winner. This is closing weekend in Saratoga. Bright future with Javier Castellano emerges with the lead, Richie, and Proxy charging late in a desperate finish.
Yeah, listen, Bright Future is a horse that just kind of stepped up to the plate here. This was his breakout performance, right? Now you get Johnny Velasquez. Something seemingly very right about Johnny riding the Classic for Todd Pletcher. They were such an instrumental part of each other's rise to stardom.
Velasquez on Bright Future. Castellano, of course, would have ridden Arcangelo. At Santa Anita in 19, it was Rapoli and Pletcher with Vino Rosso. Acacia, what do you make of Bright Future's chances?
Well, it's interesting. I remember interviewing Mike Rapoli and Vinny Viola right after the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and the first thing they said to me in the post-race interview is, this horse reminds us of Vino Rosso. We're going for the Breeders' Cup Classic. And he said, well, he's not there yet, guys, but he is a horse that's a little bit of a later developing type, a son of Curlin, and he obviously has the proficiency with that pedigree to go the distance. And while he's physically one of the smaller Curlins, he doesn't necessarily look like a 1.25 mile horse. He was able to handle it. My one concern, though, there are a couple concerns about him, but he did beat Proxy, who's not necessarily a winning type, but you have to give credit to Bright Future, whose last 2 races were very strong.
You have over 24 hours, but have you both made a decision yet on your Classic horses?
I have. I'm resolute. I'm picking Zandon. I think Zandon gets pace. He was well beaten by White Barrio, but they went a half in 48. This Breeders' Cup Classic has an abundance of pace and quality pace. So I don't think there's going to be any breathers towards the front end. And I could see them going certainly a sub-47 half and more likely a sub-46 half. And Zandon gets to run to the style he's most comfortable, settle, and make one run.
A lot of Zandon steam as we get closer to the Breeders' Cup Classic. Acacia, what do you think?
He should be running late, and I'm disappointed because I was all in on Arcangelo coming into the Breeders' Cup Classic. Unfortunately, now retired and heading off to his second chapter. But for me, given the pace that Richie's talking about, I'm thinking that White Barrio will be in the perfect catbird seat. He does seem to be a little bit of the buzz horse coming in, and he has the big question with that dominant performance in the Whitney. Can he repeat it? Can he do it again? And not having run since then. But I just have loved the way that he's been training, and I don't think that Whitney is a standalone race. I think he's a horse that's always had some ability and just finally seems to be putting it together at the right time.
He runs anything close to his Whitney.
Yeah.
And they're all going to have their hands full. That was a Flightline-esque performance if you look at speed figures.
Very high praise. Arabian Night, the favorite, despite the fact he's only raced 4 times, hasn't raced in 2 months. 3-1 morning line favorite for the 40th Breeders' Cup Classic. This $20,000 claimer at Aqueduct might be just as competitive. Wide open to kick off the late pick 4. You're looking at Air Show. Currently, what price is he? 7-2. Maggie's Paddock report, the post parade next.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
Again, I'd have to point towards the success, which has been great, but also the communication and having firsthand access to all levels, the trainer, the barn, get to go see your horses. It's been great.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races, as always brought to you in part by Hillendale Atalapa. Gorgeous fall afternoon here in South Ozone Park, New York. And race number 7, horses in the paddock, as you can see, wide open, $20,000 claiming sprint, 6.5 furlongs. You're looking at Air Show, who is the current favorite. His latest, Richie, mid-September, right here, same level. Air Show, a patient ride. Watch Javier Castellano finding room on the rail.
Yeah, and he was just cruising in behind him. I love horses that travel in the bridle when they're in behind horses. Some horses get taken off of the bit because they're not crazy about the kickback. They're a little intimidated by the horse in front of them. He travels, and that helps a rider so much. Not a tremendous amount of speed signed on in this race, and I think he's going to sit a very similar trip.
He certainly should. He was chasing Printrack 2 starts back, who was wiring the field. We saw him win coming from off the pace a little bit earlier today, but this is a horse who overall has just been in really good form lately, and Rudy Rodriguez is in good form.
Rodriguez, is that Rodriguez in the beanie? Kind of a glare on the screen. Yeah. Believe it is Rudy Rodriguez. Yes, seeking a second win this afternoon. Airbuds in. Wonder if he's listening to the show. Not if you're listening, Rudy.
He had the blue beanie with the RR with the logo yesterday, so he's spicing it up with the red beanie today.
I gotta get one of those.
He's got a little fashion statement going on.
And Jairo Rendon, no Javier Castellano today. It's Jairo Rendon. We learned a lot about Jairo yesterday.
More than I ever expected to learn, but I mean, I love the fact that he has a nice balance in his life.
Cowboy, horseman, he can do it all. See if he can win with Air Show here. Post-parade, Flamingo Hawk, Louis Rivera, who won on that 100-to-1 shot yesterday. Yeah, dropping back down to that $20,000 level that he was claimed 2 back by the Cantermasis. Going to have to work out a trip. Big engine, 8-year-old, 11-time winner.
Facing so much tougher with the likes of Mariachi last time out. Maybe he can get back on track, dropping in for the $20,000.
All about the money, owned and trained by David Jacobson.
I think he's a player here. I think 8-to-1 is a generous price for this horse, so I think he's going to sit a decent trip.
Counterfeit Currency needs to step it up.
He just hasn't shown much lately. It's been a while since we've seen some of his good races.
Charging Arrow struggled in his New York debut.
But this is a horse that can be forward in a race that doesn't have a tremendous amount of speed sign on. And Jose Lezcano's aggressive. He'll put him forward.
Air Show, the tepid favorite.
I think based off of his running style, as Richie touched on, he could be the horse to beat because he can set the pace. He can sit just off of it as needed as well.
Pogie, the New Jersey bred.
Dropping in class coming out of New Jersey bred stakes races.
13-to-1 FF Rocket, just his second start this year.
I liked him a bit last time, thinking that he could be the one to sit behind a race with a lot of pace. St. Selby was able to control up front, but he should be fitter second off the bench.
Bustin' Shout, 2nd of 2 for Rudy.
Hard-knocking, consistent son of Bustin' Stones, horse that also can be forward.
Bourbon's Hope, claimed from Linda Rice by Eduardo Jones.
And he does have some early speed, and the blinkers go on. Wonder if Jose Gomez will try to be aggressive with him from the outside at a big, big price.
That's the field. A deep, competitive $20,000 claiming sprint. Post time 5 minutes. You can play this late pick 4 with us at Naira Bets. Get involved, sign up. You get a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match bonus just in time for the Breeders' Cup. Use CUP25, the promo code, to experience excitement of the Breeders' Cup and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Horses warming up. Let's circle back to Flamingo Hawk. And for the Cantermasis, a memorable summer. Their story, well-documented, Acacia, that signature win in the Grade 2 Ballston Spa with Evie Jets, and how much that meant to the brothers.
And then she would go on to be Grade 1 placed at Keeneland after that as well. She was a horse that they claimed back in the day, and for Matt Ken and Ilkay, they've done a tremendous job with her. And I remember interviewing the two of them after this race, and Ilkay said, "She means everything to me. She's the queen of the barn." And you could just feel the emotion coming off them.
See
Look
right
at how
there.
meaningful that is. And I don't think there's anybody on the backside who has anything but positive words to say about the brothers, their work ethic, how kind they are, and how they always do right by their horses, Richie. They've claimed, they've done really well, and it's nice to see them having success at the higher levels.
You know, in racing, everybody is judged by statistics. You look at what you see on paper. What's the percentage? You know, are they winning, not winning? What you don't see is the people. And these are two outstanding young men. I really enjoy going by the barn and talking to them, just talking horses, and their love and passion for their horses is so apparent.
Easy to root for, Maggie. And what about their runner here in Flamingo Hawk #1 at 5-1?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And a lot of times we'll see the Cantomasis be able to kind of claim a horse, and maybe they don't win first off the claim with them, but they'll get a horse that maybe has lost their way a little bit and kind of round them back into form, or even make them a bit better. I mean, you think of a horse like Evie Jets, or a horse even like April Antics, and what they've done with her. As we'll take a look at Flamingo Hawk, who I think was against the racetrack last time, in which we saw the winner, Print Rack, wire the field that day. So the blinkers will go back on this guy after the taking it off experiment. Just a shortcut, nothing, really substantial, but warmed up well, great energy as he typically has, and looks healthy, which is very typical of the Cantomasi barn. So I can get where he could be a player, but will need a little bit of pace to run at. As #2, Big Engine, kind of same thing can be said for him. He 2-back, voided claim. Last time didn't show up at all after not breaking that well, but in much tougher company. This is by far the easiest field he's going to find himself in, actually, arguably in his entire career, one could say. He was moving well. I mean, this is one I wanted to watch and how he warmed up, and I liked what I saw from him. As I wish he was carrying a little bit more weight. It seems like when he's really kind of bulked up and robust is when we see his best efforts, but against this crew, he can make some noise. As we'll check in with the J-Bred. That is #7, Pogie, turning back in distance. Very logical. I get it. He's a New Jersey bred. You kind of take advantage of those restricted stakes races. But 2-back, the horse that wired the field, Speaking, actually set a very fast pace, and he was able to close a little bit into it. But at the end of the day, that horse just got away from everyone else. He looks sensational here for Rob Falcone, whose barn is really heating up here, with 2 winners yesterday. And this guy's dappled head to toe. He really looks good. He'll be my pick in here, but I kind of want to jump back in on you guys with your Breeders' Cup Classic conversation, and a horse that we haven't really talked about at all, and kind of rightfully so. We're not that familiar with him as we are with Zandon and White Barrio, but Ushba Tesoro, our Dubai Classic winner, World Cup winner, I should say. What about him? I mean, we're talking about horses that need some pace to close into. He's gonna get it. He's one that looks as though he's training well enough out at Santa Anita, and it feels like in the last few years, the Japanese, wherever they go in the world, they're bringing their top horses and they're ready to have them perform at the highest levels. So I'm very intrigued by the Japanese runner in Ushba Tesoro, Lafitte.
And underestimate the Japanese on the global stage at your own peril. For him, it's how he handles himself at post time, the load, and the gate.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. And if you think back to the inception of the Japan Cup, 1981, the first one, the evolution of the horses and the riders and the horsemanship out of Japan has just been remarkable. And what they've done in 40 years is sensational. They to be able to compete on the world stage as successfully as they can now. And the first Japan Cup, they weren't even nearly close to being ready to compete on that stage.
It's been a long game as far as thinking about breeding and elevating the worldwide success, and it's paid off. They put padding in the gate for Ushba Tesoro, who's such a large horse that it kind of rubs on him differently than the starting gates in Japan. And when a horse really takes up the entire gate, it can kind of cause them, Richie, to be off balance.
It's been an issue in the mornings and trying to kind of rehearse and get him acclimated. That's a big question. But you think back in the Breeders' Cup wins a couple of years ago, Del Mar, we were surprised by the Japanese success. We're not surprised anymore. In fact, it's expected. We'll see how he performs in tomorrow's Breeders' Cup Classic. Post time for the 7th, live from Aqueduct. Here's Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Slow start for Air Show. Who's the trailer? Speed to the outside from Bourbon's Hope. Right out to the front has company from Bust and Shout, and they move quickly up front. FF Rocket settles off of them, is joined now towards the inside. Moving through the field, that's Kendrick Carmouche with Poggi, who's about to challenge and takes second. In behind the leader, who does cross over. It's Bourbon's Hope in front. Gets real tight there. Having a tap on the brakes was Big Engine. Big Engine gets shuffled back towards the tail end of the field, is moving up in that middle pack now. There's Counterfeit Currency, the slow-starting Air Show, and also All About the Money. Second to last is now Big Engine after the trouble, and the trailer, Flamingo Hawk. They're chasing Bourbon's Hope, Jose Gomez, and Bourbon's Hope in front, 22-3 for the opening quarter mile. Poggi is in the clear here from second. Under a full drive is FF Rocket in third. Air Show with a wide journey is to the outside of Charging Arrow. Trying to re-rally there. It's All About the Money in the red cap down towards the inside. Counterfeit Currency losing ground. Big Engine with a tough trip. Also losing ground there, Bust and Shout with the trailer, Flamingo Hawk. They reach the top of the stretch and trying to kick on. Down towards the inside is Bourbon's Hope. Plenty of company is chasing here. It's Poggi out in the three path at the rail. All About the Money, and Air Show with a tough journey, but is making up big ground. It's Air Show flying on the outside. All About the Money down at the rail, down to these two. Air Show, All About the Money. Air Show, All About the Money. Air Show got up for the win. Air Show gets the victory over All About the Money. Then came Poggi, followed by Bust and Shout in 1 minute 17.42 seconds.
How much the best was Air Show, taking down the 7th at Aqueduct after spotting the field a couple of lengths right from the start, Richie. He absolutely left getting out of the blocks.
Yeah, well, keep an eye on the 6-horse. He's going to be the last one away. I mean, gave away, 3-4 lengths at the break, and now he's hustled into the race right away. And then he's wide pretty much every step of the way. This was a horse that was just decidedly best. It would have been a shame, Acacia, if he didn't win, because he overcame a lot.
He really did, and he got the win, though certainly not the way we anticipated he was going to do it in a race that didn't appear to have much pace. As it looked on paper with the blinkers on, Jose Gomez did send the number 10, Bourbon's Hope, though he was overmatched and started fading. It looked like Poggi was going to be in the right spot. It looked like the 3 All About the Money on the inside might be making a late run, and just kind of what we were talking about with the previous race with closing on the left lead. Jairo Rendon was just urging him forward, not worrying about anything else, and he did switch over to his proper right lead very late, but this horse really overcoming a lot. It's not easy to win that way, especially at this level.
Right when everybody's throwing beer cans at the TV. What's this cowboy doing? Rushing up after the 4th start. Jairo Rendon on the outside, no panic. And Air Show, who has just a $20,000 claimer. He has a touch of class about him. In his last race, bottled up, turning for home, dives down towards the rail, finds room, accelerates, goes on to win, and then overcoming all of this and going on to a decisive victory.
Yeah, listen, this was a big effort from him, and what shouldn't be lost in all this, because we obviously always going to focus on the winner first, is the ride by Isaac Castillo on All About the Money, who slipped through on the fence, saved every inch of ground, gave his horse every opportunity, and just came up second best to a tough luck Air Show who was able to overcome the trip.
It looks like he was claimed today as well.
Find out where he's headed for Rudy Rodriguez. Another win. LaMarca Stable, Air Show, Jairo Rendon. 6-3, 7-9 in the 7th to kick off the late pick 4. Coverage continuing day 2 from the fall meet at Aqueduct. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Country Grammar, resilient, fighting back, retaking the lead, and it's Country Grammar to win the Hollywood Gold Cup. Country Grammar getting the upper hand, draws alongside, and Country Grammar with his date with destiny in front a length and a half. Country Grammar won the Dubai World Cup.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Approaches the quarter pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring
Johnny in 109.22 seconds.
Herman, the classic sire.
Mind-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, and we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, especially if you want to play those Breeders' Cup races. But hopefully you had Air Show today as he comes back to the winner's circle for the second time in a row, and pleased to be joined by his winning conditioner, Rudy Rodriguez. And Rudy, it was an eventful trip from the start, to say the least.
You know, he broke a step slow, but, you know, it's a big horse. I guess he don't feel in the gate that good, but, you know, it's not my problem now. They claim him, but that's why you got to try to place the horse in the right spots, and this was a good spot for him. He looked like he was the horse to be. I'm surprised he paid $9. Yeah. But, you know, he ran a big race.
You saying he's too chubby for the gate, Rudy?
Big. He's big. He's huge.
He's a wide boy for sure. Rudy, talk a little bit about Jairo Rendon. We found out yesterday, as I interviewed him after a win, that he goes back to Colombia and spends the winter there. But a veteran rider, obviously mostly in his own country, but has come here and summered quite well.
You know, see, I've been watching him riding in Mammon and all over the place. I was hoping to my son Rudy convince him to be his agent. Because over here, you know, you got Kendry and Manny and Dylan, and it's very hard to get him. And I usually don't like to commit with no jockeys because the agents, they're going to spin you around as soon as something else better come. So sometimes I wait until the last minute, and sometimes waiting is rewarding.
Tell the truth, or dealing with agents, one of the toughest jobs is being a trainer?
Yeah, the agents, they're rough. Ruben's supposed to ride the horse. He was named one. That's what it is.
Being the wife to one and the daughter of one, I know it can be the toughest thing.
The owners say, why? So it's rough anyway. So that's why I try to put jockeys. They're going to try to ride for us and give us a good opportunity to our horses.
And he truly did, even though he was dealt a poor hand at the start.
Yeah, you know, he's a winning kid on, and everywhere he goes. The other day he was in Kinlan and he wins, and he was in Loro the next day and he wins, and then he's over here and win, and then he go back to Kinlan and win. So, you know, he's a good rider, and I'm very disappointed that Rudy don't convince him to stay in the winter.
He's going to milk cows, Rudy. Well, congratulations here with Air Show. A cool horse.
Thank you, guys. Definitely a cool horse, and good luck to the connections that they claim him, and hopefully we can get him back.
Hopefully, Liffy, you can tell us who Rudy has to get him back from, because we don't know up here in the winner's circle.
That is so good. That is so good. And the topic about trainers and jockey agents got you a little fired up, Richie.
Well, he's saying as a trainer, one of the hardest things to deal with the jockey agents. As a former rider, one of the hardest things is deal with the jockey agents.
I second that.
Jairo Rendon. That is so good. 980, 510, 3. Did I miss the Saratoga beanie giveaway?
I want to know where he got. My husband would love that beanie.
Who wouldn't?
That's nice.
That's a good
Did we miss
Christmas
the
gift.
giveaway?
Stocking stuffer, right?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you know, they have cows in the Hudson Valley. He can have his
can do
cows
both.
and
He can do-
ride. I mean, I make the commute. Come on.
We're impressed. You can do it all. Air Show 980, what we've seen thus far in that late pick 5, the carryover, the pool up over 860,000 going in. $21 winner, Paddock Pastor and Air Show. Moments ago, we turned the page. This is a good race. On the grass, good allowance race, $95,000 purse. The favored entry at 6-5, public sector. Unanimous consent, Acacia, 6-5 early on, 2-for-1.
And I would think that the money really coming in for public sector, who broke slowly off the layoff in the Bernard Baruch last time out, and that was when adding blinkers. He stumbled pretty significantly, tripping kind of over himself. The blinkers come right off, kind of, I guess, an experience that Chad Brown felt it did not add anything to him, and especially if he felt maybe sometimes blinkers first time will make a horse a little bit too sharp almost. And I thought also in my notes in the Bernard Baruch, he wasn't 100% fit last time. I think we're going to see stronger performance from him today.
Couple of really good races still ahead. This 8th race, also have the second of 2 stakes races, the Discovery. A little bit later on, 3 left on the second day of the Aqueduct Fall Meet, plus trainer Rick Dutrow. After that 10-year suspension, he's back, and with a chance tomorrow to win a 2nd Breeders' Cup Classic. White Barrio, Whitney winner, Classic contender. That's next on America's Day of the Races.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
And they head for home in the Classic. Here's St. Liam, exhorted to the lead by Jerry Bailey. They're in front with 1 furlong to go. Flower Alley fighting him stubbornly all the way. A pitched battle with the 16th to go. On the outside, Perfect Drift Schwab. They're coming down to the line. And St. Liam has won the 22nd Breeders' Cup Classic.
Late great St. Liam. Final start of his career, last Breeders' Cup Mount Ritchie for Jerry Bailey, and a classic win for trainer Rick Dutrow.
Yeah, a good way for Jerry to kind of put that exclamation point on the end of his career with that kind of Breeders' Cup victory. St. Liam was such a cool horse. Gave Gosapper all he could handle and beat a really good 3-year-old here in Flower Alley.
What a group that is, huh? I love looking back on these races, and especially, of course, the winners are impressive, but especially when you look back at the horses behind them, whether they go on to have a big career after that or just who they beat that day.
Yeah. Back in 2005, St. Liam, and an eventual Horse of the Year, of course, trained by Rick Dutrow, the highs and lows of thoroughbred racing. He's experienced all of it, from winning a Kentucky Derby and a Preakness with Big Brown, and then enduring a 10-year suspension. But Dutrow is back, and with a chance tomorrow to win a 2nd Breeders' Cup Classic with White Barrio.
I never thought anything was going to happen to me like it did. And I had to face it then. This guy has put us right back in the game, and he's just he just makes you feel good. Any people that are around him, man, you get a good feeling from him. He's an exciting horse, and he's a cool horse.
After 10 years away from training due to suspension, trainer Rick Dutrow is back on the biggest stage, this time with White Abarrio, a Whitney winner even he wasn't expecting.
We weren't expecting to see anything like he showed up that day. I don't know where it came from. He just blew us away. I go back and I look at his training charts and I'm saying, man, how did this horse run like this? I mean, he wasn't even trained for the race. He was just, we were training him for a different race, and then this race came up and it was coming up a very short field, so we just says, okay. And we didn't do anything to get him ready for the race. I don't even know how it happened, I tell you. You know, he was in with some good horses. We thought that we had a chance of beating a few of them because he has before, so I don't know. It's just, it lifted our stable up, and it's still on a high note.
Since arriving at Santa Anita, Dutrow couldn't be happier with how White Abarrio has settled in.
When he rolled in there, he took over. That's his home there, man. The Doug O'Neill barn, they have given him every red carpet you could possibly imagine. He just is the happiest horse I have seen in a long time.
For Dutrow, no matter how White Abarrio performs in the Breeders' Cup Classic, he never wants to stop doing what he loves to do.
I would love to pick out more clients, more horses. You know, we want more. So, you know, the day-to-day is what I do. I like the day-to-day stuff to, you know, to fight off the problems, enjoy the good stuff. I don't look at it as a grind. I love what I'm doing.
Rick Dutrow, polarizing, unapologetic, incredible horseman. This is one of these stories going into the Breeders' Cup Classic. What a story that would be on the heels of a 10-year suspension, winning a Classic, a second with White Abarrio as you watch him train to Santa Anita.
Absolutely. I mean, him winning the Whitney after serving that suspension. And for people that still want to begrudge Rick Dutrow,
Did the time.
He did
the time.
The punishment. And he did all of it, all 10 years of it. Now he's back to work. The one thing that you hope is he modifies how he approaches things. His biggest issue was just being a bit too lax with certain things. Can't question his horsemanship.
And you're coming around, Acacia, on White Abarrio, and that move you just saw right there. Any questions about how fit he would be, not having raced in 3 months since the Whitney? That breeze silenced a lot of his critics.
That's just what I was going to say. That was it. And this is a horse that sometimes, to my taste, doesn't carry his weight well from race to race. So maybe they're looking at it as he does better without frequent racing, in that he'll be able to carry his condition a little bit stronger. I loved that last workout that we saw over at Santa Anita. And I remember interviewing Rick after that Whitney win, and he was very emotional with the whole experience. It was also on his birthday, that Whitney victory. And now going into the Breeders' Cup Classic, I'm sure that the emotions are kind of bubbling beneath the surface, because to be away from the game for such a long time, to start over is a very big challenge, and he's doing it successfully, and with a horse that has shown flashes of brilliance at times.
It's like, will the real White Abarrio please stand up? Like, they weren't pointing at the Whitney. Rick Dutrow says, like, I don't know where that performance came from. He ran a hole in the wind. As impressive as it was, we'll see what White Abarrio does tomorrow evening in the Breeders' Cup Classic. And yes, again, what a story that would be for Rick Dutrow in search of a second Classic victory. Meantime, here, horses are in the paddock for the 8th, post time in 16 minutes. Looking at Call Me Harry for Rick Dutrow, contender in the 8th. We'll be right back.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions. thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Early voting comes inside. He wins the Preakness by elect.
Disarm takes the Met win.
Otiva, they win the Bet Parks Pennsylvania Derbies.
Wicked Halo, who wins the Raven Run Stakes. Nobody catching Society.
Ring, one. Cybernite has won the Haskell over Tava and Ghana in the Forgo.
Echo Zulu wins the Next-Gen Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 is always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual. Unusually well. Still 3 left on the Friday program. Horses in the paddock for the 8th. This good allowance race, mile and a 16th on grass. Turf course listed as good. Maggie is in the paddock. Maggie, this entry, very strong on paper. Public sector, unanimous consent. How do they look in person?
Yeah, Lafitte, that's why we're seeing the even money, as you mentioned. And I think it's good that you brought up the good turf, because as we talked to Vincent Chamonix earlier, he was saying, softer turf, and it really is. And while it's, correctly labeled as good, you got to also take that with a grain of salt, because we are dealing with now it being fall. So it's always going to be a bit softer, even if it's listed as firm, than what it is during the summer. And I think that's a question mark for some of these horses who've yet to step foot on it, like number 1 in here, Public Sector, who does come in here with a fast figure. And I think running well, considering the way the race kind of played out in that Bernard Baruch with Pioneering Spirit and Bring Me a Check, virtually running kind of 1-2 around the racetrack, where he had this weird, awkward start, Public Sector, and he just looked uncomfortable early, and he was kind of running with his tail out and just his head low. He just looked awkward, and then he kind of leveled off and got to motoring as the blinkers do come off, and maybe it was because of the blinkers that he kind of had that weird way of going. So he looks good here. He looks physically good. I want to watch him warm up, though, because I wish he was a little bit freer in the way that he was walking behind, which, as I mentioned, with the tail and the kind of braking poorly, it concerns me a little bit, as he's obviously a short price. But overall, I really like what I'm seeing from him. As we'll move on to his entry mate, that's unanimous consent. I thought last time kind of had that wide effort. Now, look, he's a notch below his entry mate in here, but Easter coming back and winning the Lure Restricted Stakes at Santa Anita with the 96 buyers. So while it was only an optional allowance, it was a fairly live field, and he was wide throughout. I just thought a kind of even effort. Now, I thought he had moved forward coming in off of that long layoff from a fitness perspective. And same thing again, I still wonder how much fitness this guy really does have within him. He always looks as though he could just look a bit more defined and tucked up. As we'll take a look at number 7, Call Me Harry, who was scratched on Sunday out of the New York bred race, in which he looked to have a strong pace presence in there, but there were other pace horses. So in this affair, he does look as though he should be the fastest one. And I thought a valiant effort, maybe not getting to run the way that he ultimately wants to last time, first off the claim for Rick Dutrow. He tried really hard after being wide throughout that day. He looks fine here. He's not wowing me, but I like the form that he comes in here, and for the fact that he looks as though he gets to control. We'll see how he negotiates the mount of 16th. I personally have thought he's more of a sprinter, but he's done well enough now for the past year to suggest that a mile's good. does an extra half a furlong kind of stretch him to his outer limits? And then we'll talk about a horse that I just think looks sensational here. And yes, I've liked him many, many times before, but Dreams of Tomorrow returns after 2 efforts up north of the border. And you know, was very gritty in game, albeit on the Tapeta last time, and then 2 back in that grade 2. The winner sat second, and he was really far back, and he had to wait for room, turning for home. So although he finished 6th that day, I thought an effort that was a little bit better than what it would appear on paper here for Shug McGahee as he returns to the turf. Lafitte?
Dreams of Tomorrow, 4-1. Seen those FIP stable colors in several Breeders' Cup winner circles. Circling back to public sector, part of that entry there he is. Even money for this 8th race, 9 minutes out. Public sector, his latest effort, closing day, Saratoga, the Bernard Baruch Ritchie. Public sector, not the cleanest of beginnings.
Yeah, it looks like just like the ground broke away from him a little bit. He actually was pretty nimble because it looked like it was going to be a traumatic kind of stumble, and he kind of caught himself, Acacia. And then, you know, you're out of position, so you kind of got to ease back out of the spot. And he still put in a run. Listen, he makes a lot of sense here. I think there's enough speed signed on in a course that I don't think is playing kind to speed, that his closing style suits.
He certainly could handle it, and you could see got a good demonstration of it early, and here in the stretch as well, what Maggie was talking about with him running with his tail straight out. And oftentimes you'll see horses do that or kind of swish their tail when they're not the freest, they're not the most comfortable behind. And sometimes that's if they're maybe a little sticky, sometimes just in their anatomy, maybe blocking them a little bit more, Richie. And I had actually felt the same thing with him last time in the Bernard Baruch, that he wasn't moving as freely as I would have loved to see. It could just kind of be how he is now, but you don't love that, especially after a poor start and the blinkers coming right back off. It didn't really seem to change him in any way in that effort. He certainly should benefit from a fitness perspective out of that Bernard Baruch, but just hopefully he'll be able to get into stride a little bit smoother.
Virgil Lynch, Vincent Chamonix, you just saw them in the colors of Seth Klarman. Public sector, unanimous consent, trained by Chad Brown. As for Brown's Breeders' Cup Brigade, he has 10 runners in 7 different races, 2 today. The rest are tomorrow, guys. Which of the Brown runners are you feeling most confident going into this Breeders' Cup?
Ooh, that's a really, really good question. Obviously, Goodnight Olive is, you know, taking, she's the morning line favorite, overwhelming favorite, and she was runner-up to Echo Zulu, who would have, you know, just been a boss in the race she's running in. But I picked Zandon, so I got to go there.
Well, I was going to say Goodnight Olive. She's probably the one I feel like you can rely on the most. She does have the rail, which she's been able. It is a concern. Yeah. She's been able to navigate the inside post in the past, but given what she's facing and given the level of competition and the setup, and she loves the 7 furlongs, so she'll have to work out a trip from the inside. And while it was in defeat, she ran her heart out last time behind Echo Zulu. Did that take a little starch out of her coming into the Breeders' Cup as well?
She is a champion. She is the defending champion. Riders up here, Goodnight Olive, defending champions, have struggled in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint. Chad Brown has not struggled at Santa Anita in the Breeders' Cup. Brown with 16 overall wins, 9 at Santa Anita. So it is like a home away from home. Chad Brown. And here with the favorite entry with public sector unanimous consent, there is public sector who ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf 3 years ago.
Yeah, and a horse that I think's got the right style for a race. I think there's ample speed signed on. He makes a lot of sense.
Unanimous consent. Vincent Chamonix seeking a second win.
Another one with a closing style. He takes. He actually adds blinkers. His stablemate takes the blinkers off.
Main event, Grade 3 Kent winner at Delaware.
Could be another one that's a part of the pace. You get Eric Cancel still looking for his first win coming back off of ankle surgery.
Dreams of Tomorrow, contender 7-2.
Back to the turf, and he did, as Maggie mentioned, have a little bit of a trip last time out. The horse that beat him came back to win a Grade 3 with a 93 Beyer speed figure.
Call me Harry for Rick Dutrow.
Horse that probably is the main speed here. This is a horse that has a lot of natural lick.
And number 8 in Safe Conduct, who was 3rd in last year's Knickerbocker.
They've tried a lot of things to get this horse back on track. Now they've tried gelding him, which sometimes for a horse that maybe has lost his form or kind of stopped trying can help them show a little bit more out on the track without the distraction of some of the testosterone sometimes. We'll see if that will help him to get back on track, as he has been disappointing recently.
They'll be loading into that starting gate shortly. Mile and a 16th on this good turf course. The entry 6 to 5. Circling back to Call Me Harry, there he is in the Mike Dubb yellow. His most recent, right here, September 21st, same level, Acacia, Call Me Harry. A solid effort behind his stablemate, Duca Hazard, who he doesn't have to deal with this afternoon, scratched earlier.
No, he doesn't, and he has that always dangerous commodity of early speed. He actually was off a little bit slowly from his outside post that day as well, and moved up to press the horse that ended up being the pace setter in a salty group, but he dug in with closers coming inside and outside of him. Smaggy touched on scratching out of the New York bred stake to opt to run here instead and see if he, who looks pretty sharp out on the track today, Richie, can control things on the front end.
Get Jose Lezcano, and you could see the way he was moving the reins. Sometimes you got to shake the bit in the horse's mouth to get them to come back to you, make their mouth a bit more pliable, almost take them a slight bit off balance to gain control. It's kind of mystifying to me, a rider as good as Jose Lezcano.
Just thinking the same. I know where you're going.
Not being in demand on either of the Breeders' Cup days. This is a guy that shows up every single day, super prepared, never takes a race off. Doesn't matter what kind of race it is, he gives his horse an opportunity to win.
It sounds counterintuitive, but somehow it's true. If everybody thinks you're the most underrated rider in the country, like, are you really the most underrated rider in the country? But it does seem to be a common narrative throughout the industry.
It does. When he shows up, he does his job. He's a more soft-spoken individual than maybe some of the other riders in the room, and he just kind of lays low and does what he has to do out on the racetrack.
Shows up and does his job. He doesn't pound his chest. It's not about him. It's about the horses. And, you know, to me, that's very refreshing, because at the end of the day, this is such a collaboration between horse and rider. And a rider's only as good as the horses that carry them. They've got to give them the trip. They're the pilot. But I've never seen a rider, the closest I have was Lafitte, your dad, getting off and carrying a horse. But horses can't jump on the rider's back.
For Lezcano, yeah, and we had this conversation after yesterday's show where some jockeys, for no rhyme or reason, it's just wrong place, wrong time, that seem to have accidents and spills more often than others. He's another one who's really had to fight back from injury after injury after injury.
Yeah, and a lot of times, that's just bad luck.
Yeah.
There's no rhyme or reason to that. You can go into a day feeling so good about your mounts, and then an incident happens and completely beyond your control. It is a tough job. But here's a guy who cut a cast off earlier this year to get back. Told the doctor, I feel good. I'm going back to work.
I have so much respect for that. And jockeys really are, and not just saying this because I'm sitting next to you, Richie, but pound for pound, I think they really are the toughest athletes. It's incredible the way that they bounce back from injury so quickly. And I realize that obviously this is your livelihood. This is your life. You don't ride, you don't get paid. It's not like athletes in other sports. So there's much more of an incentive for that as well. But the work ethic, the dedication, the collaborative effort, as you mentioned, yes, maybe agents can be a little bit tricky, but they're a huge part of the formula as well, to be able to be out there hustling, making those relationships, and those relationships a big part of it as well.
Crossing over to the turf course, we check in with Maggie.
Yeah, Acacia, I think you summed up maybe why in that brief and very delicate way that you just said, maybe why Jose Lezcano doesn't ride on those big stages that we are going to get to see today and tomorrow. I just want to circle back to public sector, as we had talked about, a little sticky behind, a little sticky out, starting out. I think it's just him, and he's a horse that kind of takes a while to get himself into stride, to get his feet up underneath, to get that push that you need to see. Otherwise, he looks good here. Now, as far as warm-ups, we definitely saw the two horses that on paper that should be forward get the biggest warm-ups in, obviously, Call Me Harry, but as well as Safe Conduct, a horse that at times I think has done some of his best running when forward. We'll see if gelding helps that. He certainly lightened up quite a bit with that removal. Lafitte?
Speaking of delicately put.
It's a big deal. It is a big deal sometimes.
Public sector, unanimous consent. Even money at post time. Any final thoughts?
I went with Dreams of Tomorrow. I've always been a fan of the horse, and I think he's going to set up shop just off the pace. I hope Ruben Silvera is patient.
We'll see if Call Me Harry can take him every step in here.
All set to roll. The 8th race, post time. Chris Griffin standing by, 8th of 10, day 2 of the fall meet at Aqueduct.
And they're off. Public sector has early speed, and so does Main Event, and Main Event wants the front and will get it. It's Main Event who's up by a half length. From the outside draws, there's Call Me Harry. Safe Conduct is going to be a touch wide here as they move into that turn. It's Main Event who's got the lead. Main Event is up by a length and a half. Comfortable in second there is Jose Lescano aboard Call Me Harry, and tightly at the rail there is Dreams of Tomorrow with Ruben Silvera in third. Following them, that's Jose Gomez. Safe Conduct is towards the back end of the field with the two at the back. Public sector with unanimous consent. They work to the backstretch. Main Event is all alone, 24 seconds flat for that easy opening quarter there. Well in control at 9-1. Main Event is up by a full length. Call Me Harry is right there tracking from second. There's Dreams of Tomorrow is at the rail in third. Safe Conduct, the big long shot, is out in the center of the course, is now tracking still in fourth. The two still at the back. No move yet from Public Sector and unanimous consent. 48.51 for that half-mile time, and they haven't caught Main Event yet. It's Main Event who's in front, will take him into the far turn. Main Event, and now here comes Call Me Harry, is called upon for the effort. Call Me Harry trying to cut into the margin, but Main Event's got plenty right now. It's still Main Event in front. Call Me Harry is under a full drive. At the rail is Dreams of Tomorrow from the back. Public Sector, unanimous consenter, trying to rally from the back, and Safe Conduct now the trailer. Main Event now kicks for home. It's Main Event who's trying to fend them all off and is still doing that. Main Event, but here comes Call Me Harry. Call Me Harry to the outside. Main Event is very game down towards the inside, trying to gut it out. A final 16th to go. Call Me Harry trying to push on by. Main Event is boxing right back to the inside. Main Event, Call Me Harry down the line. Main Event, Call Me Harry. Main Event. Main Event held off Call Me Harry in a tight photo there. Game Dreams of Tomorrow. Then came unanimous consent and Public Sector. Final running time, 1:42.51. It's a photo in race 8.
Thrilling stretch drive in the 8th at Aqueduct. Main Event on the inside, digging in, apparently repelling the late charge of Call Me Harry. That's why we love turf racing and those exciting finishes.
Yeah, Main Event got very comfortable on the lead. Call Me Harry didn't break as sharply again as you would like, and kind of got relegated to that, stalking and chase mode. But a very game effort here by Main Event. Now, barring, a funny bob of the head, and we'll keep an eye on it as they get closer, I do think that the three Main Event held on to give Eric Cancel his first win back off of that injury. And nice to see him get it done. This was a very game effort either way.
It really was, and that's now 2 races in a row that Call Me Harry has not gotten out of the gate as sharp, and then breaking slowly and having to rush up. And in this case, as you said, Richie, being kind of put in that chasing spot, which is exactly what happened to him last time. I think it's a bit of a concern, but Main Event, good to see him get comfortable in the front, and I'm sure this is a big deal for Eric Cancel to get this win and breathe a sigh of relief today.
It means so much. When you're coming off injury, you've struggled to get your fitness back, you want to get your timing back. One thing that Eric has consistently struggled with is when he does have horses that are front-running types, gets into too much of an argument with them. I think he did a really good job here with Main Event, putting his hands down, allowing his horse to get into a beautiful rhythm, and he finished very strong on this horse to the wire. Congratulations to Eric. It's not an easy thing coming back off injuries.
Would not be denied. Main Event, Harold Ventures, George Weaver. Welcome back to the winner's circle. Eric Cancel, 3-7-4-1 at 9-1 in the 8th at Aqueduct. When we come back, trainer Brad Cox knows his way around a Breeders' Cup winner's circle. 9-time winner all in the last 5 years, and poised to do more damage this weekend. That's next.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
One happy mama wins the Iowa sorority. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races on FS2 as we just saw a thriller in today's 8th race and it going to main event who took them gate to wire. I'm pleased to be joined by winning rider Eric Cancel, your first win back since returning from injury. Eric, first of all, talk a little bit about the road back from ankle surgery to getting back in the saddle this week.
Well, it's a really tough road to go through, you know. You got up and downs, and I just used everything to my advantage, you know. Once I had to get the surgery, I just tried to disconnect myself a little bit from racing just to get everything back together. And once I did, you know, I just wanted to come back very hungry. I mean, I've been working hard, you know, to try to come back 100%. And, you know, today I kind of showed, you know, that's what I want to do. You know, I want to come back and just keep on doing better and better. And this is a big help for me.
A horse that you actually won a great stakes on, the Grade 3 Kent main event. And you have in the past worked very closely with the George Weaver barn. This has to be a special win, and he really gutted it out for you.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I rode him before in Delaware. And he ran great, you know. George called me and he told me, just ride him the same way you did last time you rode him. You know, that was the plan that I kind of had too. But it worked out very well, you know, and I feel really happy and grateful to have George and Blair, you know, in my corner. They've always been there for me in the up and downs, and they've never left my side, you know, and these are the type of people that we need when we're coming back to just boost your energy up and just keep on going.
Considering you've been away for 4 months, what are your fitness levels like? What do you have to do to get back in shape? You're right size to be a jockey, you know, to say the least, but just the fitness levels.
To be honest, you know, you got to try to, first of all, be mentally prepared, you know. After that, you start getting fit, just working hard. In therapy, I was just trying to focus on my foot, just trying to get as strong as I could. And after that, I just, you know, been getting in the exerciser at home, just trying to get fit that way, you know, because it's a little bit hard just to try to run it out. But I mean, I did my work, and it's just showing off now. So hopefully I could just keep on going.
Yeah, absolutely. Heading into the winter, certainly a time to shine. And I know, be honest, the lungs are the thing that always get you.
Yeah, I mean, now is the time of the year where you start feeling everything, you know, the change in the weather, you know, going from hot to cold. The cold affects your breathing a little bit, you know, but I feel pretty well, you know, didn't get as tired as I used to, you know, but I mean, I'm just glad to be back.
I'm so happy for you, Eric. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Meg, I'm sure you can speak to having to come back from injury, especially when you come back in the colder months, and it can be tough on your lungs when you're maybe not 110% fit as you have to be as a top-level rider.
It is so hard. It really is. And when you got to open up your lungs and reach down and ride a horse as hard as he did just now, there's a burn that you can't even quite describe. But no matter how much you prepare, no matter how much you work out, no matter how much you put into the rehab, until you're riding on a consistent basis, you're not going to reach that optimum fitness level.
What is the most, as you look at the results, the most challenging aspect of coming back from injury for a rider?
Well, there's a mental aspect to it, being able to put that injury behind you. You know, it's part of the job. You know that you're going to get hurt at some point in your career, and not let that be this overbearing, overburdening type thing, and then getting your business back. Because when you're out 4 months like he was, there were periods in my career I was out nearly 8 months, all of your horses are gone. Now, you've got trainers you can go to and say, listen, I need to get started again, and you work hard. But you've got to rebuild your business from scratch, and it gets harder as you get older. Really nice to see Eric back in the winner's circle.
And you brought up something, Acacia, if, you know, an NFL player, NBA, ML, any sport, guys get hurt, they're, you know, that check is still, they're still getting paid. They're under contract. Not the case for a rider. A lot of riders come back before they should, because they want to get back on the track. They want to start rebuilding their business. And yeah, there's always that narrative, like, is that jockey the same when he comes back?
There always is, and especially if you have an injury that took place throughout the running of a race, it can be something that weighs on you mentally. And it was interesting, I interviewed the other day Luis Rivera Jr., a young apprentice that has really turned a lot of heads riding here on the circuit, and he said, his dad, who's also an accomplished rider, is his first call after the race always. And I said, how important is it to have that support? And he said, this is a business where you need the mental support more than anything. And it's been a conversation with riders that thankfully has come more to the forefront in the last couple of years, and it needs to be. And he said having that mental support and somebody to really lean on is a really big piece of it. And especially as you're having the journey of coming back and rebuilding your business, mentally can really take a toll on you.
All riders want to be riding for the powerhouse stables this time of year. They're the Todd Pletcher, the Bob Baffert, certainly, and Brad Cox would fall into that category, and the damage he's done in the Breeders' Cup in recent years. We touched on the 9 wins just in the last 5 years. You see his runners heading into Breeders' Cup 40, Saudi Crown, Pennsylvania Derby winner, Indy Classic. We're going to focus on his distaff runners with Idiomatic, the dangerous, talented speedster, really coming into her own, Richie, and running her foes off their feet in the Spinster at Keeneland.
You know what's interesting about Idiomatic is her size, to be as quick as she is and light on her feet seemingly, and to be able to show that kind of speed for the sheer size of her. I mean, she just does things easily, going fast, and all through the stretch here. Look at her ears. She is not all in by any means. She's keeping something for herself to the stretch here.
Acacia, she's going to have to work a lot harder to establish a lead, given the competition in the Breeders' Cup Distaff tomorrow.
Given the fact that Randomize is drawn outside her, and a horse that has made her name by going out on the front end and running away from her competition, winning the Alabama at 1.25 miles, though there were some concerns about her getting the distance. That speed's such an advantage in a short field, but a quick race in the way that she won the Beldame against Older. She has a lot of speed. Search Results is not slow either. Adair Manor has speed. There's that Bob Baffert dangerous early speed as well. So Idiomatic's going to have to work for it, and it could ensure a pretty hot pace in that Breeders' Cup Distaff, and maybe set up for a horse like Clairiere, who we talked about earlier.
Who's in front entering the clubhouse turn?
I think it's going to be Idiomatic. I agree. Listen, intention is everything. Randomized being drawn outside. She's naturally quick, but watching Idiomatic, her strength is her ability to stay. She wants to make it a test of stamina. She doesn't want to give that up and put herself in a position to have to quicken or make it a sprint home. I think Filly that size, I'm letting her bounce along.
I will be very interested to see her next to randomize, because it will be such a jarring difference in the size of the two of them. They both have that quick early speed, but I think the distance will be the great equalizer.
The start going to be so exciting in that Breeders' Cup Distaff. I think we're all in Clariere's corner, the mare with the incredible pedigree. See if she can get that Breeders' Cup win finally. And then another defending champion in Caravel, trained by Brad Cox, winning last year's Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Though her latest at Keeneland, Caravel, here she is, Richie, 3-5 and in an absolute dogfight with Tony Ann.
Yeah, listen, she ran big. She didn't get the W, but she fought it all the way to the wire, so you can't begrudge her. It feels like she almost was kind of hanging there, and then here she feels this challenge, and then finally she kind of re-engaged and joined in.
I think there's two things about Caraval that we kind of have to take away from her form this year. She does not like soft turf.
Absolutely.
And she really was impacted in the Troy. She looked so uncomfortable in the running. And as you can see in the Franklin at Keeneland last out, there was some cut in the ground that day too. So she's going to get a very firm turf course to run at Santa Anita, going the 5 furlongs. The other thing is that when she won the Jaipur, she wasn't really pressured on the front end. And I don't think that's going to be the case in this year's Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, where she was able to use her speed to her advantage last year. She's got some very quick horses early, but I think she's getting back on a firm turf course, which really will be the key for her in here. Is we'll see if she's able to defend her title.
5-1, Caravel. See if she can go back-to-back in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, Maggie. And then Saudi Crown for trainer Brad Cox. A speed, and there is a lot of speed on paper in that Breeders' Cup Classic.
But he is the fastest horse early, Lafitte, based at least on Timeform US pace figures. And I am just going to stand my ground and say that I think it is utterly insane that Arabian Night is the morning line favorite, and out of this orbit insanity if he actually goes off as post-time favorite. Let's talk about the other 3-year-old who has consistently run faster than Arabian Night in this guy here, as he is shown winning the Pennsylvania Derby. He's quick and he just runs. But what I liked about his development is that when he started his career in those, six and a half races, and even the one-turn Dwyer, in which he was run down, he was a horse that seemed to just want to run through the bridle. There was no relaxing him. There was no taking a hold. But Brad Cox, as he typically does, he develops these horses, and he has turned him into a more rateable horse, a horse that's more content, sitting and listening to the rider's cues. Now, you're not going to take away his best and most deadly weapon, which is his speed, but it's good to see him be able to harness it and stretch it out. Now, talking with Brad Cox after that Pennsylvania Derby win, I know he was a little bit on the fence, but the ownership group, they were gung-ho. They were so excited to win the Pennsylvania Derby, and they were literally chanting Breeders' Cup Classic as his next stop. So I'm excited to see what he does. Yeah, there's going to be other pace, but he is drawn towards the inside of Arabian Night. And like I said, he just might be the fastest horse early. Lafitte.
Saudi Crown really coming into his own. What are you expecting from him tomorrow, Richie?
I mean, you look at Saudi Crown's form, he's inches away from being perfect. The 2 times he was defeated, they were by a nose to the 2-year-old champion Forte, and before that, Fort Bragg. I think he's got the most natural early speed. And then it's intention on other, connections, parts. But I think he's the horse that can do it the easiest.
I would certainly agree with that. I mean, he's very quick, and Brad Cox said he just has that even running style as well, which you love to see as they add longer distances and as he continues on. And there was some question even in the Jim Dandy, and while he was defeated by a very talented horse, and he certainly did not disgrace himself in that effort and coming back to win that Pennsylvania Derby we just saw.
Saudi Crown, Arabian Night. Yeah, doesn't look like your prototypical Breeders' Cup Classic favorite. Just the 4 career starts, has not raced in 2 months, does have the Bob Baffert factor in his corner. We'll see how it all unfolds tomorrow. The Breeders' Cup Classic at Santa Anita. How do we say his name again, Acacia?
Tabewash.
Tabewash for Fred Cox. Horses in the paddock. 2nd of 2 stakes races. When we come back, the Discovery, and for trainer Todd Pletcher and his success over the years in the Breeders' Cup and his brigade he has sent out to Santa Anita. Pletcher and the Breeders' Cup Future Stars Friday to get underway 5 this evening.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A classic filly with a global pedigree. Sauterne staked her claim as one of France's top milers while besting older males at age 3 in the Group 1 Prix de Moulin at Longchamp. That field included 8 Group Stakes winners, including Group 1 winner Belbag. It was the 5th victory for the French-bred daughter of top European sire Kingman. She also placed in an additional 3 Group 1s this year, including the French 1000 Guineas for owner Jean-Pierre Dubois and trainer Patrice Cartier. Sauterne is out of the half-sister to multiple champion Stace Alita, who is in turn the dam of the Japanese champion Soul Stirring and granddam of another Japanese champion, Stars on Earth. Group 1 winner Sauterne, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with Nicky Drian Thoroughbreds.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
So much history here at Aqueduct. No other jockey has won more races than Richie Migliore. Acacia loves it, except for the pigeons. Completely different story altogether. And what took place 38 years ago yesterday, the only time a Breeders' Cup was held at Aqueduct, Breeders' Cup 2, in that classic coming town to Gate Dancer, who had suffered that tough defeat the year prior. Proud Truth, George Velasquez, Richie going to work late.
brilliantly timed ride by George Velasquez, one of his fortes, one of the best riders I ever had the privilege to compete with. And in those famous Darby Dan farm colors, actually, those colors, Roberto, horses like of just an ilk, a different era. The Galbraith family owned the Pittsburgh Pirates, right? I mean, just an incredible history here.
There's so much history in the sport of horse racing in general, and you look at a track like Aqueduct, and I love the history feature that we play as well, and seeing all of the great horses that have run here in the past, and looking to this Breeders' Cup and seeing that the Pope was even here at one point to give mass.
And Antoinette Brocklebank sold those colors. She made those colors for Darby Dan Farm. She made all those iconic colors for so many years. It's an incredible craftswoman she was.
George Velasquez, 2 Breeders' Cup wins that afternoon. It was Twilight Ridge in the Juvenile Fillies, Proud Truth in the Classic, and he prepped in this Discovery. That's where Proud Truth prepped before taking down that Breeders' Cup Classic. The Discovery with the horses in the paddock. You're looking at Crouppy, and we check in with Maggie with this Discovery paddock report.
Richie, Mrs. Brocklebank still makes all the silks. She is still up and running in her business. I go over to her house quite frequently to pick up those silks. As we'll take a look, though, at your current favorite in Crouppy. And, okay, I guess he had trouble in the Pennsylvania Derby, but do we really trust him? Yes, his last 2 races have been steps in the right direction. In fact, the last 3, and maybe he has turned a corner after taking quite a while to break his maiden. And he was just up against it from the start. Obviously, we just saw Saudi Crown winning and wiring the field that day in the PA Derby. He got away slowly, as he frequently does, and then he went up the rail, which I don't think he wanted to be glued to the rail. There was so much lying water on it at Parks that day. And then going up inside, of course, he gets sandwiched. So reunited with Kendrick Carmouche, which I like. But he's a horse that physically, he's never really changed that much. You know, I'd like to see with that change in form, that improvement in form, it mirror what I'm seeing with them physically, and I'm just not. I get where he can win, but I have just never necessarily been Crouppy's biggest fan, especially when you're going to take a short price at even money. All right, as we'll take a look at a horse who is coming off of a poor effort at Parks, and that's number 1, Army Times. I have no notes on this horse, to be perfectly honest. And he's won both of his races at Monmouth, so maybe we should take him with a little bit of a grain of salt, but obviously a well-bred horse and reflects it physically. He, by far, looks best in this compact field. Really well-muscled, just so big and brawny. He looks much more physically mature than his other 3-year-old counterparts in here. And I wanted to give him a pass that maybe you didn't want to be down on the rail, well, because the winner that day in the Smarty Jones had tracked 3 wide the entire way. And then, but looking back at the other races, the rail was absolutely fine. So I don't know where the poor effort came from. It seems like Connections would rather somebody else go out in front and him kind of sit that more stalking trip, but he's down on the rail, so his hand might be forced. As we'll take a look at a horse that used to be trained by Chad Brown, and I'm so glad Acacia knows the pronunciation, because I was going to call him Tabagauchi, but it's Tabawatch for Brad Cox. And he's one that has progressively gotten better in form, and I like the fact that the only other time I saw him was in his debut, and he's changed a lot. He's gotten bigger. He's filled out that frame. He's a very long, tubular type of horse, where I think the further he gets to go, and his last race would be an indicator of that, the better. So getting out to the 9 furlongs, I think, suits him perfectly, as he got that workman-like win over his stablemate and Slip Mahoney, who would come back and win the Bourbon Trail with a 92 buyer subsequently after that. So Tapawash, I think, a great alternative to the favorite here, Lafitte.
No. I like Tabagauchi. I don't care what his name is. From now on, it's Tabagauchi.
You're going to confuse all of us.
So fun.
I'm turning to you every time. Every time, Acacia. Post-parade for the Discovery, $150,000 purse. Army Times, the Peter Brand homebred.
Oh, yeah, comes off a subpar effort at Parks, but some horses just don't handle that track. The race before that was very good at Monmouth.
Crouppy, Powerhouse Connections. exits the Pennsylvania Derby.
I'm with Maggie. He certainly has improved recently. I just have always felt him a very tough horse to trust.
Winters Lion 35-1 stunner last month.
Yeah, best effort to date by this horse, getting to dirt after spending some time on turf. Going to have to improve, though.
And that's Mr. Mo, who's rattled off 3 straight in Maryland.
Yeah, listen, he's winning. He's not winning with fast figures, but he's got a winning profile.
Tabawash 2-1 has rattled off 3 straight as well.
And apparently a peak in Colorado, so there's a little history on the name. But yes, he did win over Slip Mahoney last time out and was able to run down that foe just in time.
The Discovery, the field, post time 7 minutes. Mile and an eighth, 3-year-olds circling back to Army times. Virgil Lynch. So, yeah, things didn't work out in the Smarty Jones, Richie, but Pryor at Monmouth absolutely hammers his competition in wire-to-wire fashion.
This is a fast race. A mile and 70 and 140 and 4. He set the pace and just drew off at will under Joel Rosario. He's inside. You got to think he's going to be forward. Probably is your pacemaker, no? I mean, he should be on the lead.
I would think so, and he's from the rail, and while he was the favorite going into that Smarty Jones and he was disappointing, he hesitated a little bit at the break. He didn't break that sharply, and kind of what we were talking about in the last race with Call Me Harry, when you break slowly and then have to rush up, it doesn't really allow you, Richie, to have much time to get comfortable. And then he was taking some pressure as well, and it just felt like he was never really able to get into his best stride.
When horses break clean, too, they're able to assume the lead the right way. When they break a little slow, you got to kind of squeeze them, and you almost make them a bit keen. You take them out of rhythm a little bit to get your position going forward. And that's why we always talk about, no matter the distance of a race, whether it's a 5-furlong sprint or a 1.5-mile race, breaking clean is so important.
Something to watch right from the start. Army times, and Maggie liked what she saw. 6-1. There's Winters Lion. A 35-1 stunner. And going back to the start and what took place here, still winning after getting jostled leaving the gate.
Yeah, but more than jostled. I mean, basically he got taken out of the race, and he broke a step slow, and then it actually looked like Drake's Passage broke out, and it kind of accordioned the field a bit, and he had to pull up. And then Kendrick just sat back there and said, well, this is the hand I'm dealt. I'm just going to make one run. And this was a big one run he made.
Yeah, it certainly was. And Drake's Passage not running today. He ran last week in the New York Bred Stakes. So they will not rematch in here. But Winters Lion, he's still kind of out of the picture at this point, and he comes closing and finishing just with the best momentum, and he ends up swapping back to his left lead, and he's just flying late, and kind of everybody's lined up at this point. And this is when that outside momentum is really the biggest key, and Kendrick Carmouche did a great job with him that day. I don't know if it would potentially set up in this race if he's that far back again.
I feel like you're watching the wrong replay. Like he
Right.
couldn't have possibly won that
Right.
race. Doing his best Proud Truth impersonation, Maggie Winters Lion.
Oh, I like it, going back in the time machine a little bit, Lafitte, as I don't know if I trust that race. It was a weird race, as you guys were kind of mentioning, an accordion type of effect, and Drake's Passage, yeah, maybe it was a wet track he didn't like in that Empire Classic, but he was disappointing. I was kind of shocked. I know that connections are wanting to see how each race came up, and I thought this race was easier until you get a fast track, but hindsight's always 20/20. Look, Winters Lion, like I said, while I don't necessarily trust him on form on that race, he does continue to fill out here for Joe Sharp. My initial notes about him back in May were not your typical Joe Sharp horse, because his horses usually are really kind of robust and they carry a lot of weight and conditioning. And he's kind of a more slighter frame. Well, he's very tall. He's just a little bit more of a one-sided type, or he was, I should say. He does continue to fill out and get a lot stronger. And he's one where, as a mile and 3/16 would suggest, that cutting back a half a furlong is going to be A-okay. So if everybody else gets leg weary, we know that Winters Lion is definitely going to at least handle the distance, Lafitte.
Sire won the 18 Breeders' Cup Classic at Churchill. Accelerate Winters Lion. He's won twice, Richie, and once in wire-to-wire fashion at Oaklawn in the slop. And the race we just watched, where he was bumped and wound up so far back early on and coming out of the clouds. So do they try to recreate that today? Do they take him way back? What do you think the strategy is after the way things unfolded in his last race?
I don't think you take him back. You hope you brake cleaner, but then just put your hands down and let him decide how he wants to run. Some horses, you learn their styles by accident because of a poor break or a stumble. And that was far and away his best effort. So I wouldn't be looking to reinvent how he ran. I just would hope I get away cleaner so I'm not put at a disadvantage off the break.
I will say, too, he was very much against the track in Saratoga 2 starts back. Gilmore was the heavy favorite in that race, and Irad Ortiz rode him that day and was way more aggressive than he would typically be because the track was so much leaning towards forwardly placed horses. So he was up against it then, and he hasn't shown that speed that he did when he broke his maiden at Oaklawn recently. I think he's more of a closing type, and he would need somebody to go with the #1 Army Time, so I think is the controlling speed from the inside.
Trainer Todd Pletcher, represented by Krupe. And like most stakes races in New York, he has piled up the wins. Richie, 4 wins, working on a 5th here, going back to Tommy Macho, Protonico, Roman Destiny, and Magna Graduate.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Todd's got a pretty strong resume when it comes to any of the stakes races here in New York. It's just incredible. And J.J. Krupe, the namesake Krupe, the name for J.J. Krupe, who was a tremendously successful pinhooker and a trainer at one time, rode winners for him back in the 80s. And also, I want to apologize to Antoinette Brocklebank. I framed it like she still wasn't making silks. She is tremendous at her craft, as is her husband, Joe Brocklebank, a tremendous bloodstock agent who was a really good rider. Actually, broke Danzig's maiden for Woody Stevens.
Pretty cool.
Maggie cleaned it up for you, no worries.
It's a team effort here. By the way, Krupe, though J.J. Krupe no longer with us, Krupe's Newcastle Farm, the facility in Ocala still up and running, leased out to various entities. And if you ever have the opportunity to visit, it really is an unbelievable facility. And the front gate literally does look like the entrance to a castle.
Krupe filing into the gate. Chris Griffin with the call. Post time for the Discovery.
And they're off. Broken a good line. Army Times has early speed right out to the front and goes well off the rail. It's Army Times who's in the 3 path there with Tabawatch, who's going to watch the action here from second. It's going to stalk the pace setter as it's Army Times into that first turn. Tabawatch is there in second. Tough to handle. That's Mr. Mo. Wanted out of there. It's in the orange cap. Moves towards the outside. Into the 3 path is in fourth. Is at the rail. That's Krupe. The early trailer, that's the gray. Winter's Lion. They're all chasing Army Times. Wanted the front and gets to the front. Army Times is up by 3/4 of a length. Tabawatch is right there in second, stalking just off of the pace setter, 3/4 of a length back, and they went an easy 25 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Krupe is now well settled, is hustled along a touch, now wants to move forward here, sensing the slow tempo, is in third. Outside of that comes That's Mr. Mo, and still the trailer is Winter's Lion. Army Time slows things down up front for Farrell Lynch, is now still 3/4 of a length in front. Tabawatch to the outside and Krupe. Here comes a move from Krupe, and Kendrick Carmouche moves through the rail, and Krupe is the leader. Krupe has put a nose in front, and that gets the cue from Tabawatch, and in between horses, Army Times, and these 3 with less than a half mile to go, and they sprint for home. 49-4 for that half-mile time. Winter's Lion is right in behind the battling trio, is now in fourth. That's Mr. Mo is dropped well off the pace now. Krupe's taking the lead. Army Times is back for more. Tabawatch is under a full drive. Winter's Lion is inching closer here. The gray is now 2.5 off the battling duo. Army Times is back in front. Krupe made that early move, and now Krupe comes right back to the inside. Winter's Lion is just slowly making up ground from third. It's Krupe who's in front. Army Times, the main danger now is Winter's Lion. Krupe is almost there. Winter's Lion is a clear second. Krupe inside the final 16th. Krupe is up by a length and a half. Winter's Lion tries one more time, but Krupe, Kendrick Carmouche, they win the Discovery. Krupe gets the win over Winter's Lion. Army Times in 1:50.3.
A 5th Discovery victory for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher. Kendrick Carmouche. Krupe delivers in the Discovery. Post time, 6-5 favorite.
And a very bold and decisive move by Kendrick Carmouche won this race. There was no pace on whatsoever, a 1:25. Fergal Lynch on Army Times stayed off the rail. Kendrick reading the pace, reading the way the race was developing. He's got Tabawash, I'm saying that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Gauchi. Gauchi, man, it's Gauchi.
Gauchi on the outside of him, and he knows Jose Lezcano's not going to let him out of that spot. And he said, you know what? Let's rip this race open. Let's go for it. I like when riders make aggressive, bold decisions. I don't like when riders are allow themselves to be victimized. If you're going to do something, make it your decision. Kendrick Carmouche won this race with that decisive move and a really nice effort by Winters Lion to get second. Army Times set the pace. I think staying or guarding the inside position would have been the more prudent move.
Army Times broke sharply today, and then drifting off the rail, then he found himself in a compromising position where he had pressure inside and out, though it looked like he still had horse at that stage. And I think, Richie, Kendrick Carmouche often gets labeled as a speed rider. I think he's a decisive rider. And that, more than anything, when the gate opens, he looks around, sees other riders being passive, and says, okay, I'll go, I'll make a decision, I'll commit. And we've seen him come from off the pace. You see this kind of ride with a horse that has no early speed to speak of at all. And I think the decisive nature of the way that he rides and plays up to the Aqueduct faithful and the fans.
Man of the people.
The man of the people. But I think that decisive nature of his riding is a big key to why he's had so much success.
But I agree 100% with you. He is not a speed rider. He is a positional rider because of that thoughtfulness and the fact that he reacts to situations, and he's not afraid to do what he knows instinctually is right in the moment.
Frustrating for riders, even if it's complimentary or meant to be complimentary when they get pigeonholed. You know, he's really good out of the gate or really good just off the pace. Kendrick Carmouche, very well-rounded, versatile. Perfect example of just that with Krupe rolling home in the Discovery Results Reaction when we come back.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Live coverage continuing on Fox Sports 2. Just saw the Discovery. And Kendrick Carmouche taking it to him. Krupe Winner's Circle Lead-In, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. Check it with Maggie.
We're trying to stay warm down here. It's a little chilly. Oh, you check yourself out. How you looking? How you look? Okay. Want me to say that. Kroopy. Let's talk about Kroopy, Kendrick. Big, bold move going into the far turn. Talk about that decision. They were crawling up front.
Yeah, they was going slow, but that wasn't the reason why I moved. I thought the one horse was just getting out around the turn, and I saw Lascano holler at him to straighten his horse up, and he really couldn't straighten him up. And I said, all right, I'm going to wait a little bit longer to make my move. And, you know, I made my move, and they followed me, but you could have felt him once I made my move. That was the winning move. He felt it himself, and I just had to send him home from there.
A horse that you've ridden in the past, and I think a little bit frustrating for Connections because they had high hopes for him, obviously named for the late Jimmy Kroopy, who was so instrumental in preparing a lot of Todd's young horses. How much has he developed? How much has he changed recently since those previous efforts, you know, going back to his 2-year-old campaign?
I think he improved a little. I think it depends on how they want you to ride him. Like, you got to be real aggressive with him earlier. And I saw that with Louis rode him, Paco rode him. So I said, I'm going to try to do the same thing as them, see if it helps him, you know. And it really did. You could have felt him going around the first 2 turns. He was in the bit. And I said, well, that's the winning move. If he finish up the race from here, he can be a winner.
How much is it, you know, you kind of grow a horse's heart a little bit in putting them in a race. So they get a little bit bolder, and he was really up for the challenge against Army Times and holding off Winners Lion late.
Yeah. If you watch him around the turn right here, he kind of like the dirt hit him, and he wanted to shuffle back a little, and you see me nudge him. You know, he's a fighter. I think being in Ty Pletcher-Bourne, if he just keep doing his thing and keep just maturing him and spotting him in the correct spots where he can win, horses going to get brave. Horses learn how to run better whenever they can beat their company. So, you know, Ripoli and Santa Eliza Stables, they doing the right thing with this horse. Just give him a little time, you know. Kroopy made it a long time. I think this horse going to make it a long time.
That's the truth. Well, Kendrick, hopefully we can see you this winter on him. We won in the title this winter?
I'm going to try my best, but, you know, making it back safe and winning races, that's the most important thing. Titles are good, but, you know, I would love to go home every single day. You know, I've been falling a lot, but it's not something that I plan on doing. You know, it happens in this game, but, you know, I got back up. You know, I take care of myself really good whenever I go home and eat really healthy and do the right things, and my body feeds off of that, and the energy that you hold in your body helps you recover faster.
So true. So much more mental than you realize. Kendra, congratulations with this win in the Discovery.
Thank you very much. Thank you, TP. Louisiana, baby.
I swear he keeps threatening to use the boot in the house. Lafitte, he's disappointing me.
Kendrick Carmouche, Maggie. When Kendrick wins, everybody wins. The winning ride in the Discovery. Richie, let's go back to what took place going up the backstretch. Kroopy and what Kendrick was just explaining to Maggie.
Yeah, you know, he was talking about the horse on the lead with Fergal Lynch at
Army Times.
Army Times. Now, to be fair, and maybe I wasn't fair, but watching this, you could see he's trying to get out. He's basically on one rein, and he has that opportunity. And he said, you know, let's kick on. Let's make this decisive move before the outside horse is able to push him over. Ultimately, the outside horse, Tabaguash, did not have enough horse to do that anyway. But you know, I believe in being fair reporting this, and originally I thought that Fergal gave up the inside, but it appears it was handling the horse that was the issue, and we'll keep an eye on the head on here. You see, he's trying to get along with him. Horse is out off the rail. It doesn't look like he's fighting with him here at this point, but now you see he takes a hold of him, and the horse is really not cooperating, and you don't have power steering on these horses. So it was definitely more the horse trying to drift out with Fergal Lynch, and just gave Kendrick this huge opportunity. I mean, you could have put a Mack truck and a half through there.
And you can see the way Fergal's weight is balanced on the horse at that point as well. And Kendrick even mentioned Jose Lascano, who was aboard the 6th Tabawash, who was outside of the pace setter Army Times. And you can see him continuing looking over and saying, hey, I'm here. Don't keep drifting out and try to straighten up the horse. And that allowed for that big, bold move by Kroopy. But in the past, I think Kendrick is such a observant rider as well. You know, he will comment on the type of bit that another horse is wearing that he looked at in the paddock, and he'll see if a horse seems to have any tendency to drift and try to take advantage of that.
The Discovery, Croupi, again a 5th for Todd Pletcher. Vinny Viola, Mike Rapoli, of course, tomorrow with Bright Future, also trained by Todd Pletcher for the Breeders' Cup Classic. One left at Aqueduct, 25 minutes out till the 10th here. Who graduates, Acacia, as we close the show with this wide-open 2-year-old maiden affair?
Yeah, wide open that your favorite is 5-1 right now with Easy Roll, who comes out of a race. We saw this race split. So we saw the earlier division, the other division earlier on today, and wondering if that's really what you want to take out of that race. It was won by BD Saints, but Easy Roll's actually in my Game of Silks stable.
There you go.
Certainly we'll be rooting for him. He improved quite a bit getting onto the turf.
Hey, Greg yesterday had that horse in his stable.
I know, I can't match that.
$200 winner. By the way, we do know, regardless of who wins the nightcap, there will be a 2-day Pick 6 carryover in that kind of afternoon, and also that late Pick 5, and regardless of who wins, that will pay the late Pick 5 here at Aqueduct. So about 24 minutes to post, and with all eyes on the Breeders' Cup 2-year-olds today, everyone else tomorrow afternoon. We've had a chance to touch on the Classic, the Longines Turf, and a $4 million purse. How good Coolmore, and specifically with Aidan O'Brien, how good he's been in the Breeders' Cup Turf. Acacia Augusta Rodin, this Grade 1 victory at Leopardstown in the Irish Champion Stakes with Ryan Moore.
And I'm leaning on you for the name of this one.
That's what they said.
Yes, but he's a supremely talented horse, and saying that he did not handle the soft turf 2 starts back at Ascot when he ended up just a non-factor that day. But he's a 3-year-old. He beat Older in the Irish Champion Stakes last time out, and it's been a little bit of a fun rivalry between him and King of Steel as well. I think 2 kind of big names as far as the 3-year-old turf horses over in Europe. King of Steel coming back on relatively quick rest off of a win, but Augusto Rodana, I just think physically, Richie, as you can see, he's just a specimen in the way that he's put together, has a world of talent, and I know that he should handle the distance no problem, and I don't have any problem with him taking on Older again.
No, and he's going to get firm ground. He's not going to have to worry about the course condition in that respect, but he's had plenty of time to recover from that strong effort, and it was visual. The quickness, the turn of foot that he possesses.
And for Aidan O'Brien, the 6 wins in the turf. High Chaparral in the dead heat with Johar, that was at Santa Anita. Magician at a price, that was at Santa Anita. Highland Real at Santa Anita in wire-to-wire fashion. Seeking a 7th is Aidan O'Brien in the Breeders' Cup Turf. And every year, yeah, the conversation for this particular race, it starts there. And it's funny how it works. You know, finally last year, he got his first win in the Filly Mare Turf. He was 0 for 15, 16, whatever it was. Finally got that first one. But this turf, he has simply dominated for decades.
I think he's just so good at identifying the horses that will excel or adapt well to American-style racing. Tighter turns, quicker pace. And I love seeing his whole division come out in mass and gallop head to toe. I mean, they just kind of take over the track at Santa Anita training in the morning.
It's very impressive to watch them train as well. And we have seen there's another Scratch Bolshoi Ballet out of the Breeders' Cup Turf, and he was kind of a rabbit for Aidan O'Brien. And so that will take a little bit of the pace out as well. But I do think that the Euros have a very strong hand on this Breeders' Cup Turf. Yet again, it does seem that the strongest American runner could be the mare, Warlike Goddess, who's coming in off defending her title and the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic once again, and I think beating a tougher field this year than she did last year.
It's hard to say that like she deserves one, but man, she has run so well in the Breeders' Cup. She should have galloped in the Filly Mare Turf at Del Mar a couple of years ago. That bang-up effort last year at Keeneland. Warlike Goddess for Bill Mott in the Breeders' Cup Turf. These are live odds. The first of 14 Breeders' Cup events. 6th running of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, kicking off Future Stars Friday. No Name Mets at 7-2, but Big Evs, who is the current favorite, at 5-2. Europeans are going to go back-to-back in the Juvenile Turf Sprint. Richie, Big Evs coming off this big performance at Doncaster, and a serious threat. The handicappers have zeroed in.
Right, you know, her time form rating was so strong off of this effort. Separation going 5 furlongs on softer ground. Also, though, this is a horse that's never raced around a turn. And even though she made all the running, he made all the running, excuse me, here, I don't think this horse seize the lead anywhere close to the lead with the kind of pace we've got signed on here.
And to avoid confusion, Michael Appleby and Charlie Appleby, no relation, but reading up on it, they're actually from the same area, which I thought very intriguing as well. But Tom Marquand, a really strong rider who I know Maggie and Tom Morley know quite well, having spent some time with them here in the States. And he's really been making a splash as a young rider with a really, really big future and has a big chance with this one.
And then there is None Metz and how good, well, speed and front runners have dominated this event, having won 4 of the first 5. Acacia, what do you make of None Metz's chances going in? As good as he is here for trainer George Weaver and Arad Ortiz to ride.
And I think this horse, who's taking a lot of attention right now, maybe getting a little bit of buzz as well for his ownership group, Alex Bregman, Astros player, I understand, at Santa Anita today, which is pretty exciting and really, really cool to see what a journey this horse is taking them on. And I know he's a big racing fan as well, but this horse is fast, and he's been very impressive in those last couple of races. Disappointed in the Norfolk when trying to be George Weaver's second Ascot winner over there, and he kind of went right on after that. And Richie, I think he's the big speed in here.
Yeah, but again, I go back to Crimson Advocate, George Weaver, now different ownership group. But I think riders get very mindful of not getting in the same trainer's way, right? And I just got to believe Crimson Advocate from the inside, particularly that race at Gulfstream when she kind of rocketed out of there. Doesn't she have to go?
Well, you have to go when you're going 5 furlongs at Gulfstream down there. And this is a 5 furlong juvenile turf sprint, and it's going to be quick, I think, on the front end. But there's also always the conversation as well. What happens if one of the main speed horses stumbles a little bit coming out of the gate, doesn't break as quickly as anticipated? Maybe she's not quite sharp enough when coming off of the layoff as well. And she, along with her stablemate, None Metz, will have their hands forced a little bit more because they're drawn inside.
Drawn side by side. That's what the pace looks like early on. And last year, the first time we saw a closer win this event. And if the table is set, look out for Committee of One launching from the back of the pack, as he did, Richie, in the Indian Summer at Keeneland in his most recent, putting in this furious rally, gathering momentum right in the far turn.
Yeah, it certainly got pace to run at this day. And, you know, I like closing sprinters. They got to work out trips, but when they can accelerate, they have that turn of foot, and they can kick on hard. And this was a maiden-breaking effort. Horse had 2 good seconds, runner-up finishes. Well-traveled. This is 4th start, 4th different racetrack. Turning back to 5 furlongs, but this was a really nice effort.
And
we'll get pace.
You don't normally think of Steve Asmussen as one sending out turf sprinters, but this horse, as you said, will be closing. We'll have to navigate a trip from the outside post, though.
Maggie, Big Evs have taken a lot of attention as we get closer to post time for this 6th Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint.
Well, I do have a little bit of a rooting interest with Big Evs because he's ridden by a good friend of our family, and Tom Marquand, who actually spent some time with us here in the States prior to beginning his riding career in England. So he's always been a guy that does pays close attention to American racing. Now, Big Evs, he has made all, as the comment line says, meaning he has won in gate-to-wire fashion in all of his winning efforts. But I think he's going to face a whole different kind of pace than what he is necessarily used to. So it could kind of catch him off guard. It could throw a monkey wrench into things, because when he didn't necessarily get to the lead 2 back, it did not result in a good effort. So I have confidence in Tom that he will be aggressive with this horse, Lafitte.
He's the favorite. He's going to be wondering, like, why are there horses in front of me and why do I have to turn? Never done it before. Big Evs, current favorite. Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint here at Aqueduct. Horses in the paddock. 1 left. Carry over for tomorrow. 114,000 plus. We'll be right back.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
I am Larray Visargi. Welcome to Rockridge Stud, a 200-acre farm in the Hudson Valley near the town of Hudson. This is part of the Hudson Valley, so from this farm you can see that's Catskill Mountains, like Bell's Pond is part of the farm as well. This farm is very historic. It's been part of the Livingston estate. On this farm, many great horses were raised. Make a line and then we'll cut them out one by one, okay? I have actually gotten mares from across the country as far as California to breed to our stallions here. So we get them from all over the country to stay and breed with us. I think this place sets us apart from everybody else because we are very much hands-on. We take care of all their paperwork. We take care of their breeding. If they go to Kentucky or stay in New York, we basically accommodate all their needs. Farming is definitely it's not for everybody, but there's a benefit in doing that. So much quality of life.
Appreciate the access. Great stuff. Rockridge Stud, the strength of New York breeding. For more information, go to nybreds.com. And Albedo, who was bred at Rockridge in the paddock. Currently 5-1. There he is, trying to graduate in his 5th career start. These New York bred 2-year-olds, mile and a 16th on this good turf course, Acacia. Yeah, this challenging handicapping endeavor, to say the least.
This is a tricky one, and this one is taking some attention, and he does have quite a bit of turf pedigree on the bottom side. The dam ran mostly on turf and synthetic, won a couple times on grass, and the second dam was actually a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf.
5-1, Albedo. We check in with Maggie with these 2-year-olds in the Paddock Report. Maggie.
Well, take a look at a first-time starter as Chris Alclamont looking to win both halves of this division with first-time starters as number 2 English Castle, son of English Channel, and kind of typical of English Channels, a little bit on the smaller side, somewhat unassuming in a way, but actually there's a good bit of substance to them. Sometimes they can be kind of slighter frame types of horses. In the dam, she was a stakes winner on the turf. She went 4 for 20, and this guy is a half-brother to Swashbuckle, who won his debut as a 2-year-old. So I kind of like what I'm saying. I thought the Paddock Preacher was 90% fit. This guy probably the same thing, but is actually acting a bit better so far, is acting a little bit more mature and professional than his stablemate. So I like what I'm seeing from this guy, English Castle. As number 3, Vin Santo, son of Vino Rosso. Bruce Brown said to me, I joked, I said, Mr. 99-1. He said, yeah, I have a Vino Rosso coming up that will not be 91-1. As we see this guy currently sitting at 7-1. He makes an excellent impression here in the paddock. He's a good-looking type, and last time he had a tough trip. BD Saints wiring the field that day. He was wide and just kind of never in a comfortable or winning position. He looks fantastic here for his third start of his career, as we'll check in with the horse trying the turf for the first time that I have thought A, wanted the ground, and B, could be effective on the turf. And that's number 12 in here, Officer Derek for Tom Albatrani. Unfortunate post for him, obviously, with the fact that he has that early speed. So he's going to have to break there running. But watching him in his dirt efforts and watching him warm up, he's a really good animated mover, which always seems to translate well to horses getting on the turf. And he also is very tall, very lanky, and I know he's come up short while sprinting and having speed. I think he gets into a better rhythm. He's physically framed for it. He's, like I said, he's got that frame that is, parallels a horse that wants to go further. I think he's pretty intriguing, and he'll offer some value on the board. Guys?
As you look at Katie Davis and Vincenzo, Richie, circling back to Officer Derek and Isaac Castillo, who will have his hands full, as Maggie mentioned, from that outside box and trying to secure position.
I think Vincenzo tipped his hand that he has ability on debut. Kind of got bumped around, got bumped out, and then came back and gave it to a horse. So ultimately, we were disqualified that day. Last time just had too much to do. Just kind of fell out and was wide throughout. I think if Vincenzo can break a little better and find a little more forward position, he's a major player here.
9-1. We saw chaos and madness in the nightcap yesterday. 99-1 shot, and again for the pick six, regardless of who wins, a carryover for the Saturday program here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, maybe just a little saver bet on the longest shot on the board in the nightcap here.
Yeah.
It's a pretty wide open group, and there's so much change that can happen with 2-year-olds as well as they go through their races and race to race. And the two long shots that we saw yesterday, especially in the last race, were some big surprises as well. But I think that this is a race where it's hard to really kind of zero in on one horse and say this is the horse to
You're
beat.
not lying, because you might not see a 5-1 favorite in 2 days of the Breeders' Cup. We have a 5-1 favorite here in Easy Roll.
Second last time out behind BD Saints, who was very much the horse to beat in that effort last time out. And as I mentioned, he improved quite a bit when getting onto the turf, and he kind of ran on best of the rest. But I do wonder, was anybody behind him doing much running at all, adding the blinkers on today, and see if he can build off of that last effort.
$114,000, the pick six carryover for the Saturday program, moments away from Riders Up in a post parade. Who'd you wind up with here, Richie?
I'm going to give Vincenzo another shot. This is a horse that just had no position last time and kind of got relegated to this just wide, grinding journey. I just hope he breaks a little bit cleaner, gets a little more forward position. His first race was very, very good to Agate Road, who is a major contender in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile turf.
Her mother, who ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Yellow Agate, Agate Road, a little bit later on. 1 down, 4 to go. Future Stars Friday out at Santa Anita. Here, the post parade for the 10th and final, and we start with the favorite at 5-1. Easy Roll, improving for Tom Morley.
Yeah, it really moved up on the turf, gets a good inside draw, needs to work out a trip.
English Castle, Jump Sucker Stable, debuting homebred.
Love those English channels. This one I have brother to Swashbuckle, who Christoph also trained. He was a 3-time turf winner.
Vincenzo makes top pick.
Yeah, by Vino Rosso, who's really making a nice impression as a first crop sire. I like this horse.
Eric from Miami, back to grass.
He was third behind Easy Roll in that race we talked about, won by BD Saints, had to run on the main track last time.
Bred at Rockridge, Albedo, 6-1.
Yeah, Grandam was a stakes winner on the turf out in California.
Scoop the pot, blinkers on.
Was very green on debut. Maybe those blinkers will add a little bit more focus. Big prices, he did not do much running first out.
Jay Hirsch, pictured, took money in his debut.
He showed nothing off the turf. For Bud is a half to Tulane, a 6-time winner on turf, and Diane's Comet, who's 2 for 3 on turf.
Unaudited, number 8 off the board in all 3 so far.
He has 1 start on the turf where he did show a little bit more speed than he did on the main track.
First route for King Freud.
Yeah, ran okay sprinting on the turf and now stretches out. Get Haro Rendon.
Haro Rendon. Rabaha pictured here. James Bond debuting homebred.
Yeah, the mare did win on debut on the turf. This is her first foal to start.
Going through this post parade, these New York bred 2-year-olds. Officer, that's Dixie Farrow, 13, currently 11-1.
Yeah, tough post. Going to have to figure out a trip from there. Did close with a little bit of interest sprinting on the turf.
Officer Derek, there he is, broke off from the post parade in his speed in his turf debut and a tough post.
I liked hearing what Maggie had to say about him, and you can see he is such a lanky individual. The dam won a couple times on grass and 3 times on synthetics. So you would think the surface switch should certainly help him.
Let's see how he handles it. First time on grass, Officer Derek looking at the favorite. 5-1, easy roll. New York bred 2-year-olds to close the show from Aqueduct. We'll be right back.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blaine continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000. I'm at a period 85, 85, 485,000. Thank you.
310,000 upstairs. His stakes producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Thoroughbred racing is taking vital steps to make our sports safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians, strict anti-doping and medication controls, and a single national authority empowered to create uniform standards and enforce reforms. With each step, more data is gathered, accountability demanded, and progress made as safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
Those are really good.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, as it is time for the nightcap. As horses are approaching the gate, we see a wide open board. Several horses sitting at 5-1, which is the shortest price on there. And we'll start by taking a look at one of those horses that sits at 5-1 in number 7, Jay Hirsch, who debuted on the main track, though he has much more of a turf pedigree. Not this time can get any kind of runner. And as we heard before the break, the guys on set mentioning he is a half to 2 lane, multiple turf winner for Same Connections. He looks sensational. I know he didn't do much running in that off the turf event, but it looks as though he gained a lot from just a strength perspective. I really like what I'm seeing from him. I opted Lafitte to go, sorry, Meg, with Vinsanto because I think he deserves another shot. And really the 3 horses that made the best impressions include number 3, Vinsanto, Jay Hirsch, and number 12, Officer Derek. Guys?
The 2-year-olds that caught Maggie's eye as they have reached the gate, and she's going with Vinsanto, as are you. Final thoughts as they move into line. Bunch of 5-1 shots at post time.
4
wow.
horses at 5-1.
Wide open. It comes down to trips, turf racing, and young horses. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, I did go with Jay Hirsch. Glad to hear Maggie's thoughts on him, that he's progressed second out, but much more of a turf pedigree, so excited to see him get on the grass.
Betting maybe a reaction to what happened in yesterday's nightcap with a 100-to-1 shot. We have a 5-to-1 favorite, and it's the first-time starter by a Breeders' Cup Turf winner and champion, English Channel, English Castle. All set. One final time, Chris Griffin with the call. 10th, the nightcap from the Big A.
Dixie Farrow to the outside. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good break towards the inside from Easy Roll. Flashes early speed. It's Easy Roll. It is now joined here up on the outside. That's unaudited. Also right there is going to be King Freud and Officer Derek. It's going to be King Freud and Officer Derek, and they move quickly up front. They're head and head as they work towards that first turn. Unaudited is more settled, is alone in third. Just off of them in the orange cap, there's Dixie Farrow, who's going to track in fourth. They're well strung out. Easy Roll. Then comes Rabaya, and Rabaya is towards the outside here of Eric from Miami. They're going to be mid-pack. Tight hold there is English Castle, who's in the blue sleeves with the red cap. To the outside of that rival comes Vincento. Then comes Albedo. Towards the back end of the field comes Jay Hirsch, and the trailer, that's Scoop the Pot. Still very well strung out here, double-digit lengths across the field. It's 23-1 for that opening quarter mile, and up on the outside, now Officer Derek takes it right to King Freud. They're still 1-2, and they went 48-3 for that half-mile time. Unaudited at 32-1. It's gotten the journey. It's unaudited. Ruben Silvera tracking in third. Now towards the inside as Dixie Farrow wants out of there, moves towards the outside. Also, Easy Roll is progressing as the pace setters are gone. Here comes a move from Dixie Farrow. Dixie Farrow goes right with unaudited. They pounce on those leaders. They're now 1-2. Easy Roll and Trevor McCarthy, they emerge as a danger. They're in third. Eric from Miami is about to take fourth. Top of the lane, unaudited, has been passed by Dixie Farrow. Easy Roll got off the rail, and Easy Roll is trying to roll on by, and here comes Easy Roll. Easy Roll is battling on here. Dixie Farrow not going away, but Easy Roll is now well in the clear, and opening up on this field is well out into the middle of the course. But Easy Roll, no doubt, is a much the best winner in the finale. Easy Roll wins it. Dixie Farrow holds on for second from an oncoming King Freud. Then it looked like English Castle in fourth in 1:45.3.
First career win, Easy Roll. First win, Acacia. Game of Silk Stable. Easy Roll improving for Tom Morley makes short work of this field.
Yeah, that was pretty exciting. I think he's the only, or one of the only Game of Silk runners I've had the opportunity to have as well, but he definitely improved getting to the turf, and there were some questions about the quality of that race that he was coming out of, but more than anything, it was just him improving with the surface switch, Richie.
Yeah, and he was able to work out that beautiful inside-out trip. You have post one, you know you're going to get to save ground, and he was much the best. He drove powerfully the last 16th of a mile, and a very strong pace on here. They went 2 full seconds faster than the other division of this race to the half.
And he was your tepid favorite at 4-1 as well. A nice effort from Dixie Farrow, too, who drew in off the also eligible list his first time going a distance of ground, but Easy Roll the winner.
Maggie with a very special guest.
Okay, we just had the most fun. We never watch races together, and we actually just watched that one together. Holy moly. But the funniest part was watching it with Ray Handel, as he, you beat Ray. Once upon a time, Ray was your assistant, and that was kind of fun. And faces behind us.
Yeah, to have the three of us in there was quite amusing, actually. I didn't think about it because we haven't watched the race together for a long time. So it's been a really fun 20 minutes because obviously Tom Marquand came to work for us in America a while ago. So to just watch him win his first Breeders' Cup, it was extremely proud. You rode a lot of horses alongside of him, as did Ray. So
Ray claims he did. I don't remember.
No, nor do I.
But he's such a good guy too, Tom Marquand. So huge ascot this summer, and to win at a Breeders' Cup race. I'm sure you feel the same way. Wish we were there to give him a big hug.
Absolutely, incredibly proud, incredibly pleased for him. You know, he's you said it when he was here that he was destined to be an absolutely top jock, and he's proved it not only in Europe, now in America, also in Australia. You know, he really is a global superstar and a real bright light for the future.
How about this guy though. Easy Roll really improving with the blinkers on. Talk about putting the equipment on today.
Yeah, Johnny actually asked us to put them on after his second start in Saratoga, where I thought he ran really well on the dirt, but I didn't want to make an equipment change when we were going 2 turns and to the turf for the first time. I wanted to give him a chance without them. So Johnny came back in, thought he ran really well last time. I've worked him in the blinkers. You know, he's a typical Morley 2-year-old. He's progressed with every race. He's learned his trade, and he was pretty impressive today.
And now you guys know why I married him, for his honesty and humility. Lafitte.
The perfect combination. Tom Morley. Look, winning's winning, whether it's watching someone you care about win a Breeders' Cup event from the other side of the country or just watching a horse you train graduate and break his maiden here at Aqueduct.
It was good. You know, one thing about this game, right? We all have these connections. Right? You with the Game of Thrones or Game of Silk, excuse me, you have this. Yeah, you know it. Tom, a really good friend of mine broke and trained this horse as a young horse. Carl Keegan's Lucan bloodstock got him prepared, and then the progression that Tom talked about.
And Maggie and Tom are both very superstitious, so the fact that they watched that race together is actually a very big deal.
Now they have to watch everyone together.
I know.
What does it mean when a pigeon is flying around the set?
No.
Any superstition to that? We have some of that going on. 10 in the books. Results when we come back from Aqueduct.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Winding things down on America's Day at the Races. Welcome back. You're on Fox Sports 2. 10 in the books here at Aqueduct. Easy Roll, a race that looks so competitive on paper, Richie. In the end, a mismatch as Easy Roll does just that.
Yeah, it was hard to settle on a favorite, but Easy Roll certainly justified his slight favoritism. Won like a horse that should have been in 3 to 5, really.
Yeah, he was a horse that took a big step forward last time out, and he has improved. I thought what Tom said was really interesting, a good insight, the fact that John Velasquez recommended blinkers, but you don't want to do a big equipment change when you're also switching surfaces and stretching out like he was last time, because then from a horseman's perspective, it's hard to read what exactly was the cause of the change, and now they know it was the surface switch, adding the blinkers, step by step, gradually bringing him along.
Right.
Easy Roll, 1040, and the sequence, a couple of tricky ones there. The Paddock Pastor, the first-time starter, $21. Main event, $21. $5,989 for the late pick 5 with the carryover. And tomorrow, the $114,000 pick 6 carryover right here at Aqueduct. What a Saturday of racing with the Breeders' Cup in California. Here, the pick 6 with the carryover. Future Stars Friday is underway with the 2-year-olds out at Santa Anita, and these are live updated odds for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. And Tamara, the daughter of Beholder, who won this event, odds on for trainer Richard Mandela, 3-5. Richie, how good do you think she is? How impressed have you been? This is her Del Mar debutante, her last start at Del Mar.
Well, it's hard not to be impressed with what she's done in her 2 starts. Not breaking particularly sharp, but they're able to put herself right into the race the right way. Now, 2 turns, it's a bit more of a mad scramble to that first turn. So hopefully, for her sake, she breaks a little bit cleaner and doesn't run that risk of potentially getting shuffled back.
And off the pedigree, you should suggest that the distance will be absolutely no problem, and especially given the way she's cruised away from her competition. We saw the half-brother out of Beholder by Curlin sell for $4 million as a yearling at Saratoga this summer. And it's a rare thing, Lafitte, when you have such a talented race mare like Beholder was, for her to be a good brood mare as well, and her daughter Tamara to now be a Grade 1 winner already, and potentially the Breeders' Cup heavy favorite looking to pick up the win here. That's something special.
Sky's the limit, a title within reach. The clockers, and maybe the bar has just been really raised, and not overly enthusiastic about her final breeze last couple of works leading up to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, but odds-on favorites have been trustworthy. 8 of 9 odds-on favorites have won this Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. The only disappointment, you, who finished off the board here. Tamara, with the pedigree, with the reputation, odds-on, and if that trend continues, bodes well for her chances this afternoon.
Yeah, no doubt. But I could see what the clockers are talking about. She just doesn't look like the smoothest moving on the gallop. Doesn't really pick up the bridle and, you know, jump in the bit that would kind of wow you. She looks like she just kind of piddles along.
A little awkward switching leads as well.
Yeah.
What wows me is that Todd Pletcher has never won a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. 0 for 16. Maybe that changes today with Candid. Kind of runs like that wild horse, but impressive with what she did in the Alcibiades at Keeneland.
She's still learning, Richie. She hasn't switched her leads yet in the races, but she is strong and she'll break from the inside.
Gets a good inside draw. Always helpful. 2 turns.
Todd Pletcher, maybe today that first ever Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly victory. The Breeders' Cup Cross Country here at Aqueduct tomorrow with the Pick 6 carryover live coverage on Fox Sports 2 on America's Day at the Races. Fun day of racing starting with a couple of stakes events. Interstate Daydream for Brad Cox, and they turned back the alarm earlier today with Trevor McCarthy and Crouppy in the Discovery, a 5th for trainer Todd Pletcher. Kendrick Carmouche, the aggressive move on the back stretch, pays off. Crouppy in the Discovery. We will see you tomorrow. Looking ahead to the Saturday Breeders' Cup program, plus that carryover, 114,000 plus. Have a great night, everyone.